Hallo, hallo, hallöchen, was geht ab? Heute besonders früher Stream. Warum? Keine Ahnung. Doch, es hat einen Grund. Wir spielen heute wieder Diablo 3 weiter, die neue Season 30. Aber soeben startet der Livestream vom offiziellen Diablo-Channel. Die Diablo-Entwickler sind live und es gibt einen Talk, einen Campfire Talk. Wie hieß das Ding? Ein Campfire Chat, so hieß es, genau. Zu Diablo 4 zur neuen Season und der startet genau jetzt. Ich bin einfach 2 Minuten zu spät. So, pass auf, wir schalten hier rüber. Zack. Jo, das sind wir in Diablo, aber eigentlich wollen wir diesen Talk sehen. Ich muss mal kurz was testen. Wir haben vom letzten Mal noch das hier. Das geht natürlich nicht. Wie hat man das denn letztes Mal gelöst? Wenn ich euch das hier einblende, das geht. Das geht, jetzt brauchen wir nur noch Ton. Wie wär's damit? Gut, oder? Ich mach Vollbild. Wundervoll. Wundervoll. So, ich hoffe, das klappt und passt jetzt alles so. Dann hören wir da mal rein. Wie gesagt, wir starten gerade erst. Ich mache dann noch ein bisschen lauter, weil ich bin eigentlich noch am Abendessen. Ne? Ich bin noch überhaupt nicht, ich bin noch gar nicht da. Ich bin noch gar nicht ready. I don't know, wie es euch da damit geht, aber ich brauche erstmal was zwischen die Zähne hier. Ich mute mich jetzt, okay? Ich mute mich einfach. Ich mute mich. Ja, gar kein Problem.
And of course, we had Avatar Azir. This was a new endgame feature that we ended up announcing at BlizzCon, and we introduced right before the holidays for players to check out. And you know, I do want to give a huge shout out to the community because we got a lot of feedback about Avatar Azir, and this feedback is really important because we are planning on additional endgame activities in the future. I will say that Avatar Azir will not be present in Season 3, but based off the feedback we ended up hearing from players, we'll have more news to share in the future about, you know, maybe next iterations or growth from what we've learned with that endgame feature with Avatar Azir. So thanks again to the community for all the great feedback with that. And then we have Midwinter Blight, which was our first event, our first holiday event in Diablo 4. Where players got to actually collect really, really cool cosmetics. If you wanted to carry some bells and race around on your back or on your weapons and everything like that, you had the opportunity for that. Another good opportunity for our players to actually provide feedback because this was our first like holiday event. And so we're actually going to have future holiday events. You guys will hear about one pretty soon in the future. And, you know, based off of a lot of great feedback we got, you'll be seeing that feedback applied to some of these future events that we have coming forward. And of course, at the end of the year, we ended up going over kind of all the big stats since Diablo 4 launched, and a ton of people have joined Diablo 4 to slay demons with us in Sanctuary, and a lot of people have died as well. And some of these stats, you know, these numbers have only grown since we posted these late last year. And of course, we had 37 million people die to the Butcher. Now more, for sure, since we ended up having that. We've had over 1 trillion monsters killed, which is absolutely crazy. And, you know, lots of hardcore deaths for people who choose to play a little bit more risky and play hardcore specifically. And our two most popular classes being the Sorcerer and the Necromancer. Not too surprised on the Necromancer. Necromancer is a fan favorite, has always been a fan favorite with D2 and D3. I actually, funny enough, I might actually be playing Necromancer here for Season 3. I don't know what you guys were planning on playing for Season 3, but...
The team makes fun of me. I play Swork every single season. I mean, that's my favorite.
I played Swork last season too, so I don't blame you.
Well, I've been meaning to play Druid, so I might do that. Buck the trend there.
There we go. I did Druid in Season 1. I did Swork in Season 2. Feeling Necromancer in Season 3, so I think that's going to be my choice there. But, so it was great to see all the numbers and all the stats from Diablo 4 since launch. But today, we are here to talk about Season 3, Season of the Construct. It's arriving January 23rd. Dan, do you want to give us a quick little rundown?
Sure, yeah. So Season of the Construct is packed with a lot of content. And so There's a lot of things we're going to cover coming up. I mean, the first thing we're going to talk about is our all-new quest line that delves beneath the sands of Kyrgyzstan. Nothing good happens beneath the sands of Kyrgyzstan, so that's where we're headed. And in addition to that, as you've seen from a lot of the promotional materials, we are now introducing a seasonal companion called the Seneschal Construct. And that is something that you can upgrade and really kind of round out your builds in new ways. In addition to that, we have a couple of new repeatable activities. The first is the Vaults, which is an all-new dungeon type. And the second is Arcane Tremors, which is a new overworld activity. And last but surely not least, in terms of the Season 3 package, is the Gauntlet and Leaderboards. And those are coming pretty soon.
Glaubt ihr, kriegt man die Spinne gleich, wenn man sie im Teso schon hat?
So I know
Die ist ja eh nur geklaut.
Season 3. This is most definitely the biggest season yet for Diablo 4, with a lot of content. And as you mentioned, questline and story being the first thing that we wanted to dive into. Madeline, I think this is a good opportunity to talk to us a little bit about what we can expect for the questline for Season 3.
So as Dan mentioned, we have a new quest line for Season 3. In it, you are going to assist the mage Ayujan to purge the demon Malphus from the vaults of Zoltan Kuhl. Malphus has taken over the vaults, turned them into his own little kingdom, and has turned the hazards and the constructs inside of them against their makers. I think a good question to start with is kind of why constructs. It's a little bit of a departure from seasons past. You know, Season 1 dealt with malignancy, and Season 2 dealt with vampires, both stemming from Lilith's influence. But Sanctuary is such a big place. And so many different stories and lore, where present-day Sanctuary is kind of the Dark Ages. We've had, thousands of years of different technology and magic, and this is one of those stories. We spent a lot of time discussing as a team what we even wanted to do for Season 3. And the story team really fell in love with mage clans. We delved into a lot of Diablo lore. We delved into the Sin War books. We delved into the Roderick Vault, etc. And the mage clans, for people that don't know, were these ancient mage societies that really were expertise in certain levels of magic. And we love the Visurai. They're typically the bad guys, typically delve into demotic magic, even though they're not, traditionally evil per se. And Visurai created constructs. They took machinery and their demotic magic and made these soldiers or these guards. Our protagonist, Ayujan, is not technically Visurai. He's part of the Ennead clan with Zoltan Kuhl. But their goal was to take these idea of constructs and make them their own and, do them in a different way.
And Zoltan Kuhl is kind of a familiar face for everyone in Diablo.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah. No pun intended.
Definitely pun intended.
Pun intended, yes.
Zoltan played a part in the Diablo 3 story, and of course we saw him in Diablo Immortal as well.
Yes, Zoltan was one of the original Haradrim. Good old Uncle Tyrael gave him the original Soul Stones. It's like, hey, I trust you, take care of them. Zoltan went a little bit off script, and he's like, what if I made these better?
So wirklich was Neues haben sie noch nicht gesagt, ne? Warte, ich habe noch eine Idee. Wollen wir nachher das Xbox-Zeugs gleich auch noch mitnehmen?
Didn't go quite as he expected, and the rest of Rodham said, you don't really like what you're doing.
Offiziellen Teso-Stream, der
so they killed him. We're too frightened of you. But Zoltan and Ayujan knew each other in their youth and became business partners.
Ist halt so ein Bild immer im Bild, ne?
They shared this vision of, if we can create our own version of constructs and create this alternate power source that's not using...
Wo stört's am wenigsten? Hier oben, ne?
These constructs can fight heaven and hell, and humanity can flourish. Unfortunately, it didn't go as expected. They couldn't get it right. And Zoltan was just like, you know what? I'm going to move on to bigger and greater things. This is a failure. Let's move on. And Ayujan was like, no, we have something here. Let's keep going. And unfortunately, that created a rift in their friendship. And that rift allowed for the demon Malphus to infiltrate their work. Malthus is a demon that you're going to encounter in the quest line and then fight an Uber version of him later in the season. He's a little bit different than our typical demon, kind of big, scary guy with horns.
Einen
Like I
Gegenstand
said before, we took
gefunden, der uns
inspiration
einen
from Sin
Sechser-Set-Bonus gibt.
and they have a lot of
Ich habe
different
2, 3
types.
Dinge gefarmt. Wir haben jetzt Paragon 152, also es sind doppelt so weit wie
One
vorher.
of them is like this
Ich lasse jetzt
stone
einfach mal ruhig
liquid
angehen. Noch gar nichts
mouth,
Besonderes. Ich
mass
bleibe
with
einfach
a
mal so
mouth on
leise
top.
dahin. Ne?
And so the
Überhaupt nicht
original
wild.
Malthus was like this red
Ich glaube, das ist die
mist
beste
that allowed
Lösung,
him
ne?
to kind
Für
of
überhaupt alle.
sneak into corners that he wasn't supposed to.
Ich muss das Spiel
Malthus is a
eventuell
named
noch.
demon, and he's one of terror, but he's very unimportant in the hierarchy of hell, and that kind of bothers him. We joked around on the team that he had a desk job in hell. So when he found the opportunity to sneak into Sanctuary and to corrupt the vaults, he's like, this is my time to shine. This is my kingdom. I'm going to rule it. And he did that successfully for many, many years.
Und
He might have gotten away with it forever, except he was a little bit too prideful. He's like, I'd like to sneak out and leave the vault.
Yeah, he's not satisfied with
Wer
the
ist nochmal
vaults.
der
He
Typ in
now
der
wants
Mitte?
to start trying to take over Sanctuary itself.
And that's where the player comes in.
Yeah.
So I think we have footage of the quest line, the early parts. You are going to start in Gaia Cool, where Malthus's influence has seeped in. Villagers and demons don't typically go well. I can't even imagine their insurance rates. But they hire you and they're like, hey, something's going on, something up north, please figure it out for us. And so you find the first vault and you delve into it to try and get a sense of what's going on. And these are where you're going to start seeing the first hostile constructs that Malthus has corrupted and find your own construct. You start finding pieces of it. You're going to keep traveling through, and eventually you're going to find Ayajan, who is in a less perfect than ideal situation under Malthus's influence. You eventually free him. He's like, thank you so much. I don't even know what's going on, but let's figure this out together. And he fixes the Seneschal construct for you. It's like, you're probably going to need this as we delve into and force Malthus out.
Yeah, and here we're seeing like part of the quest line, like obviously building up and kind of creating your own Seneschal construct. Yeah.
Now, I think we have footage of.
Ich wollte mich da gar nicht so spoilern lassen
Oh
eigentlich.
yeah, we can jump into that.
So Malthus is our first
Warum erzählen
stationary
die
boss.
Quest-Story?
He uses the environment, the hazards in the room, as well as his glaive to smack you around. There are different elements in the boss fight that are going to periodically switch. Like I said before, he's this red mist, but for this fight, he is possessed the largest construct he could find, the Guardian, to fight you. And the loom is in the background.
Yeah. So, imagine then Malthus is pretty much become like the embodiment. It's the vault itself, and the vault is now coming alive to try and kill you.
When you delve into the vaults, it's definitely going through his literal body.
Yep.
He definitely wants you out. He doesn't want you in there. He's going to he'd throw everything in the kitchen sink at you.
Yep.
We also have footage of our new seasonal town, the Gate Hall. This is kind of the gateway between the vaults and the upper world. You're going to go through it in the quest line, and then it is going to turn into a town.
Voll nice, das geht noch.
Has a waypoint, so easy travel. Most of the vendors that you know and love, you see here that they're actually construct vendors that Ayujan has fixed for you to help you out. And here you're going to be accessing the vaults. You can also access them in the overworld if you choose so. So it should be a really convenient place for you to visit and turn into your main hub for the season.
Yeah, we expect a lot of players will be hanging out here in the gate hall, since all your vendors will be here. It'll be easy access to the vaults and everything. So kind of the new hub specifically for Season 3. So yeah, sounds really cool. Yeah, really excited for the quest line and story for Season 3. Obviously, we talked about Seneschal constructs and how that's actually going to be a big part of the storyline. People have been talking about it all this week with seeing the footage of like, wow, it looks like we have these little companions with us now for Season 3. So, Dan, can you talk us a little bit about what Seneschal constructs will be for players?
So the Seneschal construct is a seasonal companion.
Shock.
And the seasonal companion is kind of the embodiment of your power chase for the season. So every season we try to develop a new type of power chase, and power is really important to our players. Obviously, this is a game about becoming super powerful and killing lots of demons, and we're always trying to find new ways to do that. So we really wanted to stretch ourselves this season and, find a way that players hadn't seen before. And so that is how the Seneschal came into being. Now, the Seneschal is this little construct, well, maybe not so little, but it follows you around. And it has different skills and abilities.
And I will note, you can pet your construct, your Seneschal construct, which is
Jetzt wird's vielleicht mal interessanter. Erzählt mal, was das Ding kann.
Important.
Yeah. And so you can have 2 skills on your Seneschal construct. Those are given to the construct using what is called a governing stone. And governing stones are these semi-precious stones that you can find throughout your adventures in Season 3. They drop in a lot of those repeatable activities I mentioned, which we'll cover soon. And there's lots of different types. I think there's about 12 that you can slot in. We weren't satisfied with that, though. Because, 12 skills, it's cool, don't get me wrong, but we wanted to allow players really to modify those skills however they saw fit. And so we've also developed 27 different tuning stones, another type of stone, that you can slot in then to modify that skill. And so you've got those 2 governing stones, and then each governing stone has 3 different tuning stones that can modify it and just create really wild combinations of powers that'll allow players to experiment how they see fit. And so kind of with that breadth of powers then, you've got a lot of different options for being able to kind of round out your build and create new types of ways to kill demons.
Awesome.
So,
that's very cool. It sounds really cool.
Yeah.
And I think we might actually have some
think
examples and footage of what some of these would be.
So let me tell you what's going on here. So we've brought up our construct menu, and this is in the inventory UI, but it's its own separate UI, so your construct is not going to take up your traditional inventory space. And this construct has 2 governing stones equipped right now. One is called Focus Fire, which was that beam of fire that was coming out. The other one is called Lightning Bolt, and you can see it shooting some lightning bolts. Like I said, 2 skills, not too bad. You're killing some folks here, but we wanna amp things up a bit. So in addition to being able just to get stones as drops from activities, you can also craft stones. And so we've gone to our gate hall here, and we're crafting a new stone. We're going to see what we get. In this case, it's a pummel stone, a governing stone. I already have that skill, so it's just going to count towards XP, towards leveling up pummel. And I'm going to kit out my Seneschal a little bit different. So we've got Focus Fire, and I think the first thing we're going to add is Voluminous Support. Fancy way of saying that it's going to increase the area of effect for your attacks. We're also going to add Electrocution. Now, even though Focus Fire is a fire attack, Electrocution is going to add some lightning damage to it, and it's also going to add a little bit of chance of stun. And so now we're dipping our toes into this crowd control. And then finally, we're going to add Arcing Support.
Okay, CC
Arcing
ist
Support's really
nice,
cool.
aber der Rest...
Arcing Support allows your abilities to chain. And so now let's see what that power is going to look like when we bring it back up. All right, so here now you can see that Focus Fire is chaining amongst enemies. You can see that some of them are getting stunned, little electricity around them, and it had a bigger area of effect. Similarly, if we were to apply some of these to the Lightning Bolt attack, let's say we gave it multi-shot in that Arcing Support, now it can just blast through enemies. So it's got a lot of options there.
So we're kind of seeing some examples of what players can potentially do with their Seneschal constructs and actually make adjustments and modify them to kind of suit your specific playstyle. I think a big question is can you actually add maybe some status effects or things like that? Like, can you potentially add in a tuning stone that may make enemies vulnerable, for instance?
Yes, absolutely. So again, we wanted to give all of you a lot of different options to play with. We want this to be a toy that you can experiment with. And so that means that, some of the examples we showed were more damage dealing, where the Seneschal is doing the damage. But then we also want to give players the ability to just kind of set up, enemies for you to go in and, land the killing blow. So there are a lot of different support stones that can make things vulnerable, bleed things, electrocute them, chill them. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, pretty much any of the, the verbs in the game.
So your possibilities are massive with what you can do with your Seneschal. And one thing, this is actually something that Sean White, who was in the video, our Dev Insights video before the actual start of the stream, pointed out yesterday on social media to players that were asking a little bit more, or for more clarity on some items. But the Seneschal construct actually does scale 1-to-1 with like specific like secondary type of stats, or even things that are associated with your actual character. So things like attack rating or crit chance, for instance.
Yeah, it was very important for the Seneschal to feel as if it was an extension of you, if you wanted to be that. Also, we really didn't want to get, a Seneschal that was just outclassed when you got to level 100, because then where's the fun, right? So yes, absolutely, the Seneschal will become more powerful as you become more powerful.
Awesome. Yeah, so Seneschal constructs obviously playing a huge role, and with the construct and you now being able to customize and change things up for how you want to play, there's new challenges that are associated with the season 3 season of the construct, and one of them is vaults, which I know we do want to dive a little bit more into specifically. So yeah, do you guys want to talk a little bit more about vaults?
Sure. Vaults are a new dungeon for the season, and we have 4 types of vaults. Like I said before, they are this extension of Malphas. And because of that, he has turned the hazards inside of them into enemies in and of themselves. We wanted to explore the fantasy of a environment that was hostile, and it was ready to kill you often, and so they're filled with hazards that, spinning fires of death, floor plates that come alive, arrows that shoot out of the walls, and with our construct enemies. I think we have some footage of the vaults as well to kind of walk you through it. So yeah, constructs in them per usual. These, because they're so hostile and dangerous, we wanted them to have a good, be lucrative and be risk reward. So we have a lot of different loot. I think a little bit later in the video, there's like an explosion of gold, and that's just going to be common. And our dungeon designers, typically with the dungeon experience, you get a pop-up and you're like, okay, it's telling me to kill all the enemies, I know what to do. The dungeon designers wanted to explore a little bit of I'm not sure what I'm going to be experiencing, I have to go find my objective. And so the objectives are vague a little bit on purpose, but typically vaults end in this, what we call informally as a death room, a danger room, where everything is being thrown at you, all the traps from the vault accumulated in one large room. So yeah, we're really excited it's a bit of new gameplay, dodging traps, and this is one of the danger rooms, for example. Yeah, we're really excited to get people to dive into this and experiment.
And obviously with vaults, tons of traps here.
Yes.
I know that there's some gameplay associated with kind of avoiding them, and rewards associated with those as well.
Yes, absolutely. So certainly Madeline has outlined a lot of the risks associated with vaults. I mean, those hazards are going to be pretty unforgiving. But if we're putting a lot of risks in front of you guys, we want to make sure there's a lot of rewards too. So you saw a little bit of it already with some of the basic chests in the vaults have been souped up, so they're more rewarding than those chests you'd find in other dungeons. But there's another mechanic at play too, and that's called Zoltan's Warding. So as you enter vault, after you've cleared some of Malphas's influence out of the vault, you can find this statue of Zoltan Kuhl, because of course Zoltan Kuhl,
he has to have a statue.
He's got to have a statue in every vault. I mean, that's just how he rolls, right? So if you're able to find a special, it's called a Pearl of Warding, you can offer that to the statue, and in return, the statue is going to grant you Zoltan's Warding. This is a buff. It doesn't really help your combat too much, but what it does is it gives you additional rewards, and you can see right there, there's kind of that glowing one to the side with the icon. that is a ward-woven chest that contains extra rewards if you're able to keep that buff. And so as you get better and better at the vaults, you're going to start basically challenging yourself to keep the buff. And you keep the buff by avoiding the hazards. And so the gameplay really becomes focused on trying to make sure that you're moving as cleanly as possible through the vaults, in addition to fighting the enemies in order to get the highest payout.
And I you know, if you make like mistakes, like I know I will make mistakes.
Yes,
like
I will too.
I am a person that gets hit by like every single trap under the sun. Are there ways of being able to like help mitigate like some of those types of mistakes?
You can have multiple stacks of buffs. So you know, one pearl is, I believe, 3 stacks.
Yeah.
And so if you want to go grind the overworld activity to get the pearls, you're like, okay, I have a bunch of stacks. I have a really good chance. And if you don't make it and no stacks left, there were 2 chests at the end, you still always get a loot. But the super great loot comes from Solden's Warding.
Yep.
Got it. So yeah, so there are opportunities for players to actually get multiple chests.
Yes.
And you can actually have multiple stacks of warding to essentially create a buffer if you know
Yes.
you're planning on playing a little bit more sloppy.
If
or
you
something
really,
like that.
really want to brute force your way through, you can, but you've got to invest a little more time.
Got it. No, that makes sense. That's great to know. And like I guess with the Pearls and the Overworld activity, I know that has like to earn those types of buffs. Like how do players actually end up doing
Right.
this?
So that's our second repeatable activity that I'd mentioned, which is the Arcane Tremors. And so Arcane Tremors is a new type of overworld activity that's really localized around the entrances of the vault. So remember how we were talking about Malphas, and Malphas's sites have become grander now that he controls all the vaults. And so all the constructs are starting to spill out into Sanctuary and cause trouble. Additionally, some new types of hazards have unearthed and are starting to appear around the vaults. And so it's your job to every so often go in and beat back, you know, all these construct invasions or incursions, essentially, that are creating the tremors. And so I can talk a little bit about this activity. We can queue up some video for that too. And so here you've arrived and you see basically a roaming band of constructs. And, you know, obviously it's your job to go in and kill them and send them back to where they came from. But that's not all you need to do within this activity. What you're looking to do to really advance the activity is look for these cores that you can use to draw out Malphas's most powerful lieutenants. And so you're getting a core here from an obelisk, which is an overworld hazard, and you've got to make sure to not get hit by that. And if you collect enough cores, you're able to deposit them in a brazier, which you can see on screen here glowing. And the brazier is a signal that you are now challenging one of the heralds of Malphas. And the herald of Malphas you see appearing right there. You and hopefully a bunch of other of your friends will, you know, gang up and defeat the herald of Malphas. Get some cool rewards in addition to those pearls that we were talking about before, which you can then use to supercharge your rewards elsewhere.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know like this being an overworld activity, you know, one thing that, and this is based off of feedback that we've gotten from the community as well, even with Season of Blood, there was Blood Harvest, which were overworld activities, and now there's kind of activities everywhere. And they all have different various rewards for the player, whether that's vaults, whether that's doing some of the activities on the overworld for this season. You have opportunities of actually being able to get rewards kind of all over the place.
Yeah, our intention is for Season 1, you kind of stayed in tunnels, and
Yep.
then Season 2, you kind of stayed in the overworld most of the time. We didn't want to make the players feel like they're stuck and they can only stay in one place and this is it. So the intention is you do some dungeons, you do some overworld activities, maybe do some bounties along the way. You should feel like you're mobile and not, hey, I have to stay here for the season.
Yep.
Yeah, and just another thing that I know we briefly touched on, which was vaults and how there are nightmare variations of that.
Yes.
And that's something that is additional to just going through vaults as well. So
Yep. Yeah, the vaults are fully dungeons in that respect, and so we have the ability and have made nightmare versions of all of these dungeons. And the nightmare versions of the dungeons obviously have more difficult combat, but they also have a lot more rewards. So those chests we had talked about before, the ward-woven chests, you actually get more of those as you advance in the Nightmare system.
More Rewards
so then your
heißt nicht
vault runs
gute
become
Rewards,
even
ne?
more and more
Das ist so ein
rewarding in
Problem.
that case.
Yeah, and like, how would you access something like that specifically?
Right, so we're going to use the Nightmare Dungeon Sigil system, but we've created a way that the game can now award unique seasonal sigils, and in this case they're called vault sigils. And so we did that because, you know, for those folks who really want to focus in on vault play, you can earn the vault sigils, and now you can target farm the vaults instead of leaving it up to random chance.
Very cool.
Awesome. One last dungeon, the
yes.
Mega Uber dungeon. It's kind of it's very large. It's the best features of all the other vaults put into one, and that is where Malthus lives. And so you will be questline, you'll defeat him, and then Uber version of him post questline for the rest of the season.
And so there is an Uber version of Malthus that is even more challenging than the quest version. And he kind of sits
Neuer Überboss? Okay, das ist cool.
parallel to the current boss ladder. So you don't need to do him for the boss ladder, but it's certainly going to be a bonus for you if you do.
Awesome. So yeah, way more additional content in this season. And we have a lot of different ways of being able to play and take your character. You can do it activities on the overworld. You can actually use those activities to help you out in the vaults. You can do nightmare variations of the vaults. We have Uber vaults now, or with a larger, more difficult vault with you know, a new boss here for season 3 as well. And this is just a little bit of what we have for season 3. With, you know, of course, we have seneschal constructs, which will be around with you all the time. And with that, we of course have one additional component to season 3.
That's right.
And that's with the gauntlet and leaderboard. And I will caveat, like, I know we mentioned this in the blog earlier this week. So the gauntlet and leaderboard are actually not going to launch at the start of this season. And that's really because, you know, we want players to actually go through the season and actually grow and learn the season with their character before we actually launch the leaderboards. So we will have information on when we actually do launch Gauntlet and leaderboards really soon. But Dan, I know, wants to kind of dive deeper into what leaderboards are and what the Gauntlet is for players so they have a better idea.
Yeah, so a lot of you saw a taste at BlizzCon of what the Gauntlet and the Trials leaderboards are going to be. And so we can go in a bit more depth here and hopefully start to answer some of your questions. So the Gauntlet is another new dungeon type. The Gauntlet is something that unlocks with the overall leaderboard feature in World Tier 4. And basically that means that it's targeting more of your in-game players at this point. Folks who have really decided on a build, they're starting to really round it
Wenn
out.
es gut ist, es gibt dann noch ein bisschen mehr Endgame-Content, ne?
Not just to themselves, but, you know, obviously to show off and have bragging rights. So
Leaderboards kommen ja später. Wie war
the
das?
Gauntlet itself, new type of dungeon, is kind of based around 3 different principles. The first is that it is fixed seed.
Aber Gauntlet und Leaderboard ist ein Ding, ne? Es kommt dann
And
beides
thirdly,
später.
like I said, it's there to prove your might. And so I'm going to kind of unpack that a little bit. Fixed seed means really that it is trying to be as fair as possible for everyone. Everyone gets the same gauntlet every week. And so you're not fishing for, you know, the best roll of a rift or something like
Dieses
that.
Challenge Rift in
It's
D3,
really a
nur
level
dass man
playing
sich selber
field at this
spielen kann,
point. And
hoffentlich.
let me tell you, that was kind of hard to do. Our game is not very good at doing one thing. It loves to do random things. But in this case, we felt competition demanded that it be fair.
Yeah.
Non-linear is really all about how the dungeon is laid out. It is not a dungeon where you travel from the beginning to the end. It's not about trying to get to the end as quickly as possible. It's about the choices you make while you're within that dungeon. And so the layout basically allows you to develop all manner of strategies. I mean, when we had people testing the dungeons, the gauntlets, there would be arguments over, or not even arguments, sometimes people would just kind of say, what was the best path you took? Oh, I think I can do better than that. And so a lot of it is trying to figure out your way through the dungeon each week. And then finally, proving your might is about killing enemies, gathering what we're calling proofs of might, and then trying to get the highest score possible. So it's not about just going fast. Certainly going fast helps. But it's really about how effective and efficient are you at combat. And that's going to be reflected in your score. And so at the end of a gauntlet, you're going to get a score. And you're going to say, okay, can I do better than that? And we're going to say, well, you know, we've got a couple targets you can try and hit, but really you're going to be shooting for those leaderboards.
Yeah.
But let's circle back on strategies a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think we've got a little bit of video to help with that. So here's the gauntlet right here. It, for all intents and purposes, looks like a normal dungeon. But we said, again, it's World Tier 4. It's targeting level 100 players. So we're going to throw a dungeon boss at you right at the
why not?
start.
Yeah, and I will note, like, I know we're mentioning level 100. Technically, you can do
Yes.
Gauntlet before level 100. It's just probably more efficient to do it
Yeah.
at level 100 just because
Yeah.
it is an end game activity that,
I mean-
and it'll be challenging.
I mean, if you think you're ready to tackle the gauntlet below level 100, by all means. It's just, it's not tuned that way. And so here, you're fighting, you know, the Tomb Lord, and he's pretty powerful, but you're more powerful. In that case, you defeated him. Now, the cool thing about defeating that boss is it doesn't drop loot, it drops a shrine. And that shrine can then be used as a power-up to, you know, further increase your power within the gauntlet. And there's other types of new shrines within the gauntlet, too. We just hit previously here a Pillar of Proving, and that's a shrine that actually respawns all the enemies around you. Now, why would you want to do that? Because you want to kill them again and get their score, right? So we've got the Pillar of Proving, we've got the Pillar of Glory, which is a way to basically get a multiplier on your score. And we've even got chests scattered all throughout the dungeon that you can earn keys for. And you see keys up in the corner on the HUD there. And those keys give you even additional score. So a lot of the strategy of a gauntlet is, you know, as a solo player at least, trying to find the most optimal path through it and use that as a way to, you know, take your really cool build and get the highest score possible.
And, you know, something we saw in the footage, obviously the first thing we ran into was a boss, like a Tomb Lord right there. And so you could technically take that Tomb Lord further into the dungeon if you want to.
Yeah. You're not stuck in the room.
Yeah, you're not stuck in the room.
You can draw that Tomb Lord right next to another shrine and do a combo and then start building up even higher score.
Exactly, and so that's the thing I think with gauntlets, like we're going to start to see some really, and because they change weekly and these leaderboards will be weekly, we're going to see players kind of create different combinations of what's the best way of optimizing for the best score possible. You know, taking advantage of the shrines, taking advantage of the chests, taking advantage of, like, should I drag a bunch of enemies over here just because I know I'll have a shrine ready and stuff like that. So it's going to actually be really interesting to see, and I think it adds even more complexity to the idea once you start adding additional players to it as well.
Yeah, no, we had a lot of fun testing this, especially in parties, because parties can then start dividing and conquering what you need to do in order to get that high score. And so we expect party scores to be, frankly, ridiculous.
Parties, got to play with friends there for that and stuff. And so I know with leaderboards, when you're looking at leaderboards, like I think we actually have an image of the leaderboards here, just like a quick throw up here. But you can see, based off of how leaderboards are, there is an overall leaderboard for players. But then you have the ability of actually being able to filter by class, so you can see where you are within your own class.
Yeah, so each class does have a unique ladder, and that's those first 5 icons you see right there represent each of those classes if you're playing solo. And that was really important to us because we were talking about that component of fairness that we want to make sure that, you know, the competition is a level playing field. We understand that, you know, a ball lightning sork, for example, probably shouldn't be compared to, you know, a rogue or something like that. And so we allow each class to compete independently. And then there are also ladders for each of the different party sizes, because obviously a 4-person party probably is going to be able to cover more ground than a 2-person party. And so that actually creates 8 ladders with leaderboards right there. And then we also multiply that by 2 because we have separate ladders for our hardcore players because they are, well, they're competing on hardcore mode. They should get their own ladders.
Exactly, exactly.
And then we also have filters and leaderboards for the different platforms.
Yeah, so you can actually compare yourself. If you're playing on Xbox, you can compare yourself to other players on Xbox. Same thing for PC, which is great to see. Like, we had the option of being able to kind of really filter out and see where we stack against other players in the leaderboard.
And that all gets rolled up into a global leaderboard as well. And all of those leaderboards we mentioned, you are also able to filter by friend and by clan if you want to be able just to see the people you're familiar with and not compete with kind of the community at large.
Yeah, so it's catered and customized to like allow players to actually really get into like almost like a granular type of look of how they may compete against, you know, just maybe everyone, or maybe just everyone on Xbox, or maybe just your friends, or maybe just people in your clan, which is really cool to see. And of course, with leaderboards and, you know, tackling leaderboards, as you mentioned, it is a separate dungeon. There are kind of rewards associated with leaderboards as well.
That's right. So, be straight up here, though. The ultimate reward of a leaderboard is glory and bragging rights.
Exactly.
And so, you know, only the top 1,000 players during a week are going to be able to get on the leaderboards. And it's going to be a pretty big accomplishment, but we got to do a little bit better than that. And so not only do we have the weekly leaderboards, we have the Hall of the Ancients, which is the top 10 players from every ladder each week get written to the Hall of the Ancients. Now, unlike the weekly leaderboard, the Hall of the Ancients don't reset. And so that is a permanent record of everyone who is the best of the best each week, each season, and it's not going to ever get erased, going to be there forevermore.
So yeah, you always have bragging rights if you ever want to show to other people, like, even if you come back like in a later season or something, you can always go like, trust me, I know what I'm doing type of thing. Yeah.
But we've got some additional rewards too. We've got some neat cosmetics for folks who, you know, maybe don't hit the Hall of the Ancients, but they hit another threshold on the leaderboards. And we've also introduced another type of reward called seals. Now, I like to think of myself like I could compete, but I know better than that. I am never going to be ranking on those leaderboards ever. And so the seals are meant for players, frankly, like me, who just, you know, not ready for the leaderboards yet. And so what the seals are is, you know, let me describe it this way. So we've got that ladder we were describing, right? And each rung of that ladder is going to have a seal associated with it. And so as you get better and better each week for that gauntlet, you're going to be able to earn seals and start ranking up in terms of the seals that you have. And it's going to go from kind of, I believe it's called Seal of the Blooded, which is the baseline, all the way up to Seal of the Worthy. And once you hit Seal of the Worthy, now you're ready, according to the game, to be able to compete in the leaderboards. So for myself, I'm probably just going to be trying to get Seal of the Worthy each week. But it's going to be
right
pretty
there
cool.
With you.
Seal of the Worthy is still something that's pretty cool that you can display to other players to let them know that, you know, you're still pretty good at the leaderboards. It's just maybe you're not on the leaderboard itself.
I believe in you, Dan.
Yeah.
We believe in you.
Yeah, belief is great, but I know my limits. So
yeah. So lots of cool stuff for season 3. Gauntlet being a huge part of it. As we mentioned right at the beginning, that Gauntlet won't be at the start of the season, but we do plan. It is a season 3 thing. It is coming in season 3. We just want to make sure that players can actually grow their characters at the beginning of season 3. It's not like a speed run type of thing just to jump into Gauntlet, especially on the first week of Gauntlet, if we were to have it with the launch of the actual season. So players will hear more news about when Gauntlet actually hits really soon. We'll have information on that, and we'll be sharing that with players. But thank you guys for sharing a little bit about some of those season 3 components. Of course, with a new season, there's a new season journey, and there is a new battle pass. There's a lot of feedback that we got from players and some data that we actually saw from players related to season journey and some optimizations that we've kind of made to make it a little bit more friendly, a little bit better for players specifically. I know one big thing that we ended up hitting on specifically was, for instance, like one of the components for season journey last season was like, hey, you need to kill 10 people in PvP, which made it a little difficult for some people, and we even saw that in some of our data from players.
We're looking over the data, we're listening to your feedback, and
Naja, wenn er besser wird,
PvP objectives just
maybe.
aren't that popular. And
Aber
so,
Season Progress, Battle
because
Pass sind zwei unterschiedliche Dinge. Ne?
always
Insofern,
keeping an eye
Season Journey kann man
on
immer machen.
improving the game and improving the objectives of the season journey,
Battle Pass sind halt
we
bloß
decided
Items,
to modify
die sich
some of the
lohnen.
PvP objectives that exist. And then there's one in
Hoffentlich sind die
particular
cool.
that we ripped out. It
Ich muss mir das
had
vorher
such a low
ansehen.
completion rate.
So yeah, there's been optimizations based off of player feedback and of course data that we've seen from that end. And then I know that one big thing is like some of the rewards associated with Season Journey. We kind of amped them up a little bit specifically.
No, it's super important for us to make sure that the Season Journey is rewarding. I mean, it's one of the backbones of our season, and if folks feel as if they're not compelled to, go in and participate, then that's a miss for us. So, we went back and really took a close look at the rewards and amped them up in a couple of key ways. The first way we amped them up is we made sure that it was a good vehicle for earning some of those governing stones and tuning stones we talked about. And so you actually get an advanced look for some of those governing and tuning stones if you play the Season Journey. And so you'll get the drops a little bit sooner, and that'll give you a little more of a leg up with speccing out your Seneschal. The other thing we did is we looked at those later chapters, Champion and Slayer and Destroyer. And we said, wow, those still don't feel rewarding enough. I mean, we're asking players to do a lot there. We're asking them to go into the boss ladder, defeat bosses, really invest a lot of time. So we wanted to make sure those rewards felt meaty. And so we added a number of ancestral legendaries there, including some that are 925.
Bessere Loot. Das ist immer gut.
Hopefully that will be something that folks will really enjoy.
Good loot.
And
Rewards halt.
get more folks wanting to take that journey with the season.
Also, something slightly related to Season Journey and feedback is we got some feedback that previously for our quest lines, you had to complete certain levels of Season Journey to even progress in
Wieso
the
ist die
quest line.
so
Got a lot of
leise?
feedback.
Weiß immer.
People didn't like it. We don't want people not to
Sehr
feel good with it.
unterschiedlich.
So starting Season 3, you can just do it start to finish. There's
Er
no
wird immer wieder leiser.
Yep.
Very
so
cool.
It's
Awesome.
no longer says level up to chapter 3 of the Season Journey.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, it's and again, community feedback has been so
Ich hab
helpful
den
for
Namen
us,
schon wieder
especially as
vergessen.
we have been iterating
Da
through
ist noch
seasons and going
rechts ist
season to
Adam,
season, so
Rest
it's
ist
been super
egal.
great. Another big thing that's coming with at least season 3 is it's a cosmetic that I think a lot of players have been looking forward to. First, actually, let's actually jump into all this.
Das war zu kurz.
Actually, can we throw that
Freunde,
graphic
nochmal,
back
das
up?
war zu kurz.
There we go.
Danke.
Yeah, so there a lot new cosmetics coming. One big thing I know that was really popular with Season 2 was the Town Portal.
Okay, das Portal ist scheiße cool.
Everyone is rolling with the Blood Portal.
Das ist
I am
fair.
not rolling with the Blood Portal. I'm like the one person that's rolling with like the Angelic Wings one. If there's other people like that, like shout out to those people. You're part of my crew. But there are also cool new skins and of course new emotes that are coming with the new
glaub, ich
Premium
brauch
Battle
das.
Pass
No.
for Season 3. And then one
gut für einen
item
Zehner.
that I think we
man
actually
machen,
haven't
oder?
really added to since launch is emblems specifically. Emblems are kind of like on your character title or on your character on
Aber
the,
was sie
the
wieder
character
nicht
bar
machen
for your
in der
screen.
Season ist die Clans
I have been
verbessern. Das
rocking
ist
the
so
Trio Whispers one for a
schade.
long time. I'm going to put it into
Wenn es
retirement.
da bessere Systeme
because
gibt
we
für
are adding new
Freunde,
ones
Clans,
here. I
Gruppen,
believe we're adding, I think it's 3, I believe.
generelle
So
you will
Gruppen,
get
Findungsdinge.
2 new emblems
Das wird zu
per
viel bringen einfach.
your adventures in the Season Journey, and then 3 through the Battle Pass.
Awesome. So yeah, we're adding in emblems. I know that's something that people were asking about because we've always had the 3 at launch.
Yep.
And so this now gives you the opportunity of actually collecting additional emblems in Season 3. And of course, Season Blessings are also getting adjusted for the new season because I know with the last season, of course, they were specifically catered towards Season of Blood.
Yep.
This one is, of course, being updated for Season 3, including items that affect like tuning stones, for instance, specifically for players. So Season Blessings will be getting updated for this new season. And then I know that one thing that people, and something I mentioned in the beginning, which is the boss ladder items, that is most definitely coming back for Season 3, so players can expect to have the opportunity of being able to tackle through the boss ladder. And we actually do have some optimizations that we'll be talking about here really shortly related to being able to jump into boss ladders. So yeah, lots of stuff for Season 3.
Yes.
Tons of stuff for Season 3.
Yeah.
Biggest season yet for Diablo 4. And you know, we covered a lot. I'm looking forward to people jumping in. It begins on January 23rd, where players will be able to actually jump in and create new characters for the season. So, Dan, Madeline, thank you guys so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Really appreciate it. Yeah. And then I know for the next part of our broadcast, we're actually going to use some amazing tech. First time we're doing this because we now have two different sets. One here in Albany, which is themed like Cathedral of Light. You know, we're in a colder environment. It is cold outside in Albany. I'm not used to that as a California person.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I landed lots of snow. But it's like Cathedral of Light, Fractured Peaks, you know, kind of feeling. And of course, we'll be going to Irvine, where we're in like the, I hate to say the pits of hell. Irvine is not like hell, I promise. I lived there. But our studio is like that. And we are going to be joined by Adam Jackson. Adam, hopefully you're there. There you are. Hello.
Hey, I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you live from Irvine. Cool. Adam, you know, they always call it the Adam and Adam show whenever you and I are on. And of course, we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the balance changes coming with Season 3 and what players can expect. And a little bit about some of the philosophy as well of what you have kind of, or what you want to actually present to the players of what they can expect going forward, especially with Gauntlet being involved. So do you want to take it away?
Yeah, totally. Got lots to talk about today, so I'm pretty excited. So I'm really going to be going over 3 different major topips today when we talk about what's coming in for Season 3 and beyond. So the first one is, I think, what everybody expects. We have some new class updates coming. A little bit of a caveat here, though. I'm not going to be going over every single note or every single update. Wow. I am going to give you kind of a high level of what's coming for every class. But you'll definitely find out some more stuff when you look into the patch notes and see other things we're doing. And patch notes are going to be coming out very soon, like tomorrow.
Tomorrow, actually. Yeah, they're coming out tomorrow, so players can expect to see them tomorrow. We'll give you a preview today, but you'll see the full patch notes tomorrow.
Correct. So it'll be a preview, but you know, you'll still get an idea of kind of what we're thinking and what we're doing. Next, I want to do a brief explanation of kind of how we currently view class balance. You know, the game's gone through a lot. We've been out for a little while. We also have the Gauntlet coming. So, you know, a lot of changes coming, and we're going to be adapting to it. And then the last thing is kind of a roadmap for our plans for seasonal updates going forward. I kind of want to give people some more concrete ideas of when we update and how we update. So first we're going to start with the class updates. So first for the Barbarian, we got a few things going on. The first one is some big improvements to Charge. You know, right now Charge is, you know, you need a bunch of different legendaries and other effects to make it really kind of seen and be powerful. And we're going to be moving a lot of power to the baseline skill from legendaries and other effects. It's going to do a lot more damage now than it did before. We might be insane, but I think it's really cool, and so we're going to do it. But you can see here kind of Season 2 what the damage numbers look like. You know, did like 1,200, and then Season 3, it's like 12,000. So, you know, like, like 8x or something like that. So it's going to do a lot of damage now, baseline. Of course, legendaries are adjusted to compensate, but yeah, you should have a lot more fun with it out the gate.
We might be crazy.
We're also doing a lot of buffs to key passives, such as Walking Arsenal. To kind of keep them up to date with the one that most people pick, that shall not be named. And then also we're adjusting a lot of shouts. You know, we got a lot of feedback that players don't really like feeling kind of mandatory that they put all the different shouts on their bar. I played a Barbarian last season. I know how it feels. So we're trying to kind of walk this line where we want it to be fun and you can put all the shouts on your bar, but it's not required and you kind of feel like there's good reasons not to. So we've done some changes there. And, you know, if I were a betting man, I'd say I'd put my money into, you know, Charge and maybe some key passives as far as things that I think you'll be happy to see. So I think you'll be kind of happy with our changes there.
You know, Adam, whenever we have you on, you have to talk about class
6%
stonks.
weniger
And
Damage.
this is
I
class
do like my
stonks.
stonks.
Yes.
So next, let's go over to the sorcerer. Again, these aren't all the changes. These are just high-level stuff. First one is, you know, we know that sorcerer players have kind of had some pain trying to apply vulnerable to enemies, so we're giving it to lightning spear now. So just baseline, lightning spear when it crits enemies will now make them vulnerable. So you have another avenue that isn't Frost Nova to consistently apply it.
That's nice.
We also have some buffs to various Paragon legendary nodes that you can look forward to that kind of open up or make some things stronger.
Oh,
And last but not least, for you Meteor fans, Meteor build is getting quite a few updates and buffs across the board. We also are giving them a new unique that kind of changes how you think about it and how it plays. That I'll be showing off in a little bit. So
can't wait to see it. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, totally. So again, here Meteor players and Elemental Summoner players, like the ones that like to use the different conjurations. We got some stuff there.
Elemental Summoner, einer der so Talrasha-mäßig spielt,
space
ne?
that should make you happy.
Ach so, Summoner mit Hüter.
And next we've got the Rogue.
Und was noch?
So we've got quite a few changes coming to the Rogue. There's a lot of
season.
buffs to really underuse skill and skill upgrades. You know, a lot of people use, you know, Twisting Blades and Poison Imbue and things like that. And we're really targeting some of the things that people aren't using so much and giving them some love. In particular, we're targeting range builds to make them more viable and fun. I think it's the Precision Key passive is getting a bit of a rework, and a lot of stuff coming for things like Penetrating Shot and stuff like that. And we're also updating pretty much all the range uniques, including Windforce, Skyhunter, and Eaglehorn. They're going to be quite a bit more usable and powerful, I think. So here, again, some buffs coming really to range builds in general, and also Caltrops, which is a bit of an underused skill that we're giving some love. And then we got the Druid next. So here we've got some buffs coming to various spirit boons that aren't seeing as much play as others. As an example, Prickle Skin is the one that gives you some thorns. The amount there is being increased by a lot. You can see here in Season 2, it gives about 300 at this level. And in Season 3, I think it's doing about 4x what it used to. So some big buffs coming to various spirit boons that are underused. And then also Rabies is getting quite a few upgrades. We got a new legendary coming in for Rabies. That's pretty neat. And then we also have a buff to enhance Rabies. So for all of you that love spreading your poisons among enemies, you're going to be a little bit happy in Season 3. So here again, we got some buffs. I put Rabies here, but also Lightning Storm, and we'll be showing off a new unique there too. I'm actually probably going to play Lightning Storm in Season 3 because it's got a really cool unique coming that we're going to show. So you'll have that to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm so excited for you to show these uniques. I think people are gonna probably cater their builds for those classes to some of those uniques.
Yeah, they're pretty. I mean, we have uniques coming for every class. We're just gonna be showing those two off today. Again, not everything, but they're pretty cool. Last but not least, we got Necromancer. So Blood and Iron Golems. So fun fact for those of you who didn't know, but the Bone Golem, when it attacks enemies with its normal attack, it actually cleaves and hits nearby enemies. And the Blood and Iron Golems didn't, and they were very jealous and unhappy. And so we just decided to give it to them. So now all your golems, your golem friends are going to AoE cleave when they attack. I didn't put in a note here, but also just golems in general are getting some buffs. And I think we even some other minion buffs across the board. But you can see those in the patch notes. And then quality of life change coming is that Bone Prison, friendly players and your minions can now move through them. You know, we've seen some situations, I know I've played it, where you'll Bone Prison an enemy in your minion build, and then your minions actually can't get to the enemy, or, you know, they want to go somewhere else, and the Bone Prison actually blocks them. So now you and your friends will just be able to go through it. It'll be a lot more usable. And then we got a lot of Bone Spirit upgrades, including a redesign of one of the aspects, which is the aspect of Swelling Curse. I think Bone Spirit players are going to be really happy.
So you
can see here on the left is kind of the old version of Bone Spirit, and it basically dealt increased damage based on distance traveled. And the gameplay there was you want to be kind of far away from your enemy and then let it slowly creep towards them and would do more damage. But it turns out Bone Spirit players really just kind of shotgun it and try and get next to enemies, so it wasn't really very usable or good most of the time. So now we changed it where this legendary gives you everything a Bone Spirit player would want. You get more crit chance on Bone Spirit, which means its CDR goes down thanks to its upgrades. And then when you hit enemies, your max essence is temporarily increased, which means more damage on Bone Spirit. So this really just kind of gives you everything that you want.
Nico war jetzt irgendwie am längsten gefühlt, ne?
And so here again, we got some buffs coming to Bone Spirit and to Golems for the Necromancers. So if you use either of those, I think you'll be eating pretty well this season. And again, these are just some examples. We got a lot more stuff in the patch notes for everybody. Next, let's go over the couple of new uniques. So the first one is that meteor one I talked about. So this unique is the Starfall Coordinate. It basically being like a spender skill into a charge-based skill. So now you can actually run meteor with other things like Fireball or Incinerate or Firewall, and it makes it into a very powerful cooldown-based skill that summons a bunch of meteors. It also synergizes with your enchantment, and you basically just drop a lot more meteors on around like carpet bombing enemies with them. It's pretty awesome. And then the next one is the new Druid unique. This is for Lightning Storm. Basically, what this does is it makes your Lightning Storm grow quicker, so you can get up to that maximum amount. I think it's 4 or 5 stacks really quickly. And then also, when your Lightning Bolts crit, an additional Lightning Bolt will come down and do more damage. And that additional Lightning Bolt also, it's still a Lightning Storm Lightning Bolt. So you get all of your synergies with all of your other effects. So basically, it turns into
Du gibst mir jetzt Lightning-Zeugs?
Is just pretty cool when you combine it with all of the other.
Du gibst mir jetzt sowas? Jetzt, wo ich meinen Lightning Druid aufgegeben habe.
Next, now that we're done with the class updates, I kind of want to talk a little bit about how we've been viewing
Das
class
ist richtig
balance
frech.
and how we're going to be thinking about going forward in Season 3 and beyond. So one of the things that we've been talking about a lot on the team is kind of thinking about how should we be updating the game when it comes to buffing and nerfing classes and builds, and then also how often should we update it. And I kind of want to get a little into the weeds here to understand what we're
Richtig frech.
So first is that we want to balance kind of two competing concepts that are always at odds with each other that we believe players want that really make for a fun game and a fun experience, particularly in Diablo 4. But this is honestly kind of true for most games as far as when they update when it comes to balance. So the first one is we believe that players really want to feel like you all can have fun with powerful builds that you discover. Kind of a core part of playing these games is you think outside the box, or you discover something, or maybe even you follow a guide, but you find something that's really cool and awesome, and then you want to go wreck demons and kill stuff with it, right? You want to feel like you have this sense of permanence where you can make something that's going to be cool, and you can go and have fun with it. But then on the flip side, here we also believe that players want the meta to refresh, so that the same things aren't obviously the best choices forever. Right, looking back at Season 2, easy thing to point to is Ball Lightning, right? Ball Lightning was really fun and awesome. Newsflash, it was also kind of bugged. But, during Season 2, a lot of people had a lot of fun with it. But we believe that, if we just kept things like Ball Lightning or Hoda Barb or these things that are really powerful for many seasons over and over, not only Sorcerer players, in the case of Ball Lightning, but even players of other classes would start to feel this kind of gravitational pull and a lot of pressure to play the things that are obviously more powerful than other things. And then players will start to feel pigeonholed into being forced to play very specific things. And so kind of this dichotomy of these two competing factors where you want to have a sense of permanence and finding things and having fun and not being afraid that Blizzard's going to take it away from you, but you also want to have a sense of, the same thing isn't strong forever, and you look at the leaderboards or you look on forums or wherever you look for your feedback, and everybody just is playing the same things, and you feel like not everything is viable, right? So in this vein, some of the larger changes that you're going to see in Season 3 that are kind of bug fixes or nerfs, and before a lot during BlizzCon and before we've talked about how you want to give players a heads up of what's coming. So these are the things you're going to see at the launch of Season 3 that are kind of they're having their power lowered. The first one is the Ball Lightning enchantment, or enhancement, sorry, is causing it to deal too much damage, obviously. The rogues have also been getting extra combo points via very specific unique interactions. That's made them very powerful. Twisting Blades, again on the rogue, and Poison Imbue have had some interactions that we're cleaning up that makes it do more damage than was intended. The Druid very recently kind of climbed to the top of the power level in the game due to kind of an unfortunate interaction with Blurred Beast, where you can double dip damage. And really we've had a couple cases like this earlier in the game, so we're redesigning this legendary power. Where you can kind of apply a dot or some effect, and then something else does damage based on the dot, or dealing damage on something else, and then that damage double dips, and then just goes into crazy town really quick. So we're nipping that in the bud. For the Barbarian, the Hammer of the Ancients, the Violent Hammer of the Ancients, which is one of the upgrades that you can get, was always being applied whether or not you had it, and we're cleaning that up. So basically everybody would always take the other upgrade, and then they were getting both. And then Overpower, this is more of an oversight,
strong?
not a bug, but it was
Really?
kind of just too strong in general. If you remember when Season 2 launched, we redid all the combat math in the game, and back then Overpower, nobody was really
Es
playing
war
it.
vulnerable
And
zu
then
strong,
we
jetzt
really
ist es
wanted to give it some love,
Overpower.
and we definitely did. So
Irgendwas
it's
ist
a
immer
little
zu
bit too
strong, ne?
strong right now, and so it's just getting toned down.
Okay, also einen Nerf
And
gibt's
now
schon, und
next I
zwar
want
für
to talk about
Overpower.
our season roadmap. Kind of,
I see.
when we were talking about how we think about how often we should update the game, we wanted to let you, the community, know kind of what the conclusions we came to and what we're going to be doing. So right now our plan is to update the game twice per season when it comes to class balance and really just class updates. We're going to do one update at the launch of a season where you're going to see more kind of large-scale things. The meta is kind of expected to shift a little more. And then we also plan to do a mid-season update, and that'll come somewhere around the center of the season, depending on
Damit
the
die Leute
exact
aufhören,
dates
Season zu
patch
spielen.
cycle. So you'll get a little bit smaller of an update there, but still something that'll do a bunch of buffs, and we're going to go into detail of what you can expect from these. So first, let's talk about season launch and what you can expect when a new season comes. When it comes
Ja,
to
erzähl mal,
classes and
was
systems,
passiert?
so on balance.
Warum macht ihr das
So
so
the first thing
schlecht?
is we're going to be giving you some new content. You can count on this. We're going to be giving new legendaries and uniques that are added to the game. The amount that we do can be variable, but what we can commit to is that every class should be getting something new in this space. So you can
Okay.
expect some amount of new legendaries and some amount of new uniques that'll give you new toys to play with. Next, there are balance updates. We'll be doing both balance and design updates for all the classes. And by design updates, I mean, some more in-depth things where we change around functionality rather than just moving numbers up and down. Again, the amount is variable here. It kind of depends on the needs of the game at the time and how much other stuff that we're doing. But as a general idea, just so you can know what to expect, we plan to do many buffs to things that are underperforming, a few nerfs to the things that are really overperforming, and then bug fixes, which can honestly be both buffs or nerfs, depending on what the actual bug is. And then we also plan to do other game updates. Our team isn't really only just doing classes. We also look at monster balance and feel. We do systems with drop rates and things like that. How quickly players can get things that let them have access to different types of content, all of that. So you can expect that at the beginning of a season. And then last but not least are larger updates and initiatives, right? These aren't guaranteed every season, but we want to launch these when they're ready. These are kind of, the big things that really shake up the game and change how players fundamentally interact with things. An example of some things here, or a couple things that we did in Season 2, we updated the resistance math and combat math to the game, and that was kind of a really big change of just how players interact with monsters and how they interact with their gear and stats and how they scale things. But we also do support for other things that might not seem so obvious, like content like Abattoir of Zir, where we have to go and look at the monsters, we have to look at the scaling, we have to when they do these
Also
things.
sie wollen sich nicht
So,
unbedingt an die
we
Season
support all
halten, wenn
those large
sie
updates and initiatives as well. You
Updates
can
bringen.
expect
Das
these
finde
kinds
ich
of things
jetzt
going
nicht
forward in
so
seasons. But again,
verkehrt.
not every season. It
Grundsätzlich.
depends on when it's ready to come out. And next, let's talk about the mid-season patch and kind of what that looks like. So the first thing is we want to bring back previous season fan favorites. One of the nice things about a seasonal kind of model for a game is that we can experiment with things and then bring back the things that work. So an example of where we did this before was the Malignant Reigns. A lot of the Malignant Hearts in Season 1 had really cool designs that people really liked and got attached to. And we were able to bring that back in the form of unique reigns, right? Going forward, we think that the way that we bring back these designs could be legendaries, uniques, or even other ways, right? Like we can maybe just add it as Paragon nodes or passives or actives or other ways in skill tree. We don't really want to be limited to it must always be uniques or it must always be legendaries. But what we do want to limit ourselves to is that we definitely want to promise that we can do one thing per class. And we also think that we can pull from all seasonal designs, not only from the previous season, right? If the design of the power mechanic of a season doesn't really fit into something that's evergreen for players, then we don't want to be limited to trying to shoehorn it in. We may just bring back, maybe a lot of Malignant Hearts or a lot of Blood Seals people really got attached to. We don't want to be limited to like, oh, we can only bring back 4 or 5 things, and then we can never bring more. So we're just gonna kind of look like what happened in the past and people liked, and then bring some of those.
Das ist immer mal in der normalen Streamzeit angekommen.
And then the balance
in meinem
updates,
Fall.
we also want to do this in the mid-season patch. The scope of this will be smaller compared to the beginning of the season. And we also want to do other game updates, like I said before, to monsters, systems, drop rates, and some of those things. We also want to try mixing a lot of buffs for each class. And then we will be doing bug fixes, and these will be both buffs and nerfs. And we'll go into a little more detail of that in a minute. And then we're really going to try and hit this goal. No promises. These are famous last words for me. But, we want to try and do few to no nerfs that really aren't bugs. And our kind of thinking and philosophy here is that we know that unlike the beginning of a season, players spent a lot of time farming for these things, and we don't want you to be scared of making powerful stuff and then knowing that we're going to take it away if it's too strong, right? And we want to have a sense of permanence when you start a season, that you can try and target something that's cool and then finish it. But sometimes we need to if something's way too far out of control, particularly now that we have the gauntlet coming in. And our plan is to really broadcast the nerfs, whether they're design or bug fixes, before the mid-season update, so that you have an idea of what's coming.
Schlau. Nicht, dass es wieder einen riesen Shitstorm gibt, wegen nix.
So now let's give a couple examples here of kind of, if these things that existed in Season 3 and beyond, how would we think about and how would we handle these in the mid-season patch? So, in Season 2, like I mentioned before, the Hammer of the Ancients, this upgrade, Violent Hammer of the Ancients, was just always being applied, right? Basically, overpower builds were just getting 30% more multiplicative damage for free. It was a bug, not intended at all. This is something that we would fix in a mid-season patch. So, like, if this happened in Season 3, you could expect that in the mid-season patch, we would bug fix this, and, that would be a nerf to that build. On the other hand, a little bit more complicated one. So if you remember Ossified Essence, you Necromancer players, this was your key passive, and it was really, really, really good. It basically says that your bone skills deal more damage based on each point of essence you have above 50. The gameplay here that we had intended was, you try and increase your mass essence, which is a fun little itemization game that you have. But then you also have some gameplay of trying to only cast and then get back to max as soon as you can. So you care about resource regen. Like, there's all these cool gameplay and itemization things going on. What we didn't anticipate, though, was that players would get as much max essence as they were able to, or that they were able to keep it as high as they were able to. And those were really just oversights on our part. So then in Season 2, we nerfed this by 50%, a whopping 50%, and I still think this is probably one of the strongest key passives in the game. That's how good it was. It's really good. But, it still keeps all the gameplay that it had before. So what if this existed in Season 3? Well, here, this would kind of be more of a question mark for us. We may fix it in the mid-season patch. We would definitely fix it at the start of next season. But technically, this isn't a bug. It's just something that is just really strong that we kind of had an oversight about. Here, we would be looking at, community feedback. How badly is it warping the meta? Are other builds in Necromancer really not able to function at all because this one is so much better? We'd be looking at more things like that are qualitative types of feedback, and then make a judgment call there. And, in these cases, this is where it gets really noodly. Sometimes we may be wrong, but we're going to really try and lean on the side of not changing unless we really feel like it's needed to keep the game healthy.
Double bounties, ne? Dann lohnt sich das Ganze
So, again, kind of a recap, a TLDR. First, our strategy here with players is to communicate early and communicate often. We want to let you know, particularly when it comes to nerfs, what's coming and really what we're thinking. And then again, at the start of the season, you can expect some new content in the form of legendaries and geeks. We'll also be getting some more in-depth balance updates, including design updates to things that we feel we can do better at.
Ich finde es schön, dass es das nochmal so ausführlich erklärt, aber Content war jetzt eher so, ne?
And then in the mid-season patch, you get new content in the form of previous fan favorites from other seasons. And then we will be doing a balance patch. It'll be a bit smaller. It'll be mostly buffs, and then bug fixes that are both buffs and nerfs. And hopefully few to no design nerfs.
Basically was das dann schon.
We're going to try and commit to. And so again, the reason why we're doing this is we really want you to know kind of where we're thinking, and we want to try and commit to constantly things we can. And this is something that we feel we can commit to you as far as what we bring to Diablo 4 going forward.
Okay.
Again, last thing is that we are open to feedback on this. This isn't set in stone that forevermore will be only
Diablo 4 wird noch einige solche Schritte brauchen.
We're trying to find that right amount of time where you feel like you can experiment and have fun,
Season
but the same thing
bisschen
isn't strong
groß
forever.
war.
So, please give us your feedback. Let us know what you think. This is how we're going to start, and then we're going to go from here. So,
Die Vampire Tiles waren halt echt
awesome.
nice.
Thank you so much, Adam, for going over all the balance changes coming for Season 3, along with the roadmap, which is really important. And so that's a big thing that we will make sure we do is obviously communicate often, communicate early, specifically about all the balance changes that may occur with the start of a season, and of course with that mid-season patch. And just for like better understanding within the community, if you follow version numbers of our updates, because we usually do client patches with big patches, usually mid-season patches land around the 0.3 variant of a patch if you want to go specifically in that. We do have a lot of other quality of life items that are also coming within Season 3 that we do want to get into before we jump into Q&A. And we did want to tackle some of these because these are really big and these are based off of players and what they're telling us, and of course things and improvements that we've already talked about beforehand that are now actually coming into Diablo 4. One big thing that I know that we mentioned
Ich käme immer 2 Minuten vor Helltouch-Schluss und hab
Campfire
dann,
Chat, Mr.
naja,
Joe Shelley, our
immer
game
viel
director,
gerissen.
actually brought up, which was Helltides. Helltides was, you know, something we learned within Season 2 and Season Blood is everyone really enjoyed Blood Harvest, and Blood Harvest was always up. Helltides, though, were kind of timed in specific moments, and you know, Helltides was something that we wanted to improve upon for players, and now Helltides will actually be up pretty much all the time. So players will be able to actually jump into Helltides whenever they need to. There is a 5-minute break to kind of reset the zone and stuff, but every hour you will be able to jump into a Helltide, which is great. So it's more opportunities to earn cinders, and of course, more opportunities to earn and obtain loot, or even like things like living steel and stuff to kind of go through the Uber boss ladder, which is great. The other thing is, and this is a controversial topic because I don't know how people actually pronounce this, but I've always called it WASD. Other people call it WASD. Some people call it WASD.
We need a poll up stat.
I almost want to put a poll up within Twitch chat. Maybe you guys can chime in here and let me know what you prefer calling it. I'm going to call it WASD, but WASD controls are coming to Diablo 4. This is actually something we talked about way back at the launch of the game. We heard a lot of players asking specifically for additional control
nicht Diablo-Spieler, die WASD wollen.
and this actually is a great feature that Drew, I know, who's
actually
on the D4 team. Shout out to Drew.
Ich verstehe nicht, warum das so wichtig ist.
And he's here in this office. But at least for WASD, it
ja
offers more accessibility options for players, which is great to see. So WASD controls are going to be in Diablo 4, and this is something we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Is
We're
this
also
accessibility?
really lucky it came online just as we were putting all those hazards in the dungeons.
Exactly.
So now, you know, the players have even more precise control to avoid.
WASD feels very good with the trap.
More precise? Die Tastatur ist doch nicht präziser als die Maus.
That is gonna be
They like
in
WASD.
Chat likes WASD according to Rich.
It's okay to be wrong.
Vielleicht die einzelnen Schritte, dass man dann besser
It is
steuern
coming
kann.
to the game, and what's really great about this as well is that it is customizable. You can actually
Customizable is
change
nice.
things out and stuff.
Das soll es aber auch auf jeden Fall
So
sein.
really happy to see it, and we're happy to hear feedback from players and their experiences with it once they jump into Season 3. And then, of course, we have a new respec mode coming to the skill trees.
Yes.
You know,
And
this is,
by the way.
respecing on skill trees has always been a little difficult,
So,
and
jetzt
now
bleiben wir
there's a
alle
more
kurz
optimized
stehen.
way of being able to do
Dankeschön.
so.
Warte,
Another
einer
big
lebt noch. Wo ist der?
community item that a lot of players have been asking for. This kind of goes
ist noch einer.
hand in hand with the opportunity of actually taking your whole Paragon
Waren
board
das
and
schon alle?
completely resetting it before, as opposed to doing it one by one that we had beforehand.
It's a lot less
So
finicky now.
yeah, there's more opportunities to actually respec and do it in a much more organized fashion with this. And then this has been a huge one. This is specifically for console players. I
Gold
probably get this
trading.
question maybe like once every single day about gold trading.
ich weder
Obviously,
trade,
more gold is
noch
in
auf Konsole spiele,
the
interessiert mich das
Diablo
auch nicht.
4 economy
Voll ist sie
or
mal? Oh.
ecosphere with Season, especially since Season 2. And for console users, like trading gold has been very difficult. It's been slow. It's you could be there for quite a while trying to trade a significant amount of gold. And so the gold trading UI has been updated for console users, so they'll be able to actually trade gold without having
denke mal, dass die
to
ganze
maybe spend
UI
5 to 10
bisschen
minutes doing
angepasst
so
wird
in
früher oder
one trade.
später.
So I know that is a
Insbesondere
big thing that
die
players have been
beim
asking for,
Skilltree.
so we're happy that's
Da
actually
sind sie auch schon
included.
dabei.
And then this one is also kind of calling back to what Joe Shelley had brought up in a prior Campfire Chat, which was higher item scaling in World Tier 4. I think he used a really good example of how World Bosses was kind of like, hey, you get 925 gear off of them, And at times it feels like maybe that's like the most optimized way of doing it. And it didn't feel very rewarding in other types of activities such as like Nightmare Dungeons, for example. So higher item scaling in World Tier 4 is actually coming into Season 3 and going forward for Diablo 4. So even when you're doing like higher Nightmare Dungeons, you're going to have way more opportunities of actually obtaining
Das habe ich irgendwie überlesen in den bisherigen Anmerkungen, die es gab.
before where it was a much lower chance and it felt like you should be doing other types of activities beforehand. So making sure that there's more options available as opposed to just kind of pigeonholing yourself into maybe timed world bosses and stuff like that from that end. And then this one is a point of feedback that we've gotten from a lot of players. And this is something that, we kind of optimized within Season 2 last year. Things like the Living Steel buff based off of community feedback was really big. And so we're actually increasing opportunities to earn the Beast and Ice summoning items. So this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier in our stream, where with the boss ladder, there will be more opportunities for players to kind of jump into those. So there will be additional summoning items for Beast and Ice, which will then, of course, help you eventually get to Uber Duriel. And this goes hand in hand with some of the Living Steel buffs that we ended up doing in Season 2 within Helltide. So a lot of quality of life updates, and there's additional ones that players will end up seeing within the patch notes that will be releasing tomorrow. So you should check out the patch notes. They'll be hitting on Diablo4.com. Specifically for all the details and all the items that even Adam Jackson was talking about earlier. Now we come to the part where I always mess up names, but actually before we do that, I'm breaking order. Our wonderful production group here is going to be like, "What's wrong with you, Adam?" One thing I did want to call out is we actually have a new promo for Twitch starting with Season 3, and that is our Support a Streamer promo. We had the Support a Streamer for Season 1. We have it again for Season 2. It is a new amount that players can actually earn. This time it's different. Before we only had a select group of streamers. I think it was like around like 2,000 streamers that signed up and opted in. Now it's for any streamer that streams Diablo 4. Thank you, Twitch, for making the engineering updates to allow for it to be just across the whole entire category. Any streamer that is streaming Diablo 4, if you're a viewer and you happen to be watching them, you can either purchase a sub from them or gift a sub and to a total of 2. So it could be 1 gifted, 1 purchase, or 2 gifted, and you'll actually end up earning the amount as well. You just need to make sure that your Battle.net account is actually linked with your Twitch account, and you are watching a participating Diablo 4 streamer. It'll note it on their channels and stuff for you to earn that mount. So that is coming, and there'll be a blog later today about that specific Twitch Support a Streamer program that's going to be launching with the start of Season 3 on January 23rd. So make sure to check it out. And I believe it's actually going to be running for quite a while, like a month or so. So players will be able to kind of take part in that from their end. But now our favorite part, which is the Q&A. And we're actually going to be going back and forth between Irvine and here in Albany, because Adam Jackson, of course, is still with us to answer any specific questions related to class and class balance that players may have. But I know one question that, as we queue up questions specifically from our side and have my live feed right here, will attempt to not butcher names. Maybe I will. I will. Spoilers. But one question that we do have is, how have the team's thoughts changed in regards to balance since Diablo 4's release? This is a question for Mr. Adam Jackson in Irvine. If you could,
ich glaube, wir können durchaus auf T13 spielen, so wie ich mir das ansehe.
Yeah.
Survivability müssen wir dann gucken, ab und zu sterben wir vielleicht.
It's a deep question, but
Aber
I think
Damage machen wir ganz gut.
so. I guess we'll start with, because there's like a long history of balance, right? I think there's actually a very good story, and we could start even before launch and going into launch and how we thought about things. But I think we'll start with like Season 1 and the transition from kind of the launch version of the game.
Das ist nicht mal das, was ich spielen wollte, ne?
Obviously, when we launched the game, we had some pretty benign ideals, I think, of hey, we want all the classes to be within a certain power range of each other, and everything should be viable for everyone, and basically everything feels good, and there's a lot of different ways to play, right?
Was sagt er dann?
And then one of the issues that we ran into this Season 1 that I think is interesting to talk about is we realized that in our quest to make items and item stats really fun and powerful and interesting, we had over budgeted on quite a few of them. And I think just in the interest of time, I'll pick on cooldown reduction. It's a very scary stat to me and the team. So, we realized in the launch version game, the cooldown reduction was too high, right? And so players are basically able to solve cooldown reduction, use that with air quotes, and get to a point where they had very low, if any, cooldowns on a lot of their skills. And this was true for many stats, not just cooldown reduction. But one of the problems that we knew was going to come up that was a kind of future-us problem, or really almost immediately us problem, is that if we let players solve these things, whether it's defensive stats, cooldown reduction, resource, whatever it may be, and we let them solve it only in gear, then we're going to get to a state where we can't give exciting things to you anymore that you're going to be really happy about and that will feel impactful because you just got it all in gear, right? And while gear does need to be cool and interesting, if you completely solve these things, I can't give you a legendary power, or I can't give you something late game that really buffs and changes your build in a meaningful way if you got it from just one source. And so then we launched Season 1, and we're like, okay, we're going to kind of eat our vegetables here, and we're going to preserve the long-term health of the game, but we're going to do these very necessary nerfs, and there are quite a few, right? And even at the time we did this, we knew, we tried to mix in a bunch of buffs and, try and make it feel good. But we just didn't hit the mark, right? We kind of failed in that endeavor. We did do the necessary things to bring the game in a long-term state, but it came at the cost of player fun and player sentiment. And so you went from the beginning preseason to Season 1, and the game overall just got quite a bit less fun because you were just less powerful and you weren't compensated enough from the player point of view. And so we kind of learned a lesson there, like we need to be a little bit more thoughtful and careful of when we roll out these things and how we roll them out, and also how we communicate it, right? Because we didn't really tell people the intricacies of these problems. We just came out with a patch and let you figure it out, and that didn't go too well, right? So then in Season 2 came around, and we did a big combat math update to the game. We were kind of a little worried because we had to kind of thread this needle of we also were nerfing player power because we changed a lot of multiplicative synergies to be additive, but we wanted to do it in a way where you felt more powerful and it felt more fun and fair. So we had to do a lot of more work on the monster side and balance monsters to the new expected player power when vulnerable is not always multiplicative and all these other crazy things going on. And I think we threaded that needle really well. A little bit to my surprise, I'll be honest. I was a little scared going into it because it's just such a big update, right? And then we also decided during Season 2 when it came to balance that instead of trying to, nerf and whack-a-mole things that are really strong and immediately take them away because it's not supposed to be that way, we just kind of let it ride. And so that's why you saw things like, Ball Lightning, Hoda Barb, the Druid, Poison Druid, Rogue combo, like many classes had just something that was kind of crazy. And we just let it go. But even now, towards the end of Season 2, we're seeing that, some people are starting to be a little upset, like, hey, these same builds are just killing everything. And if I want to do the really hard content, I have to be one of these things because that's the only thing that works. And obviously, we don't want that to be the future of the game forever. And so now we're trying to come up with a more balanced approach of how we see these things. And that's why, again, I was saying kind of in my presentation, we're thinking a lot of, how often do we update actually really matters, I think, from your point of view as a player, because that determines how long you are safe to do something that feels crazy and awesome and powerful. But then also how we update the game matters as well, of like, hey, are we okay with, one or two things being really strong for a while, or what is the range that something can be too strong before we consider it a problem? That's another subject that maybe I'd like to go into in the future, or more in depth in the future, but I think that kind of answers the question. It's already a little long-winded, so I'll leave it there.
All good. No, I appreciate it, Adam. And so we're going to go through some additional questions. I might be going back to Adam, but I know one question that we at least have gotten regarding Season 3 is, this is from
Ist gar kein Portal aufgetaucht, oder habe ich das nur verpasst?
Attempting. What about group play in vaults? How does that specifically work? Because obviously there's like the warding buff and everything. How do rewards kind of associate with that?
Right, so you are able to group up and play through a vault. And yeah, it behaves pretty much like any other Nightmare dungeon. And so, there are instances where if you leave the dungeon, you will lose the buff. So we're trying to avoid some cases where players might try to cheat their way to the end.
Yeah.
But overall, we're trying to be as supportive as possible for group play.
Awesome. Makes sense. And then I know this is a question back for Adam. A popular question regarding minion builds. and plans for minion builds. I know this one has been brought up in chat quite often. What are the plans for like maybe Necromancer or Druid minion builds specifically?
Yeah, I definitely don't get asked this all the time. So let me think. So we know the feedback that people want minion builds to be kind of more impactful, and these are now kind of going into my opinion, but I think a lot of that feedback comes from a combination of, they don't feel necessarily maybe as powerful as other builds, which we can and we do. And if you've noticed in our past patches, we've consistently been number buffing minion builds, and even this patch does have some number buffs in that realm. But I think a more complicated, difficult problem to solve is kind of the relationship between the player and the minion, and making the minions feel really cool and awesome, and your investment into them really pay off in a way that is kind of more visceral. That is a harder problem to solve that requires in my mind, and I'm not promising anything, but these are things like rethinking of how the Book of the Dead upgrades work, and that relationship between sacrificing and minion upgrades, and really trying to make them do more visually, I think, cool and awesome things, and maybe more reacting to you, and so you feel like they're doing a lot more on their own a little bit.
Nice, dude.
That's kind of the direction that we think. We don't have anything to announce right now as far as that. And Druid Companions, I think, are kind of in a similar vein, even though they don't have quite the same support in fantasy that Necromancer does, because they don't have a Book of the Dead, for example. But I think players really just want this visceral feeling, like I've got my gain with me, and we're all going and messing with stuff. So we're doing number buffs now. It is a thing that we are looking at. I don't have any promises of when, because again, this is something that I think is a little more difficult to tackle, and we have other things that we're tackling that are a little more difficult coming in the near future. But it is something that we know of, and that will definitely be coming. I just don't know when.
Awesome, I appreciate it. A question related to Uber uniques on Uber vaults. Is that something that players can find there, or like what can they find in that?
So Uber uniques are still the domain of Duriel at this point. That's going to be your best shot for getting Uber uniques. But we still wanted to make the Uber vault rewarding, and so for the Seneschal construct, we've actually created several unique tuning stones, which really we haven't given away too much information about, but defeating Uber Malphus is going to be the only way to earn those.
Awesome. Yeah, so players will be able to get really powerful, unique tuning stones specifically from those. And I will spoil it a little bit. We did technically have PC Gamer did a good interview with Sean, and I know it was kind of revealed specifically in one of the shots there. So if people want a sneak peek of what one does, there is an opportunity to actually check it out there. So people can actually see it there. Another question back for Adam. This is another big question within chat. Oh, by the way, Beefcake Monster asked that last question. I forgot names, but this one is actually asked by a lot of people, so just many names specifically.
Sure.
Snapshotting is something that kind of appeared, especially as players were going through this year. Do we have any plans regarding snapshotting? What we might do?
Und weiter geht's. Drops.
We do have things coming. I don't have anything to announce today. It won't be at the beginning of Season 3, but we do have fixes coming for
Ich will nur ein
snapshotting.
Global Rift, komm schon.
It came on a little hot at the end of Season 2.
Wobei die Item
Yeah,
nehmen
we've
wir
talked
auch
about it, we've
gerne.
seen it, we kind of know the intricacies of it, and we'll be taking a look at it in the near future.
Was sagt er
Awesome,
denn?
I appreciate it.
It's okay.
A question that I've also seen a few times in chat about Zoltan Cool. Funny enough, do we encounter Zoltan Cool in this?
Do not encounter him. He is still dead. No digging up his head this time. But you will hear his voice.
Okay, Zoltan Cool
several
begegnen wir
war books that
nicht.
drop throughout the vaults,
Verstehe.
and generally his presence.
Ergibt auch Sinn.
and I
Was
usually
ist mit dem
see
eigentlich
him
passiert
quite often.
nach Diablo
Of course,
3?
we have to
Erfährt man
hear
das dann?
Zoltan Cool and his wonderful voice.
Taucht er in Immortal
down to
auf? Nein,
everyone.
oder?
So that makes perfect sense. I know a question
Schwachsinn,
regarding
Immortal ist ja noch Diablo
the
2.
vault specifically. Is that an area that
Vergiss
players
das
can
mal
actually
wieder.
maybe potentially level up
Vergiss das
Paragon
nicht
glyphs,
mehr.
or is that still something that is tied to Nightmare Dungeons.
So the Nightmare versions of Vault should work the same way as Nightmare Dungeons in that respect.
Awesome.
You should be able to level up your glyphs there too.
Awesome. Yeah, I know that a lot of people are hearing about the Nightmare Vaults and they're going like, well, does that serve also the same? Like, can I do almost like get both objectives in one type of thing, which you now can? And that was from Gally055 who asked that question specifically. And then I know a question we have from UN Tanks Up. Bad. Terrible, Adam. How many times can we do the gauntlet in a week?
So we have not restricted players' access to the gauntlet. I think it's the type of content we want people to try and master. And in order to be able to do that, you've got to be able to practice. And you've got to be able to improve. And so really you can play it as much or as little as you want, which is a change again from something like a Nightmare Dungeon where you need a sigil. The only requirement right now is that you are World Tier 4 and that you think you're ready.
Yeah. So again, you can jump into these specifically before gauntlets, specifically before hitting level 100. Usually preferred to go in at level 100, but you can try tackling it a little bit earlier if you want, and you can do it as many times as you want, which is really cool. So I'm excited to see how players optimize because of course they change every single week. And they get to kind of like learn, and they get to kind of maybe modify based on how many people are within their party, which is really, really cool. A question that we also have been getting regarding some of the I'm so bad at this. The itemization updates that we have talked about in the past. A lot of people are asking like, hey, is that still on track for season 4? This one was specifically from Fermel. Yes, that is still on track for season 4. We have a really massive itemization update coming specifically for that season. And we'll have more news to share as we get closer to season 4. But for right now, we don't have news to share with the community for season 3 regarding that. But it will be pretty significant, and we'll be talking about that more in a future stream here coming down the line. And then let's see, any updates regarding like some of the group finders or social features? I know that is also another big question that a lot of players have been asking over the last couple months, specifically about, hey, are we making any changes and everything towards that? And really, this is something that we addressed at BlizzCon as well. I think Tiffany answered this one, where it is something that we're looking into, and the team has obviously seen the feedback, and it's something that we're planning on working and making better through the lifetime of Diablo 4. So players can expect to see better and more optimizations towards the social features and the friend finder specifically from that end. Let's see. Can we get more sources of Uber Uniques for this specific season? Really, the best way of grabbing Uber Uniques is through the boss ladder for sure, through Uber Duriel. And there are more, you can of course find Uber Uniques anytime throughout the game. It's just there are higher chances through Uber Duriel, and that is still the same specifically for this season. And then of course now more opportunities to go into that fight now, since we've like amped up a lot of the drops specifically around like Living Steel from season 2 to the Beast of Nice summoning items now with season 3. So players will actually be able to kind of jump into Uber Duriel specifically from that end. Let's see. I know we get a lot of questions about field of view from players asking like, hey, is there any update of like, are you guys planning on actually increasing the field of view? Right now we don't have any plans towards that. It's just something that we've been hearing a lot from players. There's a lot of work that of course has to go into something like that. But whenever we do have an update, we'll make sure to actually provide that specifically on that end. Codex updates is another big thing because people have been asking about the codex updates. I'm just like kind of shotgunning. I'm seeing like words appear in chat. I'm like, oh yeah, that thing. That is something that we talked about before, and that work is currently underway, and that will also be part of a future season. And it is a massive update. It's something that we had talked about beforehand on previous streams, which was kind of helping out with inventory, making sure those specific aspects were like pulled out of inventory and kind of stored within the character or cataloged within the character. So we will have more info on when that actually ends up hitting soon. but there's a ton of things that are coming to D4 to
Da
help
ist er.
address a lot of some of this community feedback specifically
war's.
on that end. And then question regarding Gauntlet.
Okay.
This is from RM Dragonheart. Will you be able to inspect the top players in Gauntlet and see what builds they're potentially
I
using?
inspect players.
So you will be
nice.
able to inspect the top players from Gauntlet. There will be a link from the leaderboard to a player's profile.
Doch, es
And
gibt
you'll
einen
be
Link,
able to
okay.
see what they're playing currently. But we do not save a snapshot right now of what they played at that moment.
Got it.
Yes,
Awesome.
okay.
So yeah, if you want to see kind of like, you know, top builds and stuff like that, you have the opportunity to, but it does,
Einfach ein
if they
paar
have
mehr
to change their build
geile
overnight or something like that, it's going to grab
Community-Optionen.
whatever that
Ich will
existing build is
einfach
specifically from that end.
Ein Kumpel von mir, der
And
offline
then,
ist,
I
ansehen
know
können.
we've
Das
got,
geht
or this was a
nicht.
question from Max
Meine Kumpels sind ständig
regarding
offline.
Malthus.
Ich habe doch 2 Aufwärter.
Do we have any plans of Malthus becoming
Oh,
maybe
das ist
potentially an
gut.
endgame boss
Okay, wir haben
outside of
2
the season?
Steinchen und beide will ich
Or are we
aufwerten.
planning on maybe, you know, introducing it in like a
Können wir
boss
nachher
ladder
gleich
in the
machen.
future?
Right. So
Actually
every
sind die ja
season,
schon für meinen späteren
much as
Build.
Adam described for power,
Insofern
we take a look at those
können die
elements
uns
that
im
we
Moment
really
noch
like
egal
from
sein.
a previous season to see if we can
Das
bring them
Ding
forward.
hier könnte man doch hier packen.
Certainly people on the team like fighting Malthus. Hopefully y'all enjoy fighting Malthus too.
Was machen wir mit ihm hier?
If you like fighting him enough, then
Ich würde
perhaps in
sagen,
the
das ist ein
future,
Austausch
we could
fällig.
bring him over to the boss ladder.
Yeah,
But
just like
Überfällig
Farson.
sogar.
yeah, but we're no commitments to that. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
Okay,
Well,
warte.
I know we went through some questions
Ein paar
here.
Sachen
We're,
löschen.
we're a little over beyond. We're aiming for 90
Oh,
minutes.
warte.
We're a little
Das ist
beyond.
besser als
It's totally
unsere.
fine though.
a
Really
lot of
appreciate.
stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff in season
echt
3. Really
aufpassen.
appreciate everyone providing questions. And if you have additional questions, of course, make sure to
Das braucht niemand.
ask them over
Das
social
braucht
media,
nicht.
Reddit,
Das
forums.
vielleicht.
We're always
Das-
checking those out, and of
doch.
course we'll try to address them in either future streams or immediately if we can after the stream. Again, patch notes for season 3 and the new 1.3 patch are going to be hitting tomorrow. So make sure to check Diablo4.com specifically for those patch notes. It's a big one. Always a big patch notes when you start off a new season specifically. And you know, we have a lot of
Da
other
ist unser
activities
Held.
that are going on within the Diablo universe. Diablo 3 started their
Von
new
den
season
Held.
just a couple weeks ago. D2, repping D2 today. There we go, D2R. D2, I know we've gotten a lot of questions about when the next ladder will be. We'll have more news on that in February. We don't expect it a ladder reset to happen until
Okay,
February, but we'll
das
give you a
kommt hier
specific date
rein.
as we get closer to February.
Anderes
Of
haben wir
course,
noch
DI has a
nicht.
ton of new updates as well. They had a
Kurz mal
big
hier
update
durchchecken.
before the
Der
holiday
hier
regarding
bringt schon mal was.
familiars being added to the game, and they've been
Was kann
expanding
weg
on
der
that.
hier?
So there's a ton of stuff coming to
nix. Das hier.
to the Diablo universe. D4 even earlier this month we
das hier.
talked about
das
how
hier.
we will have
das hier.
ray tracing and a lot of those features coming into Diablo 4 here really soon. So players should expect to see that within a future
Warte.
update really soon. So I'm super
doch.
excited for those items. But
Die kommen
lots
in
of
der
stuff
Cube.
within the Diablo universe, and of course, season 3 hitting on January 23rd. I just want to thank Madeline, Dan, Adam Jackson from Irvine. I'm looking
Ist das
forward to flying back and saying hi again, Adam. But I want to thank you guys for of course joining us on this special developer update live stream for season 3. And just a heads up for people that are watching, our friends at Xbox are actually doing an Xbox Developer Direct. That's going to be starting here really soon. So make sure to check that out on the Xbox
Ja,
channel on
nachher ist ein
Twitch
Xbox-Stream,
and on
ne?
YouTube. And of course,
21
we'll
Uhr,
be
glaube ich,
getting into some
startet
of
der.
our wonderful
Das ist in
Diablo
einer
partners on
Stunde.
YouTube and Twitch. So make
Voll
sure to tune
krass.
into them immediately
Ich glaube, wir
after
schauen dann
the
wirklich bei
stream.
Xbox
But
weiter.
Thank you guys again
Nach
for
Xbox ist noch der
tuning in for
Bethesda-Stream,
the
also es
developer
ist hier
update,
heute
for
ohne Ende.
Season the Construct,
Krass
which is
einfach.
launching on January 23rd. Patch notes tomorrow on Diablo4.com.
Ja, weißt du was? Wir haben die
And,
Gelegenheit, also
Thank you guys
nutzen
from
wir die.
Albany. Really appreciate it.
See you
Thank
guys
you.
in
Guys.
game.
Alles. Tschüss, Diablo. War nice. Thanks a lot. Ich hoffe, die Season wird nicht nur scheiße. Gibt ein paar gute Sachen. Und naja. Ein paar nice-to-have-Sachen. Nix wirklich Schlechtes, denke ich. Es kommt halt auch nichts Umwerfendes, ne? Es kommt jetzt nichts, was uns so wirklich vom Hocker haut. Ist ziemlich laut, ne? So. Talrasche. Blackthorns kann weg. Das kann weg. Das sowieso. Firebirds kommt in die Sammlung. Die rückt da ein bisschen nach oben. Zwecks Platz. So, dann Waffen und Offhands. Das sehe ich uns. Einmal hier. 204%, 229%, 8% Crit Chance, 9% Crit Chance. Ja, sind ungefähr gleich. Das kommt in den Cube. Das kommt in den Cube. Das Ding möchte ich einmal cuben. Das wäre dieser hier. Dieses Schwert tragen wir gerade. Das sollte... Wow, 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 wow. Ich wusste nicht, dass die raiden. Ich wusste nicht, dass die raiden. Wir wollen ja niemand anderen beim Diablo-Spielen zuschauen. Was ist denn da los? Okay. Wann ist der Xbox-Stream? Und auf welchem Channel? Gibt es einen Xbox-Channel? Xbox. Es gibt einen Xbox-Channel. 21 Uhr Developer Direct. Ist halt noch eine Stunde hin, ne? Die werden jetzt doch nicht mal auf dem Starting-Screen sein. Aber wir können ja mal reingucken. Jo, da tut sich genau gar nichts. Gut, besondere Events. Haben wir irgendwelche Infos dazu schon? Was kommt denn da überhaupt? Was kommt denn da? I don't know. I don't know what's coming. Wir machen das folgendermaßen. Ich schalte das jetzt einfach mal kurz weg noch. Und wir holen uns das nachher zurück. Wenn's losgeht. Der Dev Talk war aber erstaunlich lange, ne? 1 Stunde 45 Minuten. Das ist nicht übel. Das ist absolut nicht übel. Respekt. Ich glaube, so lange? Warte, doch, die letzten waren auch lange. Kann man machen, ja. Jetzt ist halt die Frage, gut, der Informationswert ist halt jetzt nicht so. Okay, kümmern wir uns mal um andere Dinge. Ich will den Hydra-Bild wieder spielen. Dazu haben wir einen weiteren Gegenstand hier gefunden. Die Waffe hier, die wollten wir gerade angucken. 27%, 10 Arkan Power, 11 Arkan Power. Macht mehr Grundschaden, macht weniger Grundschaden. Der kommt in den Cube. Das Ding hier ist ziemlich... Ja. 6% mehr. Der ist halt so minimal besser als unserer, ne? Aber weniger Damage. Also eigentlich schlechter. Also kommt der in den Cube. Ich habe viel zu cuben. Eindeutig. So. Damit wir nichts versehentlich cuben, schmeißen wir das hier gleich mal alles weg. Und füllen hier mal auf. So, auch du, mein Lieber. Und du. Und du, die Mats haben wir jetzt gefarmt. Das ist recht schön. So ist es entspannt. Und du. Das Coole ist, bevor es bei Xbox dann losgeht, kann ich noch ein kleines Päuschen machen, ne? So, was haben wir hier eigentlich schon wieder getauscht? Holla, schon wieder 2 Gegenstände getauscht. Halbnackt laufen wir hier rum. Das ist ja schlimm. Das ist ja fürchterlich. Also, wir haben 4 Teile vom Set. Mindestens 1 braucht man noch. Actually brauchen wir den Brustschutz unbedingt. Oh, und die Schuhe auch. Wir brauchen auch die Schuhe. Okay, wir müssen weiter Brüste farmen. Ich habe noch ein paar Blutsplitter. Falsch. Was? Das war schon? Oh. Ich glaube, wir müssen wieder ein paar aufwerten. Das ist ja erstaunlich schlecht. So, Mats haben wir auch mal über 1000. Das müssen wir natürlich... Ich hätte jetzt so gelacht, wenn wir auf dem ersten Versuch was bekommen hätten. Aber Ancient nehme ich auch. Ja. Ja, doch. Nehme ich. So, noch einer. Wieder falsch. Next one. Nett kommt in den Cube. Mann. Das braucht niemand. Machen wir alle? Nein, brauchen wir gar nicht. Wir haben ihn. Den Brustschutz unseres Vertrauens. So, dann brauche ich nur noch die Schuhe. Die sollten relativ leicht gehen. Die sollten relativ leicht gehen mit Blutsplittern, meine ich. Gut, warte, den einen packen wir sofort in den Cube rein. Wir müssen heute noch ganz viele Season-Dinge machen. Liebe Leute, ganz viele Season-Dinge. Jetzt haben wir jetzt eh schon ein paar verballert. Das ist nichts Schlechtes. Dann kurz mal zu ihr. Ich brauche das hier in noch besser. Ist Blizzard Damage drauf? Ups. Habe ich wohl übersehen. Leben oder Armor ist jetzt... Oh ja, das reicht vollkommen. Dankeschön. Damit ist das Ding einiges krasser als unseres. So, jetzt müssen wir hier noch kurz... Warte, den schrotten wir eh. Braucht man nicht einen Umweg über den Juwelier machen. Wobei zum Juwelier müssen wir sowieso. Wir könnten uns aber in der Zwischenzeit ein bisschen Musik wieder anmachen. Weißt du, was echt frech ist? Wir hatten letztes Mal Musik an. Alles lizenziert. Quasi, also ich zahle ja da dafür, ne? Nur YouTube Safe, Twitch Safe Musik. Was ist passiert? Den Song am Ende hat mir Twitch rausgestrichen, hat die letzten 2-3 Minuten des Streams gemutet. Und YouTube hat einen anderen geclaimed. Einen anderen natürlich. Nicht den gleichen, sondern einen anderen. Nur Probleme, wirklich. Du zahlst schon dafür. Und trotzdem hast du nur Probleme. Das ist halt... Ja. Ich muss vielleicht das echt mal trennen. Aber ich weiß auch nicht. Ich will das halt im VOD eigentlich schon auch drinnen haben, weil ich ja die VODs direkt verwende. Jetzt ist es für mich, bringt es mir nichts, wenn ich da die Tonspuren trenne und die nicht im VOD ist. Ne? Weißt, was ich meine? Es ist halt, ja, I don't know. Nervig. Ich verliere jetzt auch auf YouTube nichts dadurch. Da muss ich jetzt einschränken. Ich verliere auf YouTube nichts. YouTube hat das ein bisschen umgestellt. Es gibt so eine minimale Verwarnung und das war's. Ich habe ja mein YouTube nicht monetarisiert. Jetzt kann ich natürlich dadurch kein Geld verlieren. Weil ja da eh sowieso keine Kohle drüber läuft. Das Ding ist halt... Es nervt. Und wenn wir Twitch was mutet, dann ist das mega kacke, weil das ist auch das VOD, das ich verwende. Und das ist halt echt doof. Das ist halt so diese Ungute, ne? So, ich habe 18 Millionen. Ich könnte uns ein paar Gems kaufen, aber nicht allzu viele. Ja, gehen wir mal in Akt 2. Aber warte mal, ich werfe mal Musik an, ja? Let's play the music. Nicht Miracle of Sound, sonst kriege ich wieder aufs Maul. Es ist übrigens das zweite Mal, dass ich mit Miracle of Sound Probleme kriege. Das erste Mal war allerdings auf YouTube und nicht auf Twitch. Ich weiß doch auch nicht, Leute. Ich weiß es doch auch nicht, was wir da tun sollen. I don't freaking know. 18 Millionen Gold. Wollte ich nicht in Akt 2 rüber? So, pass auf. Wir kaufen uns. Brauche ich die hier auch noch oder habe ich schon... Ah, habe ich schon gemacht. Manchmal bin ich ja richtig flott. Topaz. 500k. 10 sind ganz schön teuer, ne? 5 Millionen. Schöne Ansage. So. Theoretisch könnte man noch viel mehr verballern. Das hier brauche ich alles nicht. So. Einmal hier. Einmal hier. Oh. Warum ist die Musik so leise? Wow. Die ist jetzt immer noch leise, oder? Ah, egal. Wir schauen nach Erinnerungsstream. Da mache ich lauter, versprochen. Da, da, da. So. Wenn wir noch ein paar machen. Bisschen was geht noch. Ein bisschen was geht noch. Ich habe ja noch 109 rote. Kaufen wir noch ein 10er Pack, oder? Könnte man es gerade so leisten. Ups, das waren 11. Hoppla. Naja. Ich brauche keine... Was gucke ich nach Rezepten? Ich brauche kein Rezept. By the way, das hat 11 Seiten, ne? Ja. Augmentieren. Upgrade. Okay, das ist natürlich... Ja klar, das ist wieder drinnen. Die Primordial Ashes gibt's ja auch wieder. Da müssen wir uns erstmal hinspielen. So. 99 weitere. Jetzt geht mir natürlich das Gold aus, ne? Wenn ich jetzt... Wie viele könnte ich jetzt? 37. Oh. Das ist schon eine Ansage, ne? Wie viele brauche ich überhaupt? Ich mache mal 6 Stück für 1 Million. Dann kann ich den hier noch aufwerten. Oh, wieso konnte ich jetzt 4 machen? Und das ist die falsche waren. Ups. Manchmal, ey. So, warte, dann noch einen hier drauf. Dann haben wir 2 weitere. Jetzt habe ich 4. Das ist mal ein guter. Ich habe noch 4 Millionen. Wenn ich noch mal... Nicht 17, 9 Stück will ich. 9 Stück crafte für 1,8. Oh oh. Oh oh. Holen wir uns mal noch 3. Solche, und dann geht mir das Geld aus. Dann ist sowieso das Geld aus. Einen Royal noch und ich habe keine Kohle mehr. Es scheitert am Gold. Ja gut, und am gesamten Rest. Ja. Aber ist egal. Wir sind einen Schritt weiter. Habe ich echt mein Gold ausgegeben, ne? Aber ich habe noch 132. Das heißt, es könnte reichen, ne? Wir brauchen noch 3 fette und einen solchen muss ich noch craften. Also ich muss einen... Wait. Ich habe das voll falsch gesagt, ne? Ich brauche noch 3... 4 brauche ich noch. Wir haben erst einen. Ja, okay. Es wird noch ein bisschen was kosten. Einen könnte ich sofort, dann hätte ich hier unten voll so gesehen und dann habe ich einen königlichen, oder wie heißen die? Ich vergesse es immer. Königlich Imperial Blagedöns. Ihr wisst schon, ne? You know it. You know it. Gut, was wir jetzt auf jeden Fall machen können, um mal jetzt so richtig zu starten. Ich habe uns über Boss-Mats gefarmt. Wir spielen mittlerweile auf Qual 10. Das ist actually perfect, um die erste Runde überbossen zu können. Und die hier einfach mal zu legen. Das bringt uns nämlich in die nächste Runde. Und damit können wir unseren Altar weiter leveln, was ja unser geheimes Ziel hier ist, das gar nicht so geheim ist. So, ich gebe eine Runde aus. Let's go. Es braucht eh nichts außer ein paar gute Hits. Direkt ins Auge. Diese Volltreffer. Einfach ins Auge, dann explodiert der gesamte Augapfel und dann sind die alle zack tot. Voll easy. Muss man wissen. Und mit direkt ins Auge meine ich, das Ding ist so groß, dass, naja, es trifft halt immer das Auge, ne? Ja. Wir könnten es ruhig höher machen, ne? Ich weiß gar nicht, ist da mehr gefordert? Irgendwas muss man auf Qual 13 auch machen. Aber gut. Ist jetzt alles mal nicht so wichtig. Wichtig ist, dass wir die mal gelegt haben, dass wir die Mats bekommen. Denn die müssen wir ja ausgeben. So, Realm of Fright gleich mal. Aua, der schießt zurück, der Frechdachs. Hallo? Wow. Konnte mich gerade nicht bewegen, das war hart. So. Ja, der ist halt immer so ein bisschen, na, bei dem muss man aufpassen. Bau, bau, bau. So, damit hätten wir alle. Wie viele Mats haben wir dadurch bekommen? Hier sind Mats. Wo sind Mats? Da unten sind Mats. 3, 2. Ah. Einmal nur 2. Richtig frech. Anyway, zum Aufwerten brauchen wir nur 1 jeweils. Glaube ich. Jawohl. Was wollen wir holen? Damage against Elites. Wir wollen hier weiter, ne? Bounty Cash. Genau. Immunity to Crowd Controlling Effects. Da sehe ich mich aber dermaßen. Das sind sowieso alles gute, ne? Passability ist auch nice. Progress Orbs, das ist auch nice für Speed vor allem. Da die Atem wollen wir noch. Da ist noch einiges zu holen, ne? Was brauchen wir jetzt? Die Reaper's Wraps. Oh. Wir müssen Malteil töten. Ich habe das in der Season noch nicht gemacht. Ich musste noch mal kurz wohin, ne? Akt 5. Malteil kenne ich nicht, der kam mir noch nicht unter. Wo ist der? Hier ist zu Hause. Kill sorceress. Ist der falsche, ne? Nicht mein Malteil. Ich glaube, wir finden ihn trotzdem. Da, 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 da. So, Dankeschön. Wir haben einmal einen Shard of Hatred. Warum auch immer der dann hat. Und wir haben die Reaper's Wraps und die Craftmats einmal, um sie zu opfern. Wraps sind keine Gloves, das sind Braces. Reaper's Wraps, bitteschön. Denn sie wollen geopfert werden. Ich darf sie nicht schotten. Ich darf sie nicht schotten. So, das Ding hier haben wir schon. Ah ja, den hier können wir dann auch noch, ne? Nachher. Ich muss zu meinem Altar. Ich muss zurück zu meinem Altar. Ich muss zum Altar. Ui. Wo kam das denn her? So, next offering. Pass auf, was wollen wir denn? Melee Damage, Progress, Double Death's Breath, alles. Immunity. Starten wir hier. Zack. Got it. Jetzt kann ich sogar hier rüber, ne? Possibility. Kann ich dann zurück eigentlich auch? Weiß ich nicht. So, jetzt brauchen wir vergessene Szenen. 55! Achso, die habe ich. Ich brauche 30. Okay. Damage to bosses. Pets, Pickup and Salvage, Common Magic and Rare Items. Dafür habe ich gerade so ein... Tatsächlich habe ich hier so einen Typen, der das für mich macht. Auf eine andere Art, aber egal. Ab und so ein Legendary, ne? Drink a Health Potion. Das ist auch gut. Random Shrine Effect auch gut. Runic Circles. Es sind eigentlich alle gut. Wir müssten jetzt einfach darüber wechseln. Erst Death's Breath, würde ich sagen. So, oh. 1100 Blood Shards. Maximum 690. Kann ich ja auch in Raten zahlen? Nein? Gut, wir sind gecapped. Ich finde es so schade, dass es so spät kommt. Bis dahin hat man schon so viel gegrindet. So, ich gucke noch mal kurz zur Xbox. Immer noch nicht live. Was ist mit denen? I don't even own a console. I just enjoy game shows. Really? Leute gibt's. Leute. Wollen wir uns, by the way, apropos Leute, wir können uns noch was craften, ne? Wir könnten uns ein Hellfire Amulet craften. Nicht, weil wir es unbedingt brauchen, wir haben jetzt Krümelchens gefunden, aber einfach, weil wir es können. Wie wär's damit? Und es ist einfach Ancient. Glass Cannon. Es ist Ancient und nicht mal komplett scheiße. Leider sind die Skills eher so... Naja, hier, ich pack's mal in die Box, ne? Muss man nicht sogar ein Hellfire Amulet oder Ring opfern? Komm, ich mache noch eine Runde über Bosse. Ich will noch eine Runde. Zur Sicherheit holen wir uns gleich das, was wir brauchen. Ich habe Gott sei Dank gleich 3 Runden gefarmt, damit es sich lohnt, ne? Verstehst du? Sicher auszahlen, der ganze Aufwand hier. So. Ich hasse dieses Geschoss. Ich hasse es. Das ist so böse. So böse. Böse. So. Putridness. So. Wenn jetzt MOS kommt, dann rede ich immer lauter, ganz viel drein. Damit das nicht glaubt, dass das nicht Dingens ist. Copyright und so. Mein Hals tut schon wieder weh. Why is it always? Warum? Erstmal diesen hier. Und dann das nächste Portal. Da 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 da. There's no escaping this hell. Oder? Hübsch. Da 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 da. So, jetzt haben wir 4442. Immer Fried ist es, was fehlt, ne? 52 Keystones für Greater Rifts habe ich schon. Das ist ja nice. Das müssen wir nämlich auch noch machen. Kurz mal eben schnell. Wir sind jetzt auf T10, ne? Habe ich schon einen T10 Rift gemacht? Eins haben wir gemacht, ne? Ich habe hier nämlich noch... Wir müssen noch das 20er machen. Weißt du was? Wir überspringen das 20er mal eben. Noch ein 45er statt ein 20er. Ich glaube, das ist auch okay. Ich glaube, das zählt. Und wenn nicht, dann machen wir halt noch das 20er. Für das Set, damit wir das Set bekommen. Weißt du, das Set, das wir längst haben. Versehentlich. Ich wollte das nicht mal. I swear. Wir haben so krass gefarmt, so richtig krass reingefarmt, dass wir das einfach überholt haben in den Season Progress. Und ich wollte jetzt auch nicht die ganze Zeit da die coolen Sachen machen, während wir den Stream gucken. Das heißt, wir machen jetzt die ganzen coolen Sachen schnell, dann gucken wir Xbox, also dann mache ich wieder Grind, weniger coole Sachen und so. Und nach Xbox ist noch gleich der Bethesda Stream, ist ein ESO Stream. Es geht um zukünftigen Elder Scrolls Online Content. Und das spielen wir ja ab und zu. Da gibt es einen Twitch-Drop außerdem. Eigentlich bin ich nur wegen dem da. Aber hey. I want it all. Ist ein Emote, glaube ich. Ein Emote bekommt man. Alle heiligen Zeiten spielen wir ESO. Und da stehen wir immer wieder rum und so. Also wir brauchen alles in Emotes und Stuff. Was halt so geht. The heart of the wasteland. Gute alte Fallout-Song. So. Bin gespannt, welche Strikes wir diesmal bekommen. Also das Ziel ist heute, so stark zu werden, dass wir auf T16 raufkommen. Weil dann haben wir die Season eh quasi durch. Verstehst du? Dann machen wir unser 75er. Was brauchen wir? 70, 75, 80, irgendwas, alles. Und dann kann uns nichts mehr aufhalten. Wir brauchen nur ein paar Grifts, ein paar Paragon. Das geht schon irgendwie. Au. Ich habe jetzt ein 2-Klicker-Bild. Wenn wir nachher umsteigen, habe ich einen Einklicker. Das wird richtig entspannt. Aber das habe ich noch gar nicht eingeplant, das Umskillen. Oh. I forgot. Warte. Das ist ein Schrein. Ah, Bam. So. Oh, den brauche ich. So, damit haben wir Chapter 4 abgeschlossen mit einem fetten 45er Grift. Einmal hier so. Den hier so. Noch ein Aufwärter. Hübsch. So, Claim. Chapter 4. Zack. Okay, Slayer Level. Gems auf 25. Okay. Set Dungeon ignorieren wir mal. Skeleton King. Belial. Machen wir mal kurz. Klingt easy. Oh, ich kann jetzt schon immer sitzen, ey. Was ist denn los? Übrigens, was nie schadet, ne? Sollte es mal machen wie der Skeleton King, einfach mal so stretchen, ne? Einfach mal schön auskugeln hier alles, einfach mal durchstrecken und dann, ne? Au, und dann sterben. Ja. Das wäre lustig gewesen, wenn wir jetzt gestorben wären. Ha! Das wäre lustig gewesen, aber sind wir nicht. Edge. So, kurz mal noch zu Belia. Wo ist der zu Hause? In Caldeum ist der zu Hause. Gleich wieder zurückgehauen. Lord of Losing. Okay, Slayer quasi auch erledigt. Der Rest kommt von selber. Champion braucht mehr Gems, eh klar. Echoing Nightmare. Oh mein Gott. Hahaha. Wir haben noch keins gefunden. Gom und Asmodan stehen da noch auf meiner Liste und ein Set-Item konvertieren. Gom, Asmodan, Set-Item. Gom und Asmodan können wir auf jeden Fall gleich noch machen. Akt 3. Gom. Wo Gom? Ich glaube, wir sind hier falsch. Sieht sehr falsch aus. Dammit. Das ist alles falsch. Alles falsch in Diablo 3. Komme ich darüber? Ja. Aber es ist falsch. Ah. Yeah. Jetzt läuft mein Buff aus. Nein, mein Buff. Nein. 2 Stück, nice. Asmodean. Haben wir auf T4 oder T6 gemacht, ne? Einfach viel zu low. Das Portal ignorieren wir mal. Wenn ich so ein Portal machen will, müssen wir einfach neues Game aufmachen. Sincerely sorry. Die anderen sind dann schon T12 oder 13, ne? Conqueror. T13 Rift. Rakanov 13. Greed 13. Ja, es sind alles schon das Zeug, das ein bisschen zäher ist. So, jetzt noch ein Aufwärter. Sehr, sehr nice. Bald muss ich hier Platz schaffen. Was haben wir für einen Trank? Life per Kill ist eigentlich ganz gut. Der ist eh zu schwach. Der ist nice, den brauchen wir auf dem Begleiter. Statt... dem hier. Das kann weg. Shanted Force. Okay. Oh, wir könnten das Set-Item gleich noch konvertieren, ne? Haben wir das auch gemacht. Wenn wir schon eins da haben. Das kostet jetzt nicht so viel. Machen wir einfach mal irgendeins. Bitteschön, Dankeschön. Natürlich nicht besser als unseres, aber egal. Kommt alles auf den Set-Item-Friedhof bei ihm hier. Okay. So viele schöne Sachen erledigt, ne? So, pass auf. Xbox haben immer noch nicht gestartet. Wann fahren denn die ihren Stream hoch? Oh, zeigen die Gameplay vom Fable? Das wäre nice. Da haben wir schon länger nichts mehr gehört von Fable. Langsam ist auf jeden Fall Zeit. Okay. Lass mich kurz überlegen. Ich muss das eh nur hier so grinden und so. Dann mache ich jetzt kurz die Pause, dann kann ich nachher nichts verpassen, richtig? Richtig. Dann machen wir so. Ich bin gleich wieder da, ja? Bis sofort. Bam, 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 bam. So, Friendos, Onliners, was geht aus? Sind wir soweit oder sind wir soweit? Sind wir soweit? Ist es soweit? Es ist soweit. Developers. Ah, das ist weiß. Warum? Augenkrebs. Elder Scrolls Something Reveal, aber warum ist es weiß? Und warum kriege ich Werbung? Ameisenfarm, was? Lol. Die Vorschläge einfach. 16 Minuten ist Start. Nächsten Song brauchen wir eigentlich nicht mehr Brezeln. Dankeschön. Die machen doch sicher Musik für uns, oder? Wir haben kein Geräusch drin? Gar nichts? Da habe ich das gerade gemutet. Doch irgendwas war. Da war gerade was. Oha. Mach das mal größer. Weiß nicht wie groß. So groß? Es ist halt weiß, es tut mir leid. I'm sorry. Da tut sich ja tatsächlich was. Das ist ein nices Intro. Ninja Theory. Oha. Sind das die Developers, die heute dabei sind? Prost. Obsidian lese ich da. Es ist voll interessant. Ich kann jetzt nicht Diablo spielen. Obsidian. Wie heißen die Macher vom neuen Fable? Cinemax Online Studios. Ba. Oxide Games, was ist das? Aha. Sehr interessant. Machine Games. Ach, da geht's von vorne los. Okay. Das sind wohl die, die heute dran sind. Was farmen wir jetzt? Ich bin für Greater Rifts. Because we need. Und vor allem können wir da gleich mal ein paar Stufen höher gehen, ne? Warte, wir steigen mal. Pass auf. Wir steigen mal auf Qual 12 ein, hier in dieses Game. Wir steigen mal direkt auf Qual 12 rüber. Was wollen wir? 13? Trauen wir uns über 13 schon? Ganz ehrlich, ich weiß gar nicht, ob wir stark genug sind. Probieren wir mal 12. Ich habe mir hier bloß irgendwas zusammengeschustert ohne Sinn und Verstand. Wir müssen halt erst gucken, wie das so ist, ne? So, da kann man dann nicht automatisch... Ja, erstmal ein Rift. So, to start. Oh ja, es fängt gleich gut an. Ja, warte mal, habe ich da gerade 100 Billionen Schaden gemacht? 100 Billions? 100 Milliarden? Ich glaube, wir können Qual 13 spielen. I think we could do it. Das ist voll das gute Intro. Ich will auch so ein Intro. Lol, wir haben gerade unsere erste Marmeladenesgabe gefunden. Voll gut, die brauche ich. Nice. Ich glaube, wir können easy auf die 13 plus. Wobei, wenn ich mir den das so ansehe, ja doch, geht. Langsam nervt das Getippe von denen aber. Das ist eine Viertelstunde, ist halt doch zu lang, oder? Nur 6000 Zuschauer? Das ist aber wenig. That's not much. Ja, schließen könnte man es auch, ne? Ja, 6 minutes to save the world, da hätten wir uns wahrscheinlich noch eine sparen können. Naja. 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 Und Kopfschutz. Der ist echt schlecht geround. Okay. Doop. So. Quarzwurf. Okay. Wie lange noch? Was? Echt noch? 11 Minuten? Ey, das Bild ist doch eingefroren. Seit wann ist das Bild eingefroren? Hä, ich hör's doch noch tippen. Oder spinne ich? Was ist das Bild frozen? Lol. Okay, Sekunde. Was ist da los? Freunde? Hello? Fünf Minuten, das ist schon besser. Okay. 7000 Leute, es wird. Hier sind viel zu wenig Mobs. So, 3 Minuten 19. Also ungefähr gleich wie vorher. Cool. Das ist schon mal ganz gut. Ah, siehst du, unsere gelben Sachen könnten wir jetzt noch aufwerten. Ein bisschen Kohle haben wir ja bekommen, ne? 2 Minuten noch. Yellow. yellow stuff. Yellow stuff. Yellow stuff. Wie viele brauche ich? Muss doch 9 teilbar sein, ne? Also 27. 5 Millionen. Gibt 12 davon. Aber wird schon passen, ne? Gibt 4 davon, viel zu wenig. Siehst du, viel zu wenig. Dann haben wir einen weiteren. Einen habe ich noch übrig. Pass auf, wir starten mit den beiden hier. Dann kann ich einen zweiten machen. Dann ist das mal voll. Und dann brauche ich noch 2 Dingensens, ne? Noch 2. Einmal 9. 9 geben immer einen, right? Immer die Dreierreihe. Und dann fehlt uns noch einer. Aber ich kriege hier nur 8. Warte, ich brauche genau 8. 8 plus 1 sind 9. Oh. Geht sich das etwa genau aus? Nein. Geht sich natürlich nicht aus, weil ich brauche ja noch den letzten. Aber ich kann jetzt noch einen erstellen, wenn ich die hier rausnehme. Dann kriege ich noch einen gecraftet. Geld ist eh schon wieder aus. Unsere Kohle ist einfach schon wieder aufgebraucht. Aber es fehlt nur noch einer jetzt. Das heißt, ein bisschen noch grinden hier. Ich könnte natürlich noch... Man muss jetzt nicht sein. Wir grinden noch ein bisschen. Wir grinden ein bisschen rein. 3 Sekunden. Oh. Da geht's los. Ich stecke gleich mal Game Sound ein bisschen. Jetzt kommt sicher noch Pre-Show oder sowas, ne? Dann habe ich das Vollbild deaktiviert. Sound. Habe ich gar nicht geändert? Oh. Ich höre irgendwie nichts. Oh. Hä? Wie habe ich das wieder geschafft? Was ist heute los? Coming to Xbox. Oha. Die haben es ja drauf bei Xbox. Wie spielt ihr die? Wie, die haben Spaß bei der Arbeit. Den kenne ich. Den Todd. Den habe ich schon mal gesehen. Wow. So beautiful und viel zu weiß. Ugh. Okay, die 4 Teilnehmer haben wir wohl. Ich kenne 2 davon. So wirklich. Und wir starten mit Obsidian. Dramatic Music Playing. Pillars of Eternity.
Welcome to Obsidian Entertainment.
Hi.
I'm so proud to share with you our upcoming fantasy action RPG, Avowed. Avowed is an adventure into the heart of the living lands, a frontier at the edge of the known world, where you must put a stop to a mysterious spiritual plague and discover a secret at the heart of the living lands. At Obsidian, we love creating worlds with deep themes, dynamic gameplay, and thoughtful reactivity. And
Outer Worlds muss ich irgendwann mal spielen.
we set out to blend the believable and fantastical to give players a world and experience like no other. It's colorful, it's vibrant, it's strange. It's one of the most incredible settings in the world of Aora.
So.
There's going to be a lot of great secrets to discover, one of which has a really personal connection to you as the player character, and you're going to have a great time getting to know those secrets and leaving your mark on the world. And when it comes to encounters,
Ist die
our
Chefin?
combat brings the best of the moment-to-moment fun that comes with action-oriented gameplay and the depth and breadth of choice that you get with an RPG. Here to talk more about Avowed's combat is Gabriel Paramo, gameplay director.
Here at Obsidian, our team's overarching goal is to empower you with choice. So we developed a flexible combat system that allows you to quickly swap from spellcasting and sharpshooting to melee combat. We want to give you the freedom to mix and match your loadout to fit the way you want to play from moment to moment, uninterrupted. For all battles, you can combine a variety of weapons, attacks, and abilities
Is this
for tactical
first
advantages against a
person?
wide range of enemy types. It's not just hacking and slashing. You're making real-time
Das ist ein
decisions about
Xbox
when to use
Game,
your
ne?
abilities, powerful melee attacks, blocks, parries.
Ich weiß nicht, ich mag First Person nicht bei so Fantasy Mittelalter Combat.
With a one-handed wand, it feels quick and snappy when dealing damage to enemies
Quick
at
and
mid-range.
snappy. Sieht aus wie Harry Potter ein bisschen. Vom Combat her. Was ist das mit dem Schwert?
Weaker or tougher combatants in an intentional and controlled manner. It's important to pay attention to the types of enemies you're dealing with. Some units are extremely defensive, some are brutishly difficult, and others you must make sure you prioritize or their healing capabilities will put you in a tough spot. To help with the different encounters you will face, we provide customizable loadouts that can be quickly switched during combat. That means you can play however you want.
Customizable Loadouts. Hallo Diablo, hast du das gehört? Diablo 4?
Dual-wield pistols and control the encounter mid-range. Or even dual-wield wands to feel like a gunslinging mage. You could use your enchanted wand to freeze
Gunslinging
enemies,
mage.
and then use your
So,
offhand
so
weapon's power
consumable.
attack to shatter them. We've worked hard to keep you constantly engaged as battles unfold by creating a balance between pressure and manageability during combat.
Players will have ample choices for how to build and progress their envoy in the world of the living lands as they get to know the game and the story and explore the many diverse regions. Some quests in Avowed will have you make difficult decisions with profound consequences, like this side quest you may encounter in Shatterscarp, the third region you'll explore on your journey through the living lands. As you're exploring, you come across the bodies of these fallen soldiers, and as you explore the remains of the battle, it's up to you to determine who, if anyone, is at fault.
Just the four of us. Manu, Kiri, Naoki, and me. Training under Captain Ruiki. Trying to keep Thirdborn safe.
In other words, you're a gang of vigilantes. Not that I'm one to judge.
Here. Take my badge. Take everyone's. Our families deserve to know we fought and died for them.
Making the right choice isn't always what it seems. We embrace moral nuance and gray areas, trusting players to make tough decisions in complicated situations.
My squad and I rested in the cave by the water last night, and as we were sleeping, we were ambushed by those miserable Zorips. I was so surprised, and it was so dark. I just got separated from everyone else. Look, I can't face those monsters alone, but I have to know if anyone else made it out. Of course he did. Sergeant Asui never has a thought he won't say out loud. So what did he tell you? That Captain Ruiki was sick?
Die Grafik haut mich so gar nicht um. Wieso sieht das alles so verwaschen aus?
Wait, if you found Sergeant Asui, why is he not here with you? What happened?
At the end of the quest, you have a choice. When you confront Private Naoki, if you believe the story he's told you, you can hand over the badges and let him go back home.
You're right. Real battle isn't something you can prepare for, is it? It's not my fault. No, they should have never have camped in the cave. I'll take the badges. I'm going back to Thirdborn.
But if you confront him, if you believe that he fled the site of the battle as an act of cowardice, then he might challenge you to a fight to reclaim his honor. Either way, when you return to town, you'll see the consequences of your actions and the choices you made during this quest. Creating an immersive experience like Avowed is anchored in the world we build. Art director Matt Hansen and the team have worked to create a unique, colorful, and dynamic visual style.
From the outset, we knew that we wanted Avowed setting to feel rich, weird, and wonderful. We found inspiration in
Weird kann Obsidian.
of real-world cultures.
Ich hoffe, die Ingame-Grafik sieht besser aus als das Video.
By contrasting the vibrant with the dull, or verdant spaces with sickly ones, we can better deliver complex emotional experiences for our players. The Living Lands is a continent of untamed valleys with
So,
widely
hallo?
varied biomes, from luxuriant forests to volcanic wastes.
Ich mag diesen Bild
Each of
nicht.
those regions
Manchmal
itself
macht
is a
keinen
confluence
Damage.
of storied landscapes. All of the regions have a lot of special things associated with them, but I have a deep place in my heart for Shatterscarp. As you're wandering the wastes of Shatterscarp, you might notice off in the distance a vibrant jewel of color. By transitioning from destitute, muted tones of a wasteland of sand and marching in towards a beautiful oasis, there's the opportunity there for life, for adventure,
Das sieht halt
and even a little
überhaupt
danger.
nicht, weiß ich nicht. Das sieht nicht aus wie ein Spiel von
We hope you've
2024.
enjoyed this look at Avowed. We're thrilled to share more about the game in the coming months, and we can't wait for you to explore the Living Lands when Avowed launches this fall.
This Fall. Na gut, ein bisschen Zeit haben sie noch, aber Also die Kämpfe könnten ganz gut werden. Die Stärke von Obsidian sind eher so Dialoge, maybe Worldbuilding. Ja, vor allem so Dialoge, charaktertiefe Story. Vielleicht wird's dadurch ein gutes Game. Ja, zu beurteilen. Müsste man gespielt haben. Aber ehrlich gesagt, meine Prioritäten sind da eher woanders. Sieht ja auch nicht so aus, als wäre es my type of game. Da würde ich lieber mal Outer Worlds nachholen. Nachspielen ist gut, so wie nachsitzen, ne? Outer Worlds und Outer Wilds habe ich beide nicht gespielt. Schande über mein Haupt. Ja, aber die Zeit. So, was haben wir jetzt? Ich glaube, ich habe es verpasst. Hallo. Ninja Theory.
We're now in the final months of development on Senua's Saga Hellblade 2.
Oh, Hellblade 2. Das ist schon... Vielleicht wird's das. Hellblade 1 muss ich aber auch noch schnell nachholen.
With a shorter, narrative-led experience that focuses on the things that we really care about, and that we hope you care about too.
Das war Ninja Theory, genau, Hellblade. Ich hoffe, da gibt's nicht viele Quicktime-Events. Ich hasse die.
Senua is back with a new quest. She wants to stop the Vikings who raided her village right at their source, in Iceland. But not just her quest has changed.
Ich find's cool, dass die Untertitel haben. Das ist so viel nicer als bei Blizzard. Vor allem, weil da manche echt einen ziemlichen Akzent haben. Muss ich mich immer so konzentrieren. So, warte mal.
This settlement became my tribe.
Das sieht halt gut aus, das Spiel, weißt du? Das sieht einfach gut aus, auf den ersten Blick schon.
In the story, we're trying to be as faithful to history as we can up to a point, establishing a solid framework and then building more surreal elements on top.
Restraint, nice. Zweimal gleich.
Giants who have plunged the land into chaos, and which in turn has seen the rise of the Droiga, a violent threat that has swept through the settlements that she'll discover. Senua will make new enemies and also new allies who will come to see her unique perspective as a beacon of hope. And she'll discover, along with us, how this viewpoint can have its advantages.
Senua is a Celtic warrior who experiences psychosis, seeing things that other people don't, hearing voices, and having unique beliefs about the world around her. To bring Senua's perspective of the world to life in a truthful way, we have once again worked closely with Professor Paul Fletcher at the University of Cambridge, as well as people with lived experience of psychosis.
What does that mean?
Psychosis.
It's terrifying.
Players will find themselves traversing beautiful and hostile environments,
seeking
answers from patterns and signs that Senua sees in her own unique way, and battling through encounters with enemies that will push Senua to her limits.
On On Saga, we've taken everything to the next level. With a new motion capture space, a bigger stage team, a stunt crew and a new cast.
We spent a lot of time planning the motion capture shoots, thinking of what events would be good to bring into this fight.
Wir müssen noch höher gehen mit Grifts.
Feel different from the previous fight. We have all new combat for the sequel. One of our key goals was the ability to actually tell a story throughout it. It does feel very different from the first game, but it's very brutal and you're very invested in it. Senua isn't a superhero, she's fighting for survival, and we want the player to feel her struggle in every step of her journey. We want the player to always feel like they just scraped through, just survived it.
Mel knows Senua better than anyone, better than I do. Her instincts are amazing, and she really doesn't need much help from me. On stage, our main focus is storytelling. So I get to watch the actors and see all the beautiful expressions on their faces. And then I have to wait a little while, and then I get to see that all again in-game, in costume, on location, everything. It's a great experience, a great process.
Every discipline in the studio is unified in achieving a deep level of immersion to help suspend your disbelief and pull you into Senua's story. We were lucky enough to do a few reference gathering trips in Iceland. You have to be there. The sense of scale, everything is incredible. And you see a scene or you see a small section of the game and you're like, yeah, that works, that's amazing.
Senua experiences reality differently, and a part of this manifests in the voices she hears. These voices come to life through binaural audio, which provides a good representation of this type of auditory hallucinations. As we focus in immersion, binaural audio is perfect for this because through headphones you surround yourself in a three-dimensional space. In the first game, we only applied to the voices that Senua listens in her head. In this game, through spatial audio technology and some extra little things within the game, there is music that is binaural. Every single sound has the potential to be binaural, so everything is spatialized around you and it's a very beautiful experience.
Ich habe auch ein bisschen Angst vor dem Spiel. Irgendwie will ich es spielen, aber ich habe auch ein bisschen Angst davor.
Fast and deep is not only about quality, it's about personality. So when you listen to Hellblade, you know it's Hellblade. On the music, we are working with Heilung, which for me is a personal privilege because I really admire them.
Oh, Heilung kenne ich, ja, cool.
Their craft, their depth, their meaning in the music, it really connects with our game and elevates it to something really special. We are also working with a heavy metal singer, throat singers, and our very own Furies. They sing so beautiful, and we add that binaural touch of music. So this all creates a very immersive and a very special and unique experience.
Our mission here at Ninja Theory is to craft life-changing art with game-changing tech. And that's
Heilung ist schon nice.
Hellblade 2 is to not only see where Senua
Müsste ich mir mal wieder gönnen.
to deliver something really meaningful for our players.
My hope is that they will really connect to Senua as a character, and even if they can't really relate to what she's going through, maybe they know someone that relates to that character and they can then understand that person better.
Well, I don't want to sound cheesy, but in a way I'm Senua, right? She exists and doesn't. It exists through all of our work, through every ninja. So we all are Senua.
Oh, die nennen sich Ninjas. Oh.
Grows and grows and grows and grows and keep growing and keep changing. So that makes it real.
I'm so proud of the love, care and passion our
Mit
team
dem Soundtrack, ey, gleich wieder Strike, ne?
Our hope is to not only create a game that is great to play, but to craft an experience that leaves you thinking and feeling. From our combat gameplay through to our action set pieces, from our cinematic scenes to our puzzle solving, everything is crafted in service of Senua's journey. A journey that you can embark on May 21st.
Mai schon. Ich krieg's da wieder nie durch. Wenn Starfield langweilig wird, spiel mal Hellblade. Aber ich habe noch 20.000 andere Releases. Ich habe mal auf Twitter einen Post gemacht dazu. Alleine, was in den nächsten Wochen ansteht. Das hat mich gerade irritiert. Was war das? Jetzt beginnt's erst? Oder geht's jetzt weiter? Oder war das jetzt nur... Hä? Ist das jetzt dazwischen? Oder mittendrin? Oder überhaupt? Da kommt noch was, oder? Jetzt geht's weiter. Das ist eine Zwischeneinblendung. Okay. Square Enix. Ach, sind doch mehr dabei? Ich dachte, es geht nur eine Stunde. Hello. Mana.
Xbox ユーザーの皆さんにいち早くお伝えできる機会をいただけて大変光栄です。コンソールゲームとしては約17年目となる聖剣伝説シリーズの完全新作。
So, ich glaube, das interessiert mich jetzt weniger. Secret of Mana. Ich habe jetzt die Blutsplitter.
個性豊かなキャラクターたち。心に響く楽曲の数々。武器の特性を生かして戦うアクション RPG としてこれまでに発売され長らく愛されてきました。本作は30年以上の歴史あるシリーズの最新作となるため、これまで培われてきた聖剣伝説としての世界をしっかり感じられるものを目指して鋭意制作中です。フィールドでは自然や精霊とのつながりを感じられる色彩豊かな聖剣伝説の世界を体験してもらえると思います。シリーズおなじみのモンスターたちも本作に登場しています。今回これらのおなじみのモンスターたちを作り出した聖剣伝説の生みの親である石井浩一さんとともに
Da geht er hin, unser Pongring. Ich wusste, ich brauche noch einen.
I'm Koichi Ishii from Gretz.
Hallo.
I'm so happy to introduce the newest game in the Mana series to Xbox players.
Gott, ist der schnuckig.
初期の頃からシリーズ作品に登場しているモンスターたちは私が考案したものです。
Japanisch spricht er ein bisschen schneller.
小学生の頃すでにイメージができていたものもあります。
Nein, ich habe die ganzen roten Steine.
本作では初めはドット絵からスタートしたモンスターたちをどのような形で最新化して聖剣伝説ビヨンズ・オブ・マナに落とし込むか、デザインの方向性からモデルの完成イメージまでを監修する立場でプロジェクトに参加しました。
Ich habe die ganzen roten Steine geschrottet. Nein.
聖剣伝説ファイナルファンタジー概念を作っていた頃から自分の頭の中ではモンスターたちが立体的に生き生きと動いてこれまで自分が携わった作品ではそれらをどうやって当時の技術で表現できるかにこだわって作ってきました。最新作では聖剣伝説のモンスターたちのただ可愛いだけではなく恐ろしさの部分もしっかりと表現できているのでバトル中はモンスターたちの表情にも
Wenn es nicht so quietschbunt wäre, wäre es ja vielleicht ein ganz nettes Game, ne?
聖剣伝説シリーズには空を旅する海を渡る手助けをしてくれる頼もしい仲間たちがいましたが、今作には広大なフィールド探検に欠かせない新たな仲間が登場します。陸上を猛スピードで駆け回ってくれるピックル。
Ah, wir haben unseren ersten Echo. Sollte man es aber aufheben für später. So. Anchenflechtring. Okay. Krass. Jetzt kommen die Items, ne?
見た目はアルマジによく似た仙山港や古代エジプト神のアヌビスの子供といった具体的なイメージが浮かんできて、それぞれの特徴を取り入れながらラフデザインを書き起こしました。デザイナーにも足の長さや丸まった時のイメージなどゲームの中での見え方も考えながら調整を重ねていき、ピックルは誕生しました。もう一つの挑戦は楽曲面です。過去様々なコンポーザーが携わられた楽曲の雰囲気が感じられますも
Den Gürtel auch, weil ich nicht sicher bin, ob ich den habe.
素晴らしい新たな楽曲が生まれました。 BGM でもしっかり聖剣伝説シリーズらしさを感じてもらえると思います。 過去シリーズの楽曲を手掛けたクリエイターたちが全100曲という大ボリュームの制作に
Aber ich könnte auch mal Ding hier einfach craften, ne? Stuff of Herding. Ich habe den einfach in einer Stunde zusammengefarmt, ne? Das war so easy. Nix im Vergleich zu früher. So, jetzt haben wir hier ein bisschen mehr Platz wieder. Gut.
今作はアクション RPG 聖剣伝説のアクション部分が強化されています。空中でのアクションがバトルの鍵となっており、武器での攻撃だけでなく魔法での攻撃も可能になっています。
Machen wir zuerst noch ein paar Grifts.
そして本作ならではの特徴として聖剣伝説シリーズではおなじみの精霊たちがいますが、その力を宿した武器を使うとバトルを手助けしてくれるようになります。精霊によっては様々な特性の違いがありますので、その効果とともに聖剣伝説の世界らしい不思議な力で爽快なバトルを楽しんでいただけます。
オリジナルモンスターやピックリにも注目してほしいのですが、聖剣伝説ビジョンズ・オブ・マナーは聖剣伝説らしさを感じてもらえる作品になるよう、小山田君を中心にチームのみんな
Ich kriege hier schon ordentlich auf die aufs Maul.
私自身もプレイするのを楽しみにしています。
聖剣伝説シリーズとして初めて Xbox ユーザーの皆さんにお届けする本作聖剣伝説ビジョンズ・オブ・マナーは今後も様々な情報をお届けしていきますので、ぜひご期待ください。この夏、この忘れられない冒険を Xbox ユーザーの皆さんに楽しんでいただける日が今から待ちきれません。
Gut, dass sie die Daten nochmal dazu schreiben. Oxide. Oxide. So, was war das nochmal?
Hello, and welcome to Oxide Games. We founded the studio in 2013 with our decades of personal experience building some of the most beloved strategy games of all time, like Civilization V.
Strategie.
We
Ach,
came
Civ
together to create
5,
something
echt?
new and innovative in a genre we all love.
Oh.
Ara History Untold is the game we've dreamt of making.
Ach, das ist Ara.
Homage to historical gamers, strategy gamers,
Ja, auch schon gehört.
It features all the depth and gameplay fans of this genre love, where you'll explore the world, expand your nation, govern your people, and engage with your rivals on the international stage. But it isn't just more of the same. With Ara, we wanted to challenge some of the preconceived notions about the genre, push it forward in a modern, empowering, and truly compelling and approachable way.
For example, we have over 100 instruments on display in the office, which are all things that we purchased in order to add to the soundtrack and expand the game and make it really good. Hi, Dan. That's Dan. We started in his basement. It's been an amazing process to see from concept to completion. We started
Okay, das war
building
nice.
a robust game engine, questioning our design assumptions, and prototyping out features, rediscovering what made us fall in love with strategy games in the first place.
The end result is Ara, the historical grand strategy game that presents a living world where you can rule how you want to rule and chart your own path to becoming the most prestigious nation on the planet.
For Ara, we knew we needed deep
Oh,
systems with outcomes
hoppla.
that encourage exploration and give players the power to
Ich wollte kurz nach Ara sehen, verdammt.
while still having agency over their playstyle.
We also wanted to explore more in different parts of history and give players from around the world the chance to see the game reflect their unique perspective and not just ours.
And finally, we knew that for players to feel the impact of their decisions, they would need to see their choices reflected in the game world itself, not just through numbers on a menu. One of the first differences you'll see when you dive into Ara is what we call the living world. It's a procedurally generated alternate Earth, bursting with life, an intuitive, authentic, and immersive space, a blank canvas for players to paint the society of their dreams.
Sieht auch so verwaschen aus teilweise.
It reflects the choices players make over the course of the game. They can see everything from the settling of the wilderness to cultural influence on architecture over time to the thousands of citizens living their
Aber hat
lives and reacting to the
viele kleine Details.
We
Warum
want
ruckelt
players
das
to feel
jetzt?
like they're truly occupying the world, leading their people as they thrive and grow. Core to the vision
Was
of
ist denn da
Ara is our
los?
philosophy of rule how you want to
Alle
rule.
Freunde?
Feature better exemplifies this
sorry.
than the prestige system.
To win a game of Ara, players will compete with their rivals to build the most influential,
hier
impressive,
sind wir
and
durch.
important nation the world has ever known. This is measured by prestige, a player's score that proves their worth as a
Prestige.
leader.
The
Mate
prestige
of
system gives
Orleans.
players the chance to decide what kind of leader they want to be. Do they want to pursue great works of arts and culture? Military might? Scientific advancement? The choice is theirs. In Ara, there are no set
Maybe
entry
it's
conditions.
nice.
Players get to
Das
decide
wäre was, das
what is
könnte man
most
mal
important to them
testen.
and focus and prioritize on those goals while still being able to win the game.
I guess.
Personally, when I play Ara, I like to build triumphs. Triumphs are our collection of incredible monuments and architectural achievements from throughout human history. Like the Great Pyramid of Giza, they're hard to build, but worth it, giving huge prestige bonuses and game-changing abilities to the nation that constructs them.
Another aspect of Ara that I'm personally excited about is our crafting system.
The crafting system offers a
Crafting.
unique challenge to the player that they generally won't see often in the 4X genre.
Ich
Succeeding
wollte gerade sagen.
at balancing, gathering the right things, turning them into the tools that you need, and then finally getting to the outcome or reward of something like an important improvement or triumph just changes the challenge that exists in Ara compared to other 4X games.
Okay.
Crafting plays out in Ara at
Why
a
not?
national scale, with players honing and combining the natural resources they harvest into all manner of goods and components. Those are the foundation for everything, from international trade
The
to
foundation.
citizens' lives,
Ach,
and
krieg
even
ich Teilswehe.
weapons necessary to draft military units. The crafting system in Ara encourages thoughtful, advanced planning. It rewards players who can see the strategic outcome of all their collective decisions, and not just the individual ones.
I'm proud of the work that's gone into our simultaneous turn system. Many strategy games have players alternate taking turns and reacting to their opponent's moves. In Ara, all players' actions are resolved at the same time. This rewards players' ability to navigate uncertainty, to predict and strategically plan for a variety of scenarios in the moment. This system makes Ara just feel more real. In a typical strategy game, once your turn is finished, you have to wait for a long time. With simultaneous turns, generally speaking, those times are very low. You get to keep playing the game and stay engaged rather than having those periods of downtime where you're not doing anything.
It's not easy sifting through all of history and picking what to include. For Ara, we wanted to offer a fresh perspective, so we looked at cultures and societies throughout the millennia with the broadest lens possible.
Where this approach really shines is in our leaders. Leaders are so often seen as military personnel or prominent government figures, but leaders come in so many different forms. They're thought leaders, scientific and cultural prodigies, and many more.
Each leader in Ara has a number of special abilities.
Ist nichts, was man klassisch als Leader versteht, ne? So ein Scientist.
Unique leader trait informed by their
Aber
contributions to
okay.
world history.
With a diverse global roster,
Nichts
we know
gegen
players will
Abwechslung.
find leaders that they will want to play. And even a few that may surprise them with how fun it is when those leaders are handed the reins of power.
For us at Oxide, player feedback is the only way to really understand what you're making. It gives us that priceless perspective from the people we're making Ara for, you.
Building the game alongside real players has given us that critical player feedback. In the end, we believe this makes for a deeper connection between the players and the game.
One of my favorite examples is when we first introduced the concept of dangerous wildlife to the game. It turns out, in our first iteration, it was maybe a little bit too aggressive or disruptive. We knew we should probably make a change when one of our insiders made a forum post that was just,
Cougars, cougars,
Cougars, I hate cougars!
someone get these feline demons away from me. I'm happy to report, based on more recent feedback, that I think we ended up in a good place with the overall threat level of mountain lions to a player's citizenry.
It's been years of hard work to bring you a strategy experience like no other. And we're so excited that we can finally see the finish line. We can't wait for players to get their hands on the game later this year.
Ja,
But the
gespannt.
launch of Ara is only the beginning. We are going to maintain our insider program after the release date and continue to listen to players and support the game into the future.
On behalf of everyone at Oxide Games, thank you for joining us today. We can't wait for you to play Ara and to create your own history.
Kann mal gucken, was da so ein Insider, ne? Was man da so braucht dafür, um so ein Insider zu werden. Kann natürlich auch sein, dass ich keine mehr annehmen im Moment. Aber ich habe schon das eine oder andere Xbox-Game getestet. Insofern könnten wir da Chancen haben.
Hej och välkommen till Uppsala, Sverige, här hos Machine Games. We are really excited to finally be able to share our work on Indiana Jones.
Ach, das ist das Indiana Jones Game, was die machen.
Indiana Jones has always represented the ultimate adventure. Even today, it's one of the most iconic franchises in pop culture. In this game, you aren't just playing as Indy.
Jetzt kriegen wir wieder Claims, ne? Wegen dem Soundtrack. Wahrscheinlich. Ich muss gestehen, ich kann wenig mit Indiana Jones anfangen. I thought.
For what it would be like and the story, what Indy was going after, what period of his life it was in.
Ich kann Todd nicht mehr zuhören, wenn der redet, ne? Ich ja nur Lügen oder leere Versprechen zumindest. Kann einfach nicht hinhören.
I can remember pitching Lucasfilm on the game and being, a little bit nervous because, look, it's, Indiana Jones, and their response was just overwhelmingly positive, and just that excitement has bled through the whole project, and they have just been so trusting and supportive of everything that we want to do with the game. It's been a long time. I've been a fan of this my whole life, and I couldn't be more excited to show you what the team here has been up to. Let's take our first look at the new Indiana Jones game.
Ja, mach mal. Ich mach Grifts. Jedem das seine.
While you were playing your pointless game, I was playing you. If you're wondering if maybe you should have built yourself a life of meaning instead of ending up here, dead and forgotten in the sands of Africa.
War das Harrison Ford? Lucasfilm Games. Das ist so, weiß ich nicht. What happened to LucasArts? Lucasfilm Games. Ihre. Er hatte alles schon. Der George.
Just waiting to be found.
You can't just run away from your problems, Indiana.
Es ist halt irgendwie so 80s, I don't know. Irgendwie ist alles bei Indiana Jones so 80s.
Throughout history, mankind has built sites of great spiritual significance. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you get a perfectly aligned circle.
Da da da. Da 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 da. Das ist das Einzige, was ich kenne. Da 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 da. So viele Copyright Claims heute. Das sieht echt aus wie Harrison Ford, der Dude. Gab's nicht mehrere Indianas? Ich hab sicher nicht alle gesehen.
patron of the fallen angels, protector of the circling moon.
Circling Max. Der Great Circle. Oh mein Gott. Indiana Jones und der große Kreis.
You have any idea how old that was?
Das Spiel sieht echt aus wie so ein Film, ne? Es orientiert sich sehr stark dran.
Such an iconic character, and he means so much to so many people.
Everyone here at the studio has their own indie stories and memories. Most of us grew up with his adventures and have been fans of the movies and the character for years.
He's a brilliant archaeologist, he's a charismatic everyman, he's passionate and determined. And for us, he's synonymous with adventure.
Now we have the opportunity to tell a new Indiana Jones story for a modern gaming audience. Our game is all about putting you in Indy's shoes, letting you see and feel what he sees and feels. For us at Machine Games, we do that best through first person. It's the ideal perspective to bring you into the rich, exciting and interactive world we've built. We believe that being up close and personal to the adventure is key, making each action feel like your own.
Whether it's cracking your whip, solving puzzles in ancient temples, or seeing your knuckles go bloody in a fistfight, all of these moments are much more intense in first person.
But we still want you to have those moments. Seeing his iconic silhouette with the hat and the whip, and so for things like cutscenes and environmental traversal, we pull the camera back for a third-person view. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is set between Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade.
When our game begins, Indiana is working at Marshall College. He wakes up in the middle of the night to the sounds of a break-in and rushes to confront the thief in the college museum. The mysterious giant of a man makes off with what seems to be a historically insignificant artifact, sparking Indiana's curiosity.
Who the hell are you?
Following the trail, Indiana heads to the Vatican, hoping to learn why this particular relic was stolen, and discovers that things aren't what they appear.
He starts pulling at the strings of a mystery, and it all unravels until he has no choice but to see it through to the end, whatever the end may be.
On next plane to Rome. Stop. Need help. Stop. Maybe in Vatican. Stop. Indy.
We always talk about how clever Indiana Jones is. That had to be one of our guiding principles when we were thinking about the type of game we were making. It wouldn't be Indy if he wasn't using his wits to get through the situation. The most authentic Indiana Jones experience we can make is the one that makes you think first.
Sure, there will be some obstacles that will be more easily overcome with the revolver or a gun taken from a disarmed guard. But I think most of the time you'll have more fun, and to be honest, a more genuine indie experience by finding more clever ways to solve a problem.
We always want to be offering more solutions, whether it's trying a different path through the environment to get around enemies, observing enemy patrols and using them to your advantage, or using the tools at your disposal, like the whip.
It's an amazing global adventure, with action propelling you through your journey.
We have these really diverse environments for you to explore. Indy's journey will take him to the forgotten temples of Sukhothai, the pyramids of Egypt, the snow-peaked Himalayas, and beyond.
We look carefully at each location and the time period the game is set in, and we're trying to make it as authentic and accurate as possible.
We love creating rich, vibrant worlds, and in this game, we also had the goal of making it feel like a true cinematic Indiana Jones adventure.
One of the biggest ways to do that is with the music. John Williams is the original composer for the indie films, and we're really lucky to have found Gordy Hub, a composer who's been able to capture Williams' essence with his score for The Great Circle.
Den könnte man cuben. Ich heb ihn erstmal auf.
Very movie-like approach to things like cinematics. We're very physical with our production style.
Das
We use
cute
a lot
man.
of stunt actors. Things like this help us bridge the gap between making a game and making a movie.
And of course, our characters do a lot to help bring the world to life as well. Next to Indy, Gina is our other main protagonist. Where Indy is pursuing answers just for the sake of curiosity, Gina has a personal stake in getting to the bottom of the core mystery.
Gina is an investigative reporter who has a lot riding on this adventure. She's been tracking a lead for some time, and now she's found an ally in this determined American professor. Their paths are intertwined, and they'll need each other in order to get to the bottom of this mystery.
Okay, then. Let's see if you can keep up.
Fight. What do you mean if I can keep up? We always love our villains and think we might have found our favorite one yet in RoS. He's this intense psychological man. He's obsessed with the human mind and manipulating it.
He's highly intelligent and the perfect foil for Indy. They're both brilliant people, compelled by their passions and obsessions, but driven down wildly different roads.
He creeps up on you and gets under your skin like he gets under Indy's skin. It's captivating.
Dead and forgotten in the sense of Africa.
One of our mottos for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is adventure first. But in every indie adventure, there are always those moments where he finds himself
Warte
in
mal,
the
man muss kurz was
It's been one
nachsehen.
of those balancing acts for us, and we've ended up with this sort of hybrid experience that mixes melee combat, stealth, and gunplay.
How you approach any given situation is up to you. You may choose to sneak around an enemy patrol, or maybe you'll just pick up a shovel and whack them on the back of their head. And when you can't use your wits, you got Indy's most iconic tool. Just like you see in the movies, one of our goals has been to make the whip as fun and multi-purposed as possible. We want it integrated into every aspect of the game.
You can use it as a traversal tool to make your way around the environment. You can use it as a distraction. And yes, you can absolutely use it in combat. Everything you'd expect from Indy's whip. And hopefully a little bit more. Puzzles are a key feature in our game. The spirit of discovery is so important to Indiana Jones. Obviously, there are a handful of puzzles on the main path, but a lot of the puzzles are optional and are just there for the players who want to experience them. Epic traps, small secrets, and hidden puzzles that blend right in with their surroundings.
One thing I love about our game is the level of interactivity that we have. We have this world of mystery where anything could potentially hide a secret. The more you look, the more you'll discover.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I want to thank you all for joining us for our big reveal of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Machine Games is known for creating these rollercoaster experiences with huge set pieces, surprising twists, and immersive narratives. It's exciting for us that we have been able to stay so true to the Indiana Jones franchise and create such an authentic experience while still being able to showcase what makes us us. We are making a game for everyone, whether you are very familiar with the franchise or not. Because at the heart of Indiana Jones is an incredible adventure, and I think that's something everyone wants to be part of. I'm also very excited to announce that Indiana
Hängt sich das
Jones
schon
and the
wieder?
Great Circle will
Was
be coming
ist
later
denn
this year,
los,
and we
Twitch?
cannot wait to share more soon.
Come on. Was soll denn das? Warte, ich mach das zweite Tab einfach mal zu. Vielleicht liegt's daran, I don't know. Wir hatten das jetzt beim anderen Stream nicht. Strange. Wo war ich? Blutsplitter. Was brauchen wir denn? Die Waffe brauchen wir. Und sonst die Schuhe wollten wir. Die Schuhe. Probieren wir mal die Schuhe.
Animals, children, and game developers.
Our mission here at Ninja Theory is to craft life-changing art with game-changing tech.
Core to the vision of Ara is our philosophy of rule how you want to rule. Stay happy.
Creating an immersive experience like Avowed is anchored in the world we build.
You aren't just playing as Indie, you are Indiana Jones.
My name is Masaru Oyamada. 今作はアクション RPG 聖剣伝説のアクション部分が強化されています。
Pass auf. Wir probieren es jetzt mal mit der Waffe. Welche brauche ich denn da? Irgendein Stab, ne? Hirn. Welcher war der Hydra-Stab? Wenn ich dann hab, dann weiß ich's. Wand. Machen wir mal 5 Stück. Mach mal 10. Komm, wir machen 10. 2, 3 Mats Hammer. Mal gucken, ob die reichen. Elder Scroll. Ist jetzt schon vorbei. Ah. Das war das Ende, so zack. Einfach. Wow. Also der ist jetzt nicht irgendwie RIP, der Stream, der ist einfach offline. Leute waren auch verwirrt, offensichtlich. Okay, nö, der ist... Oh, wobei... Was? 50 Minuten? Oh, war gar nicht zu kurz. Gut, dann gehen wir jetzt rüber zu Bethesda.
Das ist Chrome für dein Phone.
Ach, Chrome ist das, ja. Das ist aber interessant, dass das Chrome ist. Das ist ja toll, dass das Chrome ist. So, hier geht der Spaß weiter. Die haben nur einen Fehler drin. Warum haben die nicht rüber geradet? Warum haben die nicht einfach einen Raid rüberlassen? So, wer bist du?
Yourself back up from that last adventure if you'd like. Wonderful. I have a few things getting started in the kitchen back there. So let's
Ach, das ist dieses Kochbuchzeugs, ne? Ja, nice. Alter, das sind viel mehr Leute. 30k jetzt schon. Oh. Hearty Beef Stew. Das ist mal schöner Content. Die Musik ist auch nice. Ich hasse die kleinen Regler. In der ungemütlichsten Gewandung, Pseudo-Gewandung, gleich mal kochen, ja. Die hätten sich alle gegenseitig raiden können, actually. Tja. Vertane Chance. Ich finde es gut, dass der nicht plappert. Das ist actually angenehm. So. Waffen. Waffen. Wie viel Zeugs habe ich? 500 Steinchen. 700 Parts. Okay. Yo. Ah. Meiner ist doch ziemlich schlecht gerollt, ne? Alter, gleich auf Ancient. Soll ich einen Explomage bauen oder wie? Ja, ist schon mal ganz gut, der Aetherwalker. Starfire. Da. Da haben wir ihn. Das ist schon mal... Okay. Sollen wir auf ein zweites Mal gamblen? Ich meine, was soll der Geiz, ne? Probieren kann man es ja. Gleich auf Ancient. Nope. Aber wir haben ihn einmal. Einmal ist gut genug. Weißt du, was habe ich das jetzt? Ich habe da schon wieder die Hälfte getauscht, ne? Überschreib das nochmal. Den packen wir hier rein. Aber dann können wir... Ach ja, die Schuhe fehlen noch. Actually fehlen noch die Schuhe. Wir holen uns die Schuhe noch. Die Schuhe. Oh, und ein Prunkring, zweiter. Schuhe, zweiter Prunkring. Aber dann können wir loslegen. So, den wollte ich behalten. Den sowieso, der muss eigentlich... Ich pack das mal hier rüber, ne? Ich pack das Zeug einfach hier rüber. Ich brauche hier Platz. Die können alle weg, oder? Ja. Leider. Der Musikübergang. Barry Cross the Ta. Das ist auch ein nices Intro. Einfach so ein bisschen kochen. Ja, das ist nice. Die haben schon gute Ideen da für diese Streams. Farm ich da jetzt eigentlich einen Drop oder farm ich da einen Drop? Ich hab wieder Zeug hier. Wahrscheinlich erst nachher aktiv, oder? Ab Punkt. Alter, wie viel Zucker? Was? Uff. Einmal pures Zahnweh. Das sieht eigentlich ziemlich easy aus. Okay, jetzt kommt der Teig. Den Teig musst du halt so hinkriegen. Ja. Ich habe nicht mal aufgepasst, was das für ein Teig ist. Der hat ja einen kleinen süßen Dings. Ist schon. Noch mehr Zucker. Ich kann nicht hinsehen. Ich meine, das sieht halt geil aus, ne? Aber Zucker mit Zucker mit Zucker. Ach ja, natürlich.
Well, it certainly looks like you enjoyed that food, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope that the meals that we were able to provide keep you in the fight just a little bit longer in your upcoming adventures in Tamriel, and I look very much forward to hearing of all of your epic adventures and quests. But my time is at an end right now. Thank you again for joining us today. Let's see what the future has in store in the Elder Scrolls Online 2024 Global Reveal. Starting now. Until next time, my friends, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and as always, be safe out there. Enjoy the show.
Ba, ba, ba. So, was will ich denn noch machen? Wir haben ja die Double Bounties, ne? Ja, was? Let's go. T13, Double Bounties, Akt 1. Zeigen sogar Fanart. Nice. Ba, ba. Ich bin also nicht der Einzige, der mit dem Spiel Soundtracks startet. Ba, ba, ba. La la la. La 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 la. Geht's jetzt los? Jetzt geht's los. Es geht los. Man muss mindestens 18 sein, wenn man alles zusammenzählt, ist man zu alt. So. Noch eine Minute runterziehen. Oh, diese Timer immer. Heute ist der Tag der Timer. Mein Name ist Lachtalan. Nein, war Lyrics. Egal. Acht, 7. Ich habe keine Mobs mehr. 4, 3, 2, 1 und keine Monster. Bang, bang, bang.
Welcome everyone to the 2024 Elder Scrolls Online Global Reveal.
Ja, komm, sag an.
Today, we'll share all of the details of our 2024 plans,
Okay.
including ESO's new chapter. But
New
first,
chapter.
I'd like to take a moment to talk about what ESO means to all of us here at ZeniMax Online and to all of you. We built
sagt
ESO as a
ESO zu
virtual world
Teso.
centered around Elder Scrolls lore, where you can go anywhere, play in any style you want, with endless customization, and have the freedom to roleplay as anyone you want. And
So,
also to be a
next
safe
one.
harbor from the often unpredictable and complex outside world. Just take a step back to the game's early days and see how much we've accomplished. From taking on Moloch Ball with the help of Cadwell and Darian Gauthier, fighting other players to claim territory in Cyrodiil and the Ruby Throne and our
Ja,
amazing
manchmal
PvP system,
pockt das Ding einfach
slaying
nicht.
dragons in the sandy
Was
canyons
mache ich
of
denn da
Elsewhere with Chimera
falsch?
and Abner Tharn, fencing a fortune in stolen goods at your friendly neighborhood outlaw refuge, and so much more. We take you through all of the lands of Tamriel, filled with memorable characters who return again and again to provide companionship, humor, and drama. Our stories are among the best in the genre, and our content also includes game systems like Companions, Antiquities, Tales of Tribute, Dungeons, PvP, the list goes on and on. With ESO, you can pick and choose what fits your virtual life in Tamriel. And later this year, we'll hit an amazing and important milestone, 10 years in Tamriel.
10 years? Damn, ist ja wirklich so. 2014 kam das Ding raus. Alter. Sag ich, während ich Diablo 3 spiele. 2012, Leute. 2012. 12 Jahre Diablo 3. Unglaublich. Ich spiele einfach immer noch. Nichts mit, das wird enden mit D4. Nein, noch nicht. Da muss D4 erst noch ein bisschen was drauflegen. 24 Millionen.
Originally in English, French, and German, we now offer localization in Chinese, Japanese, Russian, and Spanish. And ESO developers now stretch from west coast of the USA through Austin, Texas to our headquarters in Maryland.
Die Zahlen an Dialogen in dem Spiel sind sicher beeindruckend. Und das in vielen Sprachen.
Everyone at ZOS considers the ESO community part of the family. It's not just a hashtag.
It's
that
not
feeling
just
of
a
caring
hashtag.
and connection begins in our studio.
Ow,
and
ow, ow.
I'm very proud to be part of it. Remember that ESO launched in April 2014, but that was just on PC. It launched on Xbox and PlayStation in June 2015. So, we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary over 15 months in 2024 and 2025. Expect community events around the globe. We announced the first of these already. It's in the Netherlands this coming spring. Thank you to everyone who signed up already. We'll have another large community event in 2025 in the Baltimore, Washington area of the USA to mark the 10th anniversary of ESO's console launch, and a few more events sprinkled between them. We will post information on all of our anniversary celebration plans on social media and ElderScrollsOnline.com.
Stimmt, die haben ja
The team has prepared special
Anniversary.
10-year anniversary rewards for many of our in-game events happening in 2024 and 2025. Some you can start
Ich fürchte nur, dass unsere Gruppe immer noch nicht wirklich so weit sein wird, die auch zu spielen, tatsächlich. Schade. Was ist der Gobbo? Da.
I can't wait to see all of you at the in-person events. And now it's time to look forward to 2024's new content. ESO's newest chapter features everything that makes ESO special, exploring a region of Tamriel well known to Elder Scrolls fans, telling an amazing story that goes deep into the lore of the region, and adding a new gameplay with a system called scribing, which allows players to customize some of their abilities. The chapter is called Gold Road, and it takes place on the borders of Cyrodiil, and Valenwood. So let's start the show and see all the details with the global premiere of the 2024 ESO Gold Road trailer. Enjoy and see you in Tamriel.
So. Schon wieder eine Aufwertung. Jetzt kommen sie aber daher. Die Videos sind immer ganz nice, ne? Ba 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 ba.
What's up, everyone? You just saw the world premiere trailer for our upcoming chapter, The Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road. I'm Gina Bruno, ESO Senior Community Manager, and today I'm joined by The Elder Scrolls Online's own creative director, Rich Lambert.
Hey everyone, I'm thrilled to be back again for this year's ESO Global Reveal, and boy do we have a lot of exciting things to share with you all. The team has been working super hard on 2024's new adventures and features, and it's going to be another amazing year for The Elder Scrolls Online.
Well, the truth is, the team's been working super hard for the past 16 years. And Rich, you and I have actually been here from the very beginning in 2007.
It's wild looking back for sure. I remember the days of being able to fit the entire team into a minivan and all go out to lunch together. A lot has changed since then, and now we're suddenly about to celebrate 10 years of being live, with 40+ major content updates and a community that literally spans the globe. It's amazing how much we've done, and it certainly doesn't feel like 16 years have passed already.
And now that we're looking ahead to what's coming in 2024, why don't you start us off with an overview about this year's adventure and story?
Last year, we saw players explore the Talvani Peninsula and Apocrypha zones, and delved into a story surrounding the Prince of Knowledge, Hermaeus Mora, and master the magics of the Arcanist class. This year, we're inviting players to venture into a Colovian region known as the West Weald. And this region spans the western borders of Cyrodiil to the north and the eastern tip of Valenwood, and many Elder Scrolls players will probably recognize this location from Test 4 Oblivion. In our time, a dense jungle has suddenly appeared overnight along the Valenwood border, and the whole region is suffering from a rise in attacks from a mysterious new kind of Daedra.
So the new zone will be familiar for those of you who played Oblivion, but there's something big going on behind the scenes that's causing all this chaos.
We're doing something we've never done before in ESO, and we're introducing a whole new Daedric Prince.
That is a really big deal.
It is, and we are really excited about it. The Gold Road storyline focuses on the return of a forgotten prince named Athelia, and it was great to be able to work with BGS to bring our vision for this new power to life, and we think folks are going to love what we've created. In last year's Necrom chapter, we dropped a major cliffhanger. Mysterious forces discovered the existence of this forgotten Daedric prince, Athelia. In Gold Road, you'll discover that prince is now free, with dire consequences for all of Tamriel. I don't want to go into too much detail yet, because we'll be diving deeper into the story shortly, but this is really big, and we are very excited to see how our community reacts as they learn more about Athelia and her allies.
All right, so we have a new zone and a story about the return of a long-lost Daedric prince. But there's something else arriving with the Gold Road chapter that Matt touched on that our players have been asking about for a long time, and that's scribing.
Yes, and this is definitely something that the community has been asking about for years at this point. This chapter's big new system, scribing, is a way for players to customize their character builds. It's our take on a precursor to the spellcrafting systems from previous Elder Scrolls games, with some tweaks to balance to ensure that it works with our game's combat.
So why don't you talk a little bit about how this system works?
Wie kann meinen Charakter verändern?
With scribing, players tap into the fundamental elements of magic by unlocking special skills that they can then customize in many different ways. You'll be able to change things like the way a skill interacts with the world, its unique effects, and more. There's also many ways to customize these unique abilities, allowing players to further tailor their builds to their unique needs. We'll go into a lot more detail on scribing a little bit later, and we'll have a lot more info throughout the year, but we're very excited about this system, and it's really another way players can truly play the way they want to play.
Well, we clearly have a lot to cover throughout the show, so let's dig in. In the past, we've told stories that feature Daedric princes, emperors and tyrants, heroes, and all sorts of legendary monsters. Since our launch in 2014, we've continued to add to ESO's legacy with new stories that build upon and even add to Elder Scrolls lore in all new ways. And this year's tale is no exception. So let's kick things off with the lead for this zone, Ed Stark, who is going to share more about the new chapter's main storyline, including the Forgotten Prince.
Hello, everyone. I'm absolutely thrilled to talk to all of you about the story and the adventures you'll experience in the new Gold Road chapter. I was the lead for the High Isle and Greymore chapters, as well as the Murkmire DLC, and I'm having a lot of fun adding to the Elder Scrolls universe. Every part of Tamriel is unique and has its own emergent storylines, and Gold Road is no different. The West Weald region lies just east of the Gold Coast. Ruled by the Clovian Count Calantius, it is an independent nation allied to the imperial forces currently occupying nearby
Alter, was ist denn los hier?
under attack. Sweltering jungles replaced a third of the Westweald seemingly overnight. While the wood elves in the region seem friendly and as bemused by the situation as the displaced Imperials, Count wants to find out what happened and how he can keep from losing any more of his realm. Surprisingly, however, this Dawnwood jungle overgrowth isn't the most pressing concern for you and your fellow adventurers. Laramil the Wise, an ally of Hermaeus Mora, is back. She's investigating the reappearance of Athelia, the Forgotten Prince, who was introduced at the end of the Necrom chapter. Laramil reveals that scions of Athelia are searching the Westweald for her, wreaking havoc in the region. They believe that the Forgotten Prince had some connection to the aliens who once dwelt in the ancient ruins scattered throughout the zone. These scions are desperate to help Athelia recover her memory.
Ich habe so keine Ahnung von der gesamten Lore.
Show no mercy to anyone who gets in their
Gar
way.
keine.
Reality itself is under attack, and no one knows exactly how.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, wovon der Mann spricht.
Returned. It's been a very long time in any Elder Scrolls game since we delved into the nature of a new Daedric prince. What effect will the appearance of this long-forgotten prince have on the Westweald, Tamriel, or Nirn itself? How indeed can a Daedric prince be forgotten? More importantly, how can you, the adventurer, counter Athelia's effect on the Westweald? Well,
Hä? Woran bin ich jetzt? Was?
Play Gold Road to find out. But don't worry. In addition to the eccentric Laramil the Wise, you have some new and returning allies to help you unravel these mysteries. There's Baragon, ex-adventurer and brother to Evely Sharparrow, and Tribune Aaliyah Idolus, a brash Clovian centurion working for Count Calantius. Outside the main story, we're bringing back the vampire Fenorian of the Ravenwatch, Khajiit investigator Mizik Thunderboots, and a few other fan-favorite allies to also help you in your journeys. There's political intrigue rivaling the tales told in Orsinium and High Isle, supernatural threats on the same scale as Somerset and Greymore, assaults on the Westweald as powerful as any fiery dragon attack in Elsewhere or Daedric Dark Anchor invasions from the base game long ago. Players can choose how they progress the main story of the Gold Road as well. There's a non-linearity to the questline similar to that presented in Hrothgar and Necrom. You'll have to follow the threads to see just where they take you. And over everything is the threat of the forgotten Daedric Prince and her minions. There's something for everyone, all along the Gold Road. I'm looking forward to seeing how you fare. Good luck and happy hunting in the Westweald.
Since ESO's launch, we've added a ton of new areas for players to explore across all corners of Tamriel and even the Realms of Oblivion. Ed just shared some details about the story in Westweald, so now let's learn about how the team brought this space to life. To tell us more about this world you can explore in the latest chapter, we've invited ESO's art director to share more about this colorful but chaotic part of Tamriel.
Hey everybody, I'm CJ Greb, art director for the Elder Scrolls Online, and I'm pleased to be able to share with you more about the Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road's unique zone, the Westweald. For those of you already familiar with Southeast Cyrodiil, this will be the first time you can return to this bountiful part of Tamriel since the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion way back in 2006. The new zone features 3 unique biomes, each with their own distinctive look and feel.
Oblivion war 2006, ne?
Lies the Gold Road, a temperate environment
Konnte ich nicht spielen, meine Rechnung war damals zu schlecht.
It is home to the region's capital city, Skingrad, the bustling
Ich habe
center of the zone and
ein halbes Stündchen Morrowind gespielt. War ich überladen und mochte nicht mehr.
Towards the southwest, you can find
Ja.
the Dawnwood.
Early experiences.
This area is now home to the
Strange
encroaching
times.
jungles of nearby Valenwood. In this part of the zone, you'll discover a dense wilderness climate inhabited by advancing wood elves from the settlement of Vashabar. In the north of the Westweald lies the Clovian Highlands, a mountainous region that is home to an imperial settlement and numerous alien ruins. The highlands' rocky soil and dry climate is ideal for the region's famous vineyards. When designing this new zone, the team wanted to capture a region undergoing a dramatic change. And generally, we try to make every zone in ESO feel unique, so much so that a player can instantly recognize what zone they're in merely by looking around. Combining these ideas led us to paint the biomes in the bright colors of seasonal change. Highlights of orange, red, and yellow punctuate the Westweald, giving the entire region an autumnal feel. Classic Colovian architecture inspired many of the zone's structures. However, the Colovian Imperials of the Westweald are wealthy and cosmopolitan, so the art team imbued some high-end motifs and designs throughout. Although this of course changes the further from Skingrad you travel. As you explore the zone's rolling hills, rocky crags, bustling vineyards, you'll encounter many Iliad ruins of various sizes and shapes, and have an opportunity to delve deeper into this part of Tamriel's ancient history. We got to have a little fun here as we consider these Iliad ruins less spoiled than other similar locations you may already have visited. As a result, there are structures and architectural pieces of Iliad culture you've never seen before. Speaking of things you've never seen before, the dense, humid forests of neighboring Valenwood seem to have taken over a significant portion of the Westweald practically overnight. This consumption of traditional Colovian territory is cause of some concern for the Imperials, as you might imagine. Even more alarming is the Wildburn, a volatile area that separates the Dawnwood from the Colovian Highlands and Gold Road, comprised of sickened, magically twisted land and even more volatile beasts. While the land itself is changing, it is also under attack from a host of new, unfamiliar foes. Daedra, never before seen in the Elder Scrolls, roam the countryside, including Shardthorn and aspects of Athalia that herald from the realm known as Mirrormoor. And if all of that wasn't enough, the Wildburn has taken to magically corrupting the indigenous beasts of the land, resulting in danger around every turn. In the Westweald, we've created a beautiful world in flux, besieged by change itself. It's Imperials meet Wood Elves, meet Oblivion, and it's a world unlike anything we've created previously. We can't wait for you to explore it.
I always love when we can share behind-the-scenes info about all the research and care that goes into creating a new zone. Rich, why don't you talk a little bit about what else players will encounter in Westweald?
In addition to the main storyline, the zone contains new delves and public dungeons to explore, side quests to experience, and world bosses to contend with. Everything you would expect from a chapter. There's also an all-new 12-player trial to challenge your group, and the introduction of a new type of world event.
And of course, there's all kinds of rewards that you can find in the new zone, including new item sets to loot and craft, unique collectibles to unlock, and special antiquities to scry and dig up, and a lot more.
And of course, that's all in addition to the new scribing system.
That's right. In previous chapters, we've added new classes like the Necromancer and most recently the Arcanist. We've also added new gameplay systems that we continually update, such as treasure hunting with antiquities, our deck-building card game, Tales of Tribute, even our housing and furnishing system, and of course, companion system, which allows you to bring an ally to fight alongside with you. This time with Gold Road, we're adding a new way to further tweak your builds just how you want them. We know everyone's been waiting patiently for more information on this new system, so let's kick it over to Kira to explain exactly how it works.
Play Your Way is one of Elder Scrolls Online's biggest pillars, and we're always looking to give our players even more ownership over their characters and their skills. For scribing, our system focus was around roleplay and choice. We wanted to give our players the power to customize skills to enhance their roleplay and have more agency in choosing and creating those skills that are right for them. With scribing, we've created a new ability for every weapon skill line, and a few more. Each of these
ich sehe da einen Ring. Das ist gut.
has customizable elements that you can swap out to
Ich kriege
suit
ja
your
immer noch
needs
Pläne.
while
Ich dachte, wir haben die alle
maintaining a
schon.
fun and balanced experience. Every grimoire has a base function, the thing it always does. For example, the new Bow Grimoire, Vault, has you shoot the ground with an enchanted arrow, creating an area of effect, and then backflip out of danger, enabling a quick, tactical fire and escape ability. But You can personalize it from here. Every
Das was, wir werfen jetzt ein paar Sachen hier
also has
raus.
3 script slots, a primary,
Die wir eh nicht
secondary,
verwenden.
and tertiary, which allow
Schreibt mal
you
jetzt,
to
wir
change
brauchen
the
die
abilities
Mats.
specifics. Want to double down on poison or bleed?
Dreimal rot ist
Set
auf
one
keinen
of
Fall
those as
verkehrt
the
hier.
primary script of Vault, and now that's the damage type of its
Brauche ich
AoE.
sowieso und gelb
Primaries
auch.
determine the main effect of the skill and its resource cost. But perhaps you're more of a ranged healer character. Keep it ally focused and
Brauche ich noch ein
customize
paar
Vault
mehr.
with a heal primary,
Den Ring haben wir jetzt
either a
jedenfalls.
heal over time or stamina recovery secondary for any allies in that area of effect. Secondaries are about individualizing that skill to better match with your build or roleplay. This is where we have more unique effects that tie into the identity of the parent skill line. For example, a unique bow secondary gives the player a stack of the Hawkeye bonus, increasing damage on their other bow abilities for a short
Wenn ich
duration.
noch mehr von dem Zeug schrotte, ne?
Finally, you're able to add a buff or debuff to Vault
Könnten wir
as its
noch
tertiary
mehr
effect. Perhaps minor maim, minor expedition, or minor
sinnvoller.
vulnerability. That is a lot of ways to customize just this skill.
Okay, immerhin
And we
gelbe.
have even more scripts and combinations to be revealed in the future. But
Das
scribing
ist
isn't just a system for tinkering with
ein
skills.
weiterer.
It's also an exploration into the ancient origins of magic, following the legacy and discovering the
Braucht
secrets
noch.
of the mage who first learned to manipulate those
Ich kann gerade
energies.
nicht denken.
You'll need to own the Gold Road chapter to unlock the system. One more thing. When we were
Ein paar
deep
von denen
into
brauchen wir
this
noch auf jeden Fall.
customization headspace, we loved the idea of having our skill visuals better reflect our players'
Ich könnte echt ein
roleplay
paar
goals.
Markise opfern, ne?
Perhaps feel a bit fresh if they've been playing for a while. When Gold Road and Scribing launch,
brauch
we'll
die ja eh
also
nicht
be
in der
adding a
Season.
select number of skill styles. These
Geh mal
styles
kurz
are
nach 2
color
rüber.
variants of popular abilities from weapon, guild, and world skills. Like Wall of Elements will have a new purple version, Trap Beast orange, and Mage Light a green
Das weiß ich,
option, so
kaufe
that
10
when
Dinger
you
und wir
equip
gucken, was
those
wir damit
abilities,
machen.
you'll be able to select which version you want to see.
Sind 10 nicht
By
sogar
the
zu
way,
viel?
in Gold Road, all of these skill styles will be earnable as in-game rewards. We have a lot more planned for skill styling in the updates after the chapter 2. We
Ich glaube,
can't
10
wait
sind
to
zu
share
viel.
more about scribing and styling with the ESO community in the coming months, and see what new metas, builds, and more come out. See you soon.
Scribing looks
Ach,
like
vor allem
it
habe
has
ich
the
nur zu.
potential to
Ich hab
really
dazu
change
was
the way our
gedacht.
players play the game.
Ich bin zu
We
doof.
definitely believe it will, and scribing gives our players a level of flexibility with their builds they've never seen before in ESO. The new
Wieso bin ich so
customizable
doof?
abilities can be used by any class, allowing players to maximize an aspect of their build or perhaps give them a new way to fill a gap. And the system also provides a brand new avenue to customize their visuals too. And we know just how important fashion is to our community.
Well, the good news is you won't have to wait too long to play because scribing arrives with the Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road on June 3rd for PC and Mac,
Richtig doof,
and
dass ich
June
da vorhin
18th for
alle
Xbox and
geopfert habe,
PlayStation
ne?
consoles. And it's available to pre-purchase now. You can visit
Ich hab's einfach nicht mehr
elderscrollsonline.com
gewusst.
for more details. Now, as many of you watching might expect, this chapter isn't the only major release in 2024.
There is a lot coming this year. We're kicking things off in March with Update 41 and our newest Dungeon DLC pack, which includes 2
Dungeon
new
DLCs,
dungeons, Oathsworn
also.
Pit and Bedlam Vale. These 2 dungeons will have you explore a training ground for the followers of Malakath and a
Die
secret
Frage ist,
vault
ob die
within the
Preise auch mal
demi-realm
fairer
of
werden.
Maelstrom. Both dungeons help set the stage for the upcoming chapter release and storyline. These dungeons will
Für
be
dieses
available in
alte
normal
Spiel.
and veteran modes and have their own veteran hard mode difficulties with all the unique rewards you'd expect, including new item sets and collectibles.
So,
As always
wie
with
viel
these
kann ich jetzt
DLCs,
machen?
these new challenges can be purchased in the in-game crown store,
Oh.
or they come free as part of ESO Plus.
6 Stück schon,
If you want to
nice.
first look at these new dungeons, be sure and tune in to our next ESO live stream as we'll be joined by lead encounter designer Mike Finnegan
Damit haben wir
to share all
9,
the
mehr brauche ich
details
nicht,
about this
right?
upcoming dungeon DLC.
That's not all we have going throughout 2024 either. Update 43, which is scheduled to arrive in August, will be another base game update similar to what we did in 2023, and that includes a host of bug fixes and quality of life
Okay, ich
improvements.
hab's.
With with some pretty exciting features, including something housing related. And finally, Update 44 will close the year out by introducing 2 new in-game companions, and something we're not quite ready to reveal yet. But to all our PvP-minded players, you might want to pay particular attention
Die haben mir auf jeden Fall eine ganze Menge vor. Im Jubiläumsjahr.
For more information on our plans as the year progresses.
So.
Okay, we've gone over so much already.
Zeug
As with any major chapter release,
brauchen wir was holen wir jetzt? Die Progress Orbs? Eigentlich will ich die, ne? Ah, da komme ich doch gar nicht.
Hi everyone, I'm Jess Folsom, ESO's lead community manager, and I'm joined by
Warte,
my fellow
Elite
community manager,
Packs.
Kevin Bully. We're here to tell you a little more about the new Gold Road chapter, its additions, and pre-purchase rewards.
Thanks, Jess, and hey everyone.
Ach
As
so,
mentioned, the Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road
es gibt so viel,
arrives
was
this
ich
summer
will.
on PC and Mac and on Xbox
Ich will
and
halt
PlayStation
alles.
consoles. However,
One
you can
additional.
pre-purchase the chapter right now
Holen wir erst das Aufheben.
in-game items, which we'll cover in just a
Einmal
minute.
das hier.
But first, let's talk about the different versions of Gold Road.
You cannot sacrifice.
Depending on your history with the Elder Scrolls Online, there's bound to be an
Flores
edition of
Royal
Gold Road
Ruby.
that suits you.
Hä?
If you're an existing player, the upgrade versions may be
Wieso?
just right.
If you're a new or returning player, the collection might be a good fit. It includes the ESO base game,
Ach so,
all 7 previous chapters, and the new
Es braucht man
Gold Road
grünen.
chapter at launch. That means the collection will allow you to begin your adventures in Tamriel right now. And the new
Lass mich
chapter once it
raten.
launches.
Zu wenig. Nö, es geht sich aus.
Upgrade and collection are also available in
Es
deluxe
ist ein
editions,
teurer Spaß
which includes
heute.
a bounty of additional in-game items themed around the Westweald and Skingrad regions, including a unique pet, memento, outfit style, emote pack, and first of its kind mount, all of which are granted at chapter launch.
Ah, das Mount ist süß.
Whichever edition of Gold Road you choose,
Das
there's
Pet,
several
naja.
purchase rewards you can unlock. These include a striking new costume, pet, and crown key delivered at launch, and instant in-game access to the spectacular wolf mount. For a limited time,
Wolfie.
if you pre-purchase Gold Road, you'll get
Äh,
instant access to this matching
den hier.
wolf pup pet, so don't miss out.
You can pre-purchase the Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road right now
Damit
on
wollen sie mich also locken, ja?
elderscrollsonline.com or select retailers for PC and Mac, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5.
So, wir haben alles, wir haben alles. Wir kriegen automatisch aufgehobene Progress Orbs. Und die Ramelatnis, es tut ein bisschen weh, aber die werden wir jetzt opfern. Die Frage ist, wofür? Das ist halt auch geil, das Legendary von Kadala, ne? Es gibt halt so viele gute. Also ich brauche 2 für Kadala. Additional Progress Orb ist halt auch nice. Damit driften wir viel schneller. Das dürfen wir nicht unterschätzen. Ich hole das jetzt. 5% Damage. 1300 Blood Shards.
Then the White Strikes Mayhem PvP event, and of course, the fan favorite Jester's Festival.
1300.
Starting right now
Das
with
ist
the
eine
Guild's
Menge.
Glory celebration, you can
Sind
earn
20
the
Levels höher, oder?
Illusion Imp pet, as well as its morphs over the course of 2024. It's the perfect companion to get you in the celebratory mood as we head into the incredible 10th anniversary celebration for the Elder Scrolls Online.
Ui, ui,
To
ui,
learn
ui.
more about this year's morphing collectible, check out our preview article on the official ESO website. We've grown in so many ways since ESO first launched. With international community managers across 15 unique territories and 7 officially supported languages, this massive
15
celebration
Community
of ESO
Manager?
and its community
Echt?
is our biggest one yet.
Ach du Schande.
And it will include many in-person events around the world. As Matt mentioned earlier, the fun kicks off with our first in-person event in Amsterdam,
Ach du
Netherlands, and continues
Schande.
all the way into 2025 with our largest in-person event in the US yet.
Ich will das hier opfern und das hier. Komm schon, gib mir das. Kann ich auch einen Schrei opfern? Ich habe noch Sachen vorbereitet. Ich habe die krassesten Endgame-Sachen schon rumliegen, ne?
We can't wait for you to join us as we celebrate 10
Aber ja, der
amazing
Altar
years
muss
of the
natürlich
Elder
auch
Scrolls
wehtun,
Online
ich verstehe schon.
together.
Okay, ich brauche die Schuhe. Wir machen jetzt noch ein paar 60er Runs. Mehr schaffen wir mit dem Bild hier noch nicht. Noch nicht. Aber ich habe nicht vor, den ewig zu spielen. Ich finde den anderen easier, aber mir fällt gerade ein, dass wir für den anderen auch nur diesen Ring brauchen. Also einen der beiden Ringe. Wir haben noch keinen gefunden. Gut, Ringe kann man zur Not auch craften.
ESO Gold Road is available for pre-purchase today. We've got a lot planned for ESO's 10-year anniversary,
today.
a host of in-person
Wie viel?
events, starting with
Sagt
the
man
ESO
nicht.
10-year celebration in Amsterdam this spring.
Ich verstehe. Also 40 Euro. Wetten? 40 Euro? Wenn die nicht immer so teuer wären, würde ich sie viel eher kaufen. Ich habe Necrom auch noch nicht, glaube ich. Insofern. Es gibt so viel zu kaufen, Bethesda an Zusatzinhalten und anderem Stuff, ne? Es ist so krass. War das der ganze Stream? Jo, die raiden auch. Muss mal kurz hier. Ja, krass. Habe ich jetzt einen Drop bekommen? 2 sogar. Oh. Oh. Ja. Global Reveal. Okay, irgendeine Schrottrolle und das hier. Das will ich. Was ist das? Menge 1. Guilds and Glory Event. Kriegt man eine Crown Crate? Auch nicht schlecht. Ja, Leute. Wir haben es tatsächlich geschafft. Wir sind mit krassen Content für heute einfach fertig. Wir haben es durch. Wir haben alles gesehen, was wir sehen wollten. Ich bin ein bisschen stolz, dass wir das durchgezogen haben. Ich hätte es mir nicht gedacht. Ich hätte es mir nicht gedacht. Aber wir haben es getan. Wir haben sehr viel Video geschaut heute. Ich schmeiße jetzt noch ein bisschen gemütliche Musik an hier. Brauche ich jetzt zum Chillen. Ich überlege gerade, ob ich noch eine kleine Pause mache. Nur so ein paar Minuten. Wir machen das Rift aber vorher fertig. So. Eine Stunde muss man zu sein für die Crate. Ich habe Twitch noch offen. Naja. 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 Ich habe ganz vergessen, dass wir hier wieder ein bisschen Sound zulassen. Ich glaube, ich habe Mastering immer so auf 10 bis 12 und dann passt das schon so irgendwie. Genau so. Da ist schon wieder der eine, der kriegt keinen Damage, ne? Wild. So, kurzes Päuschen und dann fahren wir mal noch ein kleines Ründchen. So, und da bin ich wieder. Ein Ründchen machen wir noch, wie versprochen. Es ist ja nicht mal so spät wie sonst, weil wir so früh begonnen haben. Es ist krass. Es ist krass. Ich bin das nicht mehr gewöhnt. Schlimm. Schlimm, schlimm, schlimm. So. Das geht ab hier in Game. Erstaunlich wenig, ne? Interesse in Season 30 ist gering, ne? Aber kein Wunder. Ich schätze mal, viele spielen einfach D4, beziehungsweise warten auf die D4 Season. Natürlich gibt es noch Path of Exile und Last Epoch. Und andere Games. Anyway, wir grinden noch ein bisschen. Aber ich bin schon am Überlegen. Ich muss mal nicht unbedingt nie nochmal die 3 suchen. Also mir persönlich wird es erstmal genügen. Wir haben ja lange gestreamt, gestern und heute. Schön gefarmt. Einen guten Teil der Season einfach schon mal erledigt. In 2 Tagen. Ja, es ist ein ziemlich guter Start hier. Ich werde natürlich ein bisschen weiter grinden, so Offstream und so. Nächste Woche stehen natürlich noch ein paar Dinge an. Medieval Dynasty am Montag. Wahrscheinlich TESO am Dienstag. Da verspreche ich mal noch gar nichts. Das Ding ist halt, wenn es nicht TESO wird, wird es Satisfactory. Wenn es nicht Satisfactory wird, wird es wahrscheinlich Diablo 4 zum Season-Start. Wenn beim Season-Start von Diablo 4 wieder nichts funktioniert, können wir noch ein bisschen Diablo 3 reinziehen. Das wäre so eine Möglichkeit. Ansonsten spielen wir dann in absehbarer Zeit relativ viel Diablo 4. Also auch Starfield muss da wieder warten. Achso, Sonntag spielen wir natürlich Pharaoh weiter. Klar. Gar keine Diskussion. Da haben wir Pyramiden zu bauen. Und damit ich nicht alles vergesse, muss ich unbedingt diesen Sonntag weitermachen. Jedenfalls habe ich viele Pläne. Das ist Fakt. Und die Diablo 4 Season startet halt, ob wir wollen oder nicht, ob wir bereit sind oder nicht. Ich hätte da gerne noch eine Woche Zeit gehabt, aber die ist mir nicht gegönnt. Also. Wir starten nächste Woche. Spätestens am Donnerstag. Die 3. Season von Diablo 4. Keine Ahnung, ob da dann Leute dabei sind oder nicht. Da gibt es im Black Warriors Discord sehr wenig Aussagen dazu. Ist anscheinend auch nicht viel Bock da. Aber kann man den Leuten jetzt auch nicht wirklich verdenken. Content ist so, naja, wenig vorhanden. Ich werde es trotzdem spielen. Genauso wie hier ziehen wir das einfach solo durch zur Not. Und im D4, ich würde sagen, irgendwen findet man dann immer, ne? Wenn man mal wen zum Multiplayern braucht. Ich kenne da ja so ein paar Namen, die sind da immer dabei bei einer Season. Ja, wie gesagt, spätestens am Donnerstag, weil wir mittwochs üblicherweise nicht streamen. Und ich wüsste noch nichts, dass sich das nächste Woche ändert. Genau. Und ich muss noch gestehen, dass wir mittwochs jetzt meistens off-stream zu dritt ganz gemütlich Diablo 2 spielen. Das heißt, auch wenn ich da mal Zeit hätte, ist eigentlich schon besetzt der Tag, ne? Ist natürlich abends, klar, nach der Arbeit und so. Man kennt das. So, das heißt, frühester realistischer Season-Start für mich in D4 ist der Donnerstag. Dann ist natürlich erstmal keine Zeit für D3, außer ich mache so Daily 2 Rifts oder so. Das würde sich irgendwie ausgehen. Aber ich will mir erstmal einen guten alten Hunter, einen guten alten, ja, wollte ich gerade sagen, einen guten alten Rogue leveln in D4. Gucken, was der jetzt so kann. Den neuen Content natürlich angucken. Die Season Quests, die wahrscheinlich nicht so wahnsinnig toll werden. Auf jeden Fall die Season Mechanik mit dem Begleiter und so. Und ja, gucken wir mal, was wir aus dem Jäger machen. Ich nehme an, der hat ein bisschen was drauf, aber vielleicht gibt es dann einen neuen schönen Bild. Mal gucken. Wir gucken, was passiert. Wir gucken einfach. Ja, da werden definitiv ein paar Streams dann reingehen und da wir jetzt montags, dienstags und eigentlich auch sonntags immer blockt sind, bleiben halt so der Donnerstag plus die Tage, die wir dann noch streamen, die jetzt nicht so leicht zu bestimmen sind. Weil wegen Real Life und so, ne? Weißt du Bescheid? So, ich habe keinen Platz mehr für Blutsplitter. Jetzt geben wir doch ein paar zumindest aus. Wir gambeln Schuhe, right? Ja, da haben wir sie. Da haben wir die gewünschten Schuhe. Da, da, da. Ich laufe trotzdem. Oder laufe ich noch eins? Wir laufen nachher eins. Wir könnten jetzt echt umskillen, zumindest mal probieren. Irgendwas fehlt wahrscheinlich noch. Wir haben 1, 2, 3 Dinge, die uns Damage geben. Hier haben wir nur 2. Hier fehlt ja sowieso irgendwas. I don't know. Möglich ist es. Anyway. Habe ich die so abgespeichert? Schon, oder? Ich speichere es lieber nochmal. Der Cube verlangt 1300 Splitter. Die könnte man mit der Änderung dann erreichen. Das Einzige, was wir noch brauchen, sind halt ein paar Aufwertungen von solchen Kram. Hallo Kapitänöse, guten Abend. Okay. Kurz den Kram hier noch identifizieren. Wann ist Schlafenszeit? Ja, so in einer Stunde spätestens. Also Stream läuft noch ein bisschen, auch nicht allzu lange. Weil ich muss da noch kurz umskillen und so Dinge tun, Sachen machen, man kennt's. Probieren wir mal die andere Skillung aus. Aber allzu lang werden wir hier nicht mehr machen. Und dann ist eh schon Schlafenszeit. So, das Ding hier können wir schrotten. Das auch. Das auch. Das auch. Den packen wir hier rein. Das können wir schrotten. Das Ding hier. Schrott. 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 Schrott, Schrott, Schrott. Oder? Schrott. Kann alles weg. Stunde bin ich nicht mehr wach. Ja, ich hab zumindest die Hoffnung, mal vor Mitternacht aufzuhören. Also, wir streamen jetzt exakt 5 Stunden. Das 6. machen wir nicht. Den machen wir nicht voll, die 6. Nee, nee, nee. Wenn wir schon so früher anfangen, können wir auch mal ein bisschen früher aufhören. Aber so 20 Minuten, eine halbe vielleicht, ne? Mal sehen. Aber du musst ja nicht so lange wach bleiben. Zwingt dich niemand. So. Wofür gebe ich jetzt Blutsplitter aus? Gute Frage eigentlich. Kann ich mir eigentlich das jetzt noch leisten? Wir probieren es mal zumindest. Ich kann hier 14 Stück machen. Ich brauche aber... Wie viele brauche ich denn? Moin! Dark Jedi, hello! Willkommen, willkommen. Da kommen sie alle. Weißt du, es ist halt immer so ein Ding, wenn ich früher streame, interessiert kein Schwein. Aber sobald die Uhrzeit dann langsam in diese fatale Richtung geht, dann kommen sie wieder alle daher. Das ist echt ein schlimmes Phänomen. So, ich habe zu wenig. Ich habe zu wenig Stuff. Mal wieder. Ich brauche... Wie viel? Ich brauche noch... Ich brauche noch Das rote Zeugs kann man jetzt opfern, ne? Meinst du die letzte Stunde wird Stream geguckt? Die letzte Stunde vorm Schlafen gehen, meinst du? Oder die letzte Stunde des Tages? Aber ja, verstehe ich. Mache ich auch gern. Wie läuft die Season? Gut. Ist erstmal ein zweiter Season-Tag. Ich würde sagen, wir sind recht erfolgreich. Wir sind in 1,5 Stunden vorgestern auf Max-Level gekommen. Haben jetzt Paragon 344 und quasi nichts gemacht, außer das Starter-Set bedient. Und jetzt legen wir mal unser gewünschtes Set langsam an. Wir müssen gleich noch ein bisschen umskillen. Ich glaube, ich habe jetzt das Wichtigste beisammen. Und dann geht es erst richtig los eigentlich. Aber ja, ich würde mal sagen, so 50% haben wir auf jeden Fall schon durch. Und ja, viel mehr Season-Zeit habe ich hier nicht eingeplant. In die 3, weil ja nächste Woche schon die D4-Season startet. Unglaublich stressig. Paragon farmen, ja, ja. Vorher sind wir ja auch alle busy. Ja, nun. Könnte ja mal wer nicht busy sein, oder? Wir haben jetzt tatsächlich einfach mal so nebenbei 3 Dinge gerestreamt. War auch nice. Also ich war die ganze Zeit unterhalten. Gar kein Problem. So, voll lauter Quatschen. Wie viele brauche ich? 27 sind 3 mal 9, richtig? Das heißt, wir brauchen... Ah, ich hab doch noch. Guck mal, ich hab doch noch Essenzen. Mensch. Die könnte ja jemand einfach mal nutzen, ne? 1. Grünes Zeug kann ich auch noch, ne? Grünes Zeug können wir auch noch. Ich glaube, grünes Zeug brauchen wir nicht mehr. So. Grünes Zeug haben wir. Ja, nicht genug, um die alle loszuwerden, aber wir haben grünes Zeug. Es sollte auf jeden Fall dann reichen. Andererseits habe ich das bezahlt, ne? Jetzt will ich es auch nutzen. Es besteht die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass wir noch ein weißes Teil brauchen, ne? Ah, verdammt. Verdammt. Ich spar's mal. Ich werde es wahrscheinlich nie brauchen dann. Sell Value 2. Das ist halt echt böse. So böse. Kostet 500.000 beim Einkaufen. Richtig frech. So, wir brauchen... Ich hab's vergessen. Ich glaube noch 9 Stück, oder? Das war zu viel. Jetzt kann ich 10 machen. Egal. 9 brauchen wir. Glaube ich. Wait a second. Ich brauche gar nicht 9. Oh Gott, ich hätte schon gehabt. Ich kann nicht rechnen. Ich brauche nur 6 Stück. Ja, nun... Dann haben wir halt mehr bezahlt. Was soll's, die Händler freuen sich. Gold gibt es ja genug in 3. Ja, Gold ist nicht das Problem. Gold ist relativ entspannt. Wir sind, wie gesagt, noch relativ am Start. Ein paar Millionen. Haben noch keinen Flechtring gemacht. Sind ja erst auf Qual 13 unterwegs im Moment. Warum packe ich das überhaupt rein? Ich will das da gar nicht reinpacken. Es ist alles noch sehr... Aber Gold haben wir gleich wieder reingefahren. So, wir machen Dinge leer, denn wir ziehen uns um. Ich brauche das hier, das hier, das hier, das hier, das hier und das hier und das müssen wir auch noch machen, ne? Da mal anfangen. Oh, wait a second. Das ist für die Waffe. Das müssen wir auch noch bedenken. Das Ding für einen Helm. Ist jetzt die Frage, welches wäre da geeignet? Fürs Typhon-Set. Ja, Ja, der rote ist halt... Der geht eigentlich immer, ne? Wir haben zwar dann... Was haben wir außer Teleport? Nix mit Cooldown. Der rechts ist für Supporter. Ja, der... Den habe ich noch nie gespielt. Der wäre möglich, aber da muss man ein bisschen aufpassen. Das ist eher was für Range. Ja, egal. Gucken wir mal wegen dem hier. Was kann ich denn hier machen? Ich habe vergessen, wie viel da drauf kommt. Das ist schon mehr als hier drauf ist grundsätzlich, ne? Das ist schon nice, das Zeugs. 298 Schaden. Ist das ein guter Roll? Ich weiß es gar nicht, was ein guter Roll ist. Probieren wir noch einen. Komm, ich hab eh so viel gefunden. Noch einen. Was ist jetzt dazugekommen? Ich bin so blind manchmal. Holy Skills. Oh no. Weg damit. Nächster. So. 145%. Nice. Nice, nice. Und jetzt? Komm schon, gib mir... Elite. Nein, Poison Skills. Oh. Kein Glück heute. Kein Glück. Kein Glück. Okay, wir nehmen zuerst den hier. Wir nehmen zuerst den hier, weil der besser gerollt ist. Wir müssen das später ändern. Wo ist meine Waffe? Da ist meine Waffe. Den Helm brauchen wir auch noch. Oh, und einen Prunkring. Den Prunkring... Den anderen Ring haben wir noch nicht, ne? Der ist aber so schlecht, der wird sich im Cube durchaus gut machen, finde ich. Und im Cube haben wir eh noch nichts Sinnvolles anderes. Mach doch den auf 3, ich habe keine Aufwertungssteine mehr. Ich kann jetzt keinen auf 3 machen. Aber warum sollte ich den auf 3 machen? Der hat den falschen Damage-Type. Da farme ich mir doch lieber den nächsten und Aufwertungssteine dafür. Das kriegen wir schon zusammen. So. Folgendes. Sind 125er Kaltesands, wenn du sie nicht als Stein brauchst? Ja, okay. Okay, das ist ein Argument. Habe ich vergessen, ja. Das ist natürlich, ja... Zu spät jetzt. Zu spät. Anyway. Ich brauche noch einen Sockel in der Waffe. Nein. Ich brauche einen Sockel und ich habe das Ding geopfert. Das war die einzige, oder? Nein. Dieser Altar macht mich so pleite. Wir müssen da erstmal so einen Sockel drauf rollen, das hilft nichts. Tschüss, live per Hit, war schön mit dir. Gib mir einen Sockel, komm schon. Einen Sockel. Gib mir den Sockel. Gib mir den Sockel. Gib mir den Sockel. Gib mir den Sockel. Ja, geht doch. Man muss sie nur böse anschauen. So. Prozent Damage, Zeugs hier rauf. Waffe da rein. Offhand ist jetzt diese hier. Da müssen wir noch Disintegrate Damage verschwinden lassen. Das Zeugs packen wir zur Seite. Wir tun es dann umrollen, alles miteinander. Dann tauschen wir mal das Set komplett aus. Achso, weil ich bin doof, ich habe ein Menü offen. Tauschen wir mal das Set komplett aus. Den Sliver of Terror. Weißt du was? Wir haben genug von denen. Der eine kann da ruhig drinnen bleiben. Ich nehme den anderen. Wobei, nö. Wenn wir den aufwerten... Theoretisch haben beide Kälte-Damage, ne? Ich weiß gar nicht, was da noch kommt auf den Levels. Ich habe das ist ein paar Seasons her. Ich habe das einfach vergessen. Nö, wir packen das da auch raus. Wir machen das jetzt ordentlich. Nicht wieder schlampig. So. Das da rein, das da rein, das da rein, das da rein. Das hier rein, den dort rein. Und die Waffe hat schon. Da machen wir schon auf dem Papier ein bisschen mehr Damage, aber halten halt überhaupt nichts aus. Egal, das kriegen wir noch gewuppt. Prunkring, Cube haben wir gesagt. Cube, 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 Cube. Das wollte ich eigentlich vorhin machen, ne? Einfach wieder verdrängt. Cube erledigt. Cube, Prunkring. So, Task und Theo habe ich schon. Das Triumphirat könnten wir jetzt austauschen. Das Ding ist, wir haben den Ätherwalker. Der ist so eine Möglichkeit. Warte mal, was war damit? Das Ding funktioniert halt nur, wenn wir einen Basic Skill drinnen haben. Wir haben aber nicht vor, einen Basic Skill drin zu haben. Glaube ich. Oder haben wir einen Basic Skill drinnen? Wir könnten einen Basic Skill drin lassen. Erstmal. Er bringt zwar Speed, aber kostet auch so viel Arkankraft. Ich mach mal das rein. Wir haben ja eh noch nichts Besseres. Den Helm wollte ich anziehen, richtig? Dann habe ich schon mal das falsche Ding. Schau mal, ich habe schon wieder was. Den Helm wollten wir natürlich anziehen. Das heißt, der hier kommt weg. Das Ding kommt in diesen Helm. Oh Gott, der ist auch so schlecht gerollt. Aber immerhin hat er viele Prozente. Okay. Dieses modrige alte Set kommt jetzt hier rein. Es hatte natürlich schon 2 Engines. Klar, das, was ich nicht spielen will, bekommt immer die Engines. Das grüne Teil braucht man erstmal nicht mehr. Was ich auch verdrängt habe. Dann, wir brauchen das hier und den hier. Den müssen wir auch noch leveln. Das ist so viel zu tun. Aber hey, 15% sind ein Start. Da fehlt aber noch ein Sockel. Habe ich echt keinen ordentlicheren Ring? Was ist mit dem? Warum macht der so viel weniger Damage? Weil der einen Stat mehr hat. Der blöde Puzzlering hat einen Stat mehr. Der ist ja gemein. Achso, der, ja gut, Stat mehr, aber kein Sockel. Wir könnten einfach das Ding hier nehmen. Der hat zumindest schon mal einen Sockel. Okay, warte. Ich muss den dann dringend austauschen. Vergiss das. Wir haben noch ein paar Mats. Wir craften jetzt einen Ring. Vergiss das. Wir craften uns jetzt einen Ring. Wirst es sehen. Pass auf. Wir craften uns jetzt einen Ring. Ich kann das. Und zwar einen von 5. Oh, die kosten natürlich Mats. Ich verdränge immer solche Dinge. Wieso habe ich jetzt nur 4? Weil ich einen angezogen habe. Okay, und wir versuchen jetzt unser Glück. By the way, wir haben noch Blutsplitter zur Not, ne? Aber Ringe, Blutsplitter ist... Muss nicht unbedingt sein. Kosten 50, ja. Anyway. Lass mal ein paar aufwerten. Wir haben nicht mehr so viele Mats, aber ein paar haben wir. Flechtring. Naja, also das soll jetzt unser Schaden nicht sein. Nächster. Der landet jetzt immer hier, ne? Der ist schon mal Ancient. Ja, ich weiß ja auch nicht. Ja, gut. Nächster. Nein, jetzt gib mir doch einen guten Ring. Einen guten. Nochmal? Jetzt ist der noch besser gerollt als der letzte, ne? Warum kriege ich gut gerollte Flechtringe? Was soll ich mit dem anfangen? Viele? Ich habe keine Mats mehr. Ich habe keine Mats mehr. Wir müssen... Jetzt muss ich echt... Warte mal, aber umrollen kostet auch Mats. Okay, ein Sockel auf den ersten Versuch. Komm schon. Auf den zweiten? Okay, aber jetzt auf den dritten. Alter. Lass mich in Ruhe. Der Hass, ne? Der Hass. Boah, der Hass. Ah. Cool. Ich schmeiß den jetzt weg. Ich mag den nicht. Ich habe ein Problem. Wir haben ein Problem. Okay. Weißt du was? Wir opfern noch ein paar Dinge. Was ist mit dem Zeug? Soll ich das auch einfach schrotten? Was egal? Ich weiß auch nicht. Schmied. Drei Stück. Ist ein Start. Ist ein Start. Investiere ich gerade echt so viel in den Drecksring hier? Warum? Für nix. Kein Glück heute. Kein Glück. Kein freaking Glück. Okay. Okay. Wir haben eine kleine Flechtringsammlung. Welcher Ring von euch ist jetzt nicht komplett Mist? Du hast Arkanskis drauf. Elementarbonus haben wir gar keinen im Moment. Glaube ich. Haben wir nicht. Du hast Prozent Leben. Du bist halt auch... Du hast Crit-Chance. Ja Mensch, ich weiß doch auch nicht. Soll man einen Höllenfeuerring craften? Wenn der jetzt auf Random einfach bessere Stats bringt, der kostet mich halt quasi nichts, ne? Probieren kann man's. Okay, ohne Main Stat. Das habe ich jetzt irgendwie ignoriert. Ohne Main Stat ist auch, halt auch eine Ansage. Ohne Sockel und ohne Main Stat. Noch eine, komm. Gib mir was. Ja. Nö. Nö. So funktioniert das nicht, Leute. Sollen wir noch ein paar... Wir werten jetzt nochmal 5 Ringe auf. Kann ich mir das... Ich glaube, ich kann mir das gar nicht leisten. Ich kann mir das unmöglich leisten. Warte, ich schaue jetzt mal die. Ich will die alle nicht mehr sehen. Ich bin jetzt... Das ist ja... Das ist ja fürchterlich, ist das hier. Fürchterlich. So ein Mist. So ein Mist. Ich kann 2 craften, weil... Ah ja, die kosten... okay, gut. Dann sind Blutsplitter doch billiger, ne? Ja, irgendwie schon. Vor allem haben wir da sogar eine Chance auf ein Legendary. Wir kriegen gleich Legendaries raus. Ich ziehe es im Blauen an, dann kann ich das nicht mehr verwechseln hier. Noch ein Flechtring. Ey, zumindest werden wir später Flechtringe haben, dass es schlecht wird. Heißt ja auch Schlechtring, oder? So, ich habe jetzt alle Blutsplitter investiert. Jetzt müssen wir Glück haben. Jetzt wird einfach richtig hart reingegambelt. Ich habe keine Kristalle mehr. Ich kann einen umwandeln. Und er ist richtig schlecht. Scheiße. Also das Glück ist uns heute echt nicht heute. Was macht man jetzt? Selbes Problem wie vorher. Lege ich jetzt wieder einen Drecksflechtring an? Einfach weil das Spiel mir Flechtringe nur so hinterher wirft? Dann müsste ich auch noch einen Sockel raufkriegen, ne? Der Sockel war ja das Problem. Ja, Sockel. Was kostet? Kostet das? Was kostet? Ah ja. Okay. Wir haben Versuche. Probieren wir zuerst den Flechtring. Hier Sockel. Ja, auf dem ersten. Ja, klar. Klar. Wenn ich einen Flechtring rollen will, dann kriege ich auf dem ersten Roll. Klar. Gar kein Problem. Hebe ich die jetzt auf schon, oder? Ich brauche den Ring halt. Das Problem ist, dass der Ring so einen richtig fetten Teil unserer Zähigkeit ausmacht. Oh, der laute Song, er ist wieder in der Playlist. Nein, geh weg. Gibt jetzt auf. Brauchen die bestimmt alle noch. So, schlechter Ring bekommt schlechtes Ding. Anderer schlechter Ring bekommt das hier. Das einzig Brauchbare hier, naja, annähernd brauchbar, ist das. Das bekommt das gute Ding. Könnte man nachher auch noch tauschen. Egal, jetzt bleibt's mal. Was war mit dir? Du warst nur zum Ansehen gut. Okay. Okay, aber es wird. Wir haben einen 6er-Set-Bonus, jetzt mit Hydras. Oh Gott, ich muss jetzt zur Mystikerin auch noch. Das wird lustig. Ich dachte nicht, dass uns das jetzt sofort die ganzen Mods auffrisst. Brauche ich Cold-Blooded schon, oder? Dann nehmen wir mal die Glascannon raus und halten wir auch ein bisschen mehr aus. Das ist nicht mal so schlecht. Glaube ich. Familie. Weiß ich noch nicht. Könnte man mal so lassen. Force Armor wäre so eine Option für uns. Kann ich auf die Crit-Chance verzichten? Wir müssen ein bisschen mehr aushalten. Wir müssen das kompensieren. Dass wir das andere Ding noch nicht haben. Und ich könnte hier statt Search of Power könnte ich bei Electrocute tatsächlich gar nichts Sinnvolles machen, ne? Stimmt, okay. Gut. Wir brauchen auf jeden Fall die Hydra. Ich möchte eine... Will ich eine Frosthydra? Ich glaube schon, oder? Wir brauchen einen Kälteschaden drauf. Wollen wir noch was umtauschen? Habe ich was vergessen? Was könnte man noch statt Electrocute nehmen? Sowas wie Slow Time? Blizzard. Eigentlich spielt man den mit Blizzard, ne? Brauchen wir den Blizzard? Gute Frage. Brauchen wir Blizzard zum Türen öffnen? Wo war der Blizzard-Bonus drauf? Ich weiß es nicht mehr. Wir haben den auf jeden Fall gar nicht. Ah. Was fehlt denn noch? Irgendwas fehlt noch. Irgendwas. Leute, es fehlt irgendwas. Aber egal. Wir sind gut dabei. Du bist raus. Alles klar. Gute Nacht. Schlaf gut. Schlaf gut, du Liebe. Bam, bam, bam. Jetzt kommen wieder die komischen Songs. Ne? Jetzt ist wieder diese Uhrzeit. Das ist wieder die Uhrzeit. Eieiei. Okay. Ich gucke jetzt noch, wie viel ich umrollen kann. Das sieht so leer aus, wenn der drinnen ist. Irritierend ist das. Lass mal sehen. Wo fangen wir denn an? Bei den schlechtesten Dingen. Dem hier zum Beispiel. Ich brauche hier Vita. Ich kann nicht mal... Oh. Wir können uns nicht mal ein Ding zum Umrollen. Oh. Wir werden vielleicht nicht ganz so schnell mit diesem Bild auf hohem Niveau starten können, wie ich gehofft habe. Anyway, wir speichern den jetzt mal. Ja, hilft nichts, ne? Ja, wir können den noch schön färben, weil jeder weiß, ein Black Warrior macht 20% mehr Damage als irgend so ein grünes, komisches Ding hier. Habe ich das andere gefärbt? Nö. Ne. Der Helm ist auch so unglaublich hässlich, ne? Wollen wir den transmoggen? Wollen wir das? Ich glaube, wir wollen das. Was gibt's denn für einen hübschen Helm für uns? Ich mag den eigentlich. Der ist auch nice. Der passt hier nicht so gut dazu. Der ist sowieso nicht. Das Original ist halt so... Eigentlich können wir das nehmen. Das ist nett. Ein bisschen so... Zeugs um den Kopf. Ja, das kannst du machen. Hat was. So, Set unserer Wahl haben wir. Mats haben wir gar keine mehr. Wie hoch kann ich jetzt spielen? Uns fehlt halt gewaltig die Defensive. Wir haben jetzt 6 Millionen Zähigkeit. Autsch. Also ein Hit und weg. Okay, wir müssen halt alles nochmal umrollen, ne? Alles. Das heißt, ich muss ein bisschen weiter T13 oder sowas grinden. Wobei, Damage machen wir ja, ne? Life per Hit. Wir gucken mal. Ich überlege gerade. Aber ich kann mit den Signature Spells. Ja jetzt noch viel mehr Schaden raushauen. Ne? Ich brauche den. Wie oft caste ich denn? Einmal. 30% mehr. Überleg dir das mal. 30% mehr Schaden pro Basisskill. Das heißt, gut, wer macht schon 10 mal Basisskill, aber es könnten 300 sein. Oh, außerdem sind die doppelt so schnell. Ja, nicht doppelt so schnell, aber schneller. Und machen dreifachen Schaden. Und damit sind sie doppelt so... Wait a second. Oh. Das ist natürlich... Das ist Party. Leute, das ist Party. Woo! Jetzt noch Attack Power hoch und dann brauchen wir nur mehr. Dann haben wir Disco. Okay, 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 das probieren wir. Ist mal was Neues. Das probieren wir, das probieren wir. Twitch macht schon wieder komische Dinge bei mir irgendwie. Ich weiß auch nicht. Ah. Cheers. Ich meine, vielleicht wird es halt doch so Richtung Mitternacht. Es geht halt immer Richtung Mitternacht, ne? Komm, so. Umgeskillt haben wir. Gespeichert habe ich denn mal. Speichern dann nochmal, weil wir speichern immer gerne. Ich habe sicher noch irgendwas vergessen. Also, wir machen jetzt einfach das übliche Test-Rift und dann sehen wir, was uns fehlt. Wahrscheinlich machen wir einfach mal 0 Damage, weil irgendwas fehlt. So, kann ich den überhaupt noch? Ich muss einmal rechtsklicken und nochmal und dann war's das, ne? Okay, das bumst alles weg. Jo. Bitte wie viel? 500 Billionen? Jetzt schon? Alter. Ich halte halt nichts aus, aber solange wir alles in wenigen Bruchteilen von Sekunden einfach wegbimsen. Ja, lol. Ich darf nur nirgends reinlaufen, dann sind wir am Arsch. Oh, das könnte jetzt unser 3-Minuten-Rift sein, ne? Oh, dammit, das könnte jetzt schon unser 3-Minuten-Rift sein. Ich muss die Klappe halten und mich konzentrieren und nicht sterben dabei. Einfach immer Paragon Level Up haben, dann passiert nichts. Ah. Ah. Jeder Skelett ist unser Tod. Nein, Gorbos sind schlecht. Die kosten Zeit. Ich darf auch nicht in solche Pfützen laufen. Oh mein Gott, das wird kein 3-Minuten-Rift. Das wird kein... Au, au, aua. Tschalabam. Die Gefahr lauert überall. Oh mein Gott, ist das spannend. Wie viel Zeit habe ich noch? Eine halbe Minute, sowas? Da war eine Elite-Gruppe. Nein, verschaut. Okay, schade. Schade. Ah! Gib mir Elite-Gruppen. Wir müssten eins weiter, ne? Ah, Mist, wir müssen eins höher. Oder? Ist da hinten noch was Nützliches? Da ist überhaupt nichts Nützliches. Da ist nur Rotz. Das ist ein absoluter Rotz. War hier der Ausgang? Hier war gar kein Ausgang. Da war kein Ausgang. Ist hier ein Ausgang? Nein. Warum ist hier kein Ausgang? Das war's. Kein 3-Minuten-Rift. Keine Ausgänge. Nirgends. No! Nix ready außerdem. Da wäre er gewesen. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh! Wir haben noch eine Chance. Wir haben noch so... Wie viel Zeit? 2 Minuten. Alter, das geht sich nie aus, ne? Das geht sich halt nie aus. Darf nichts aufheben. Nein, Pool, nein. Alles schlecht. Ah, das killt uns. Oh nein. Legendary, nein. Darf nichts aufheben. Das geht sich nie im Leben aus. Wie oft kann man in 2 Minuten das geht sich nicht aus sagen? Wieso sind denn hier keine Mobs? Mobbos! Comet! Eilet, hier ist ein böser Held. Der muss sterben. Er bedroht die Hölle. Mal wieder. Ich brauche noch dieses Auto-Pickup. Das fehlt. Das wäre das Rift gewesen. Das Rift des Jahrhunderts, aber wir haben es einfach. Wo ist der Boss? 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 Und Porten. Nein! Port verkackt. Nochmal. Komm schon, komm schon, komm schon. Porte schneller. Porte, Porte, Porte. Mach zu. Bam! Wir haben es trotzdem geschafft. Entschuldigung fürs Schreien. Alter Verwalter, wir haben es geschafft. Gleich mal einfach einen Speedrift hingelegt. Nice. Wieder was erledigt. Wupp, wupp. So fängt man an mit dem neuen Set. So fängt man an. So. Und nebenbei habe ich mir noch einen Tesodrop gefarmt. Wenn ich den jetzt abhole auch noch. Abholen. Dankeschön. Läuft bei mir. Läuft bei mir. Come on. Okay, habe ich jetzt Mats? Wahrscheinlich nicht, aber wir haben Edelsteine. Das ist gut für Ringe. Alter, das war jetzt pur. Puh, richtig warm hier geworden. Das war jetzt... Jo. Aber läuft. Also... Qual 14, kein Problem. Wir halten... Warum halten wir so wenig aus? Das ist halt schon... Ich habe nur 300k Leben. Lupus, wo bist du, wenn ich dich brauche? Ich habe nur 300k Leben. Das müsste der Lupus sehen. Der wird mich auslachen. Okay, wie viel Mats haben wir? Ich kann doch sicher irgendwo Leben drauf rollen. Zum Beispiel auf den Helm hier. Ich kann 2 Sachen rollen. 2-mal kann ich rollen. Wow. Okay, komm her, gib mir Vita. Pritschers. Ah, Damage. Okay. Hier ist Leben drauf. Wobei, da gingen noch Prozente. Rüstung ja auch nicht verkehrt. Okay, wir haben Rüstung. Ja, mehr geht nicht. Hey, 6,9 ist 6,9. Das ist ein bisschen mehr als vorhin. Wenn wir jetzt pro Rift... Aber ein Rift bringt halt mehr. Aber niemand braucht Rifts, richtig? Ich habe noch 35 Keystones. Und wir müssen die Steinchen leveln. Actually ist das Wichtigste im Leben, dass man Steinchen levelt. Im gesamten Dasein gibt es nichts Wichtigeres als Steine. Wenn es so ein Schlauchrift ist, haben wir gute Chancen, das auch zu überleben, ne? Wenn es so ein schöner Schlauch ist... Ah, guck, wie die umfallen. Warum habe ich jemals eine andere Skillung gespielt? Ich meine, es ist halt... Die Skillung vorher war 2 Klicks und es gab die Chance, dass irgendwie alles daneben geht. Und das hier ist 1 Klick und alles ist tot. Oder eine Taste, sagen wir so. Es sind immer noch 2 Klicks, weil man braucht ja 2 Hydras. Aber ich muss nicht mehr 3-mal Linksklick, 2-mal Rechtsklick, sondern ich muss halt nur noch Rechtsklick, fertig, alles tot. Schau dir das an, wie schön. Das ist wunderschön. Es ist wunderschön. Es ist wunderschön. Wieso bin ich um Mitternacht immer so hyped? Wieso bin ich so... Ich bin so ein verdammter Nachtmensch, ey. Dafür bin ich heute eindeutig zu bald aufgestanden. Ba, 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 ba. Also wir können mal wieder sagen, zusammenfassend, Season ist durch, ne? Ich muss noch ein bisschen Zähigkeit rankarren, dann ist T16 dran. Wahrscheinlich, wenn ich mich ein bisschen bemühe, könnte ich jetzt schon auf 16 gehen. Der Damage ist definitiv vorhanden. Der würde ausreichen. Ja, doch. Würde. So ab so 100 Milliarden Hits kann man da easy durch und wir machen mindestens 80 und ich habe auch schon 500 gesehen, insofern es ist halt alles in Bruchteil von einer Sekunde tot, insofern haben wir die Sache eigentlich schon geritzt. Es ist alles schneller tot, als es uns Schaden machen kann und das ist das Einzige, was zählt. Aber gut, die Paragon gehen auch hoch. Das ist natürlich ein netter Nebeneffekt. Nebenbei Steinchen leveln, aber das ist ja jetzt wieder ein bisschen... Aua. Grind. Ah, hast du gesehen? Das Schild bringt schon was. Das hat uns jetzt Kragen gerettet. Das ist nicht mal unser Ich sterbe nicht Dings geprockt. Den haben wir ja auch noch auf Kante zur Not, falls da irgendwas böse Dinge macht. Und einfach so zack, weg ist er. Guck mal, ne? Guck dir das an, diese Schönheit an. Errungenschaften, die da auf uns zuflattert. So, dann machen wir den noch um 4 höher. Okay, ich habe ein neues Ziel im Leben. Wir machen abschließend den Vengeance auf 25. Dann haben wir noch eine Stun-Chance dabei. Keine Sorge, der andere kommt noch. Der ist aber gar nicht so wichtig. So, in 2 Minuten 50 sind wir das jetzt gelaufen. Also, Leute, also easy. Easy. Es ist einfach so viel entspannter als vorher. Da musst du dich halt um gar nichts mehr kümmern. Wenn das mal mit ein bisschen Zähigkeit läuft, ist das einfach tiefenentspannt. Achso, ich komme sogar auf 39 Millionen Zähigkeit. Gar nicht so schlecht. By the way, wenn man mehr Leben hätte, hätte man auch einen höheren Schild, ne? Wait a second. Ja, wenn wir Leben hätten, dann hätten wir ja... Dann wären wir ja... Dann wären wir wer. Wenn wir ein Leben hätten. No, wir haben kein Leben, also spielen wir Diablo 3. Was vollkommen okay ist. So. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Ah, es ist schön. Jetzt läuft's, jetzt ist es schön. Jetzt ist es schön. By the way, Blutsplitter-Limit müssen wir noch hochpushen, ne? Ach, verdammt. Ja, alles Next Time. Also wahrscheinlich habe ich es dann schon erledigt bis Next Time, aber ich zeige es euch dann, dass ich es erledigt habe Next Time, falls es Next Time gibt. Wie gesagt, erstmal steht dann Diablo 4 ins Haus und unsere üblichen Multiplayer-Runden. sowie noch 2 Singleplayer-Sessions, die ich nicht unbedingt missen möchte. Boah, viel zu tun, ne? Viel zu tun. Oder wir sagen morgen, ja, gar keinen Bock auf Starfield, ja, mach mal lieber Diablo 3 weiter, weil der Grind, Grind ist Leben, Leben ist Grind. Weiß nicht. I don't know. Hat er einen Schrein? Den haben wir schon. Habe ich den Guardian schon? Oh, hi. Der hätte uns fast gekillt, aber ich habe in 2 Minuten 12 das Grift abgeschlossen. Nice. Und jetzt machen wir das Ding voll. So, noch einer auf 25 und du bist am Start. Was für ein schöner, erfolgreicher Tag heute. Ich bin ganz zufrieden mit unserer Session. War wieder lang, aber lohnt sich. Lohnt sich einfach. Gut. Mal kurz noch die Runde hier. Ist das OP? Es ist mit Zähigkeit was und Hydra Damage. Es ist nice. Ja, nehme ich. Müssen wir noch einfärben. Wailing House. Oh. Oh. Ja, nice. Und ein Traveler's Pledge. Jetzt kommen sie alle. Jetzt kommen sie alle daher. Was haben wir hier? Unity. Auch du seist mir willkommen, Unity. Du bist durchaus eine Option. Weißt du das, Unity? So, die beiden kommen hier rein. Was haben wir hier? Eine schöne Armbrust. Nice. Würs Grasping Something. Ist eher nicht so unseres. Striders of Destiny. Boah, die müssten schon besser gerollt sein, du. Ne? Sonst eher so. Muss jetzt nicht unbedingt, ne? Muss jetzt nicht. So. Kommt alles in den Bunker. Wie viele Chancen habe ich jetzt? Eine wahrscheinlich. Was wollte ich umrollen? Einmal alles, ne? 101! Achso, wir haben ja 2 gemacht, ne? Ich brauche Vitalität. Und Prozent Leben. Oder Resistenzen, weil, warum nicht? Aber hier brauche ich Vitalität. Das ist für meinen Start. So, Arcane Orb Damage. Ah, die Schuhe sind nicht ideal. Ah, da geht noch Rüstung. Rira, Rüstung. Gib mir Rüstung. Da ist Rüstung. Crit Chance. Blop, 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 blop. Will ich hier versuchen, den Hydra Damage zu rollen? Das ist ein schwieriges Unterfangen. Die Armor auf der Armor ist nicht das schlechteste. Es ist alles. Oh, wait a second. Disintegrate Damage, sagst du? Nö. Da brauchen wir Vita. Sockel? Nein. Wir brauchen Vita. Da kriege ich sofort einen Sockel. Was ist 600 Vita? Ja. Wie viel geht da? Das ist quasi Min-Roll. Oh. Ah, hey, 600 Vita, ne? Wir haben jetzt 500. Ja, okay, ist immer noch nicht der Wahnsinn. Es ist alles so schlecht gerollt. Ich krieg die Krise. Jedes einzelne Teil hier ist schlecht gerollt. Okay, ich werde es überleben. Das ist noch unser bestes Stück, ne? Theoretisch brauche ich es nicht. Ich brauch den halt überhaupt nicht. Ich habe den nicht angesetzt. Sollte man nochmal drüber nachdenken, ne? Ich habe eh keine Mats mehr, ne? Ja, gut. Wir haben es mal so weit, wie es ging. Viel mehr ist gerade nicht drin. Was holen wir an so einem Blutsplitter? Ringe, oder? Ja, wir brauchen den Ring. Einen Ring, den brauchen wir. Das hat vorhin ja super funktioniert. Das wird jetzt bestimmt noch besser. Ich hätte so gelacht, ne? Das kann alles weg. Aber wir brauchen eh die Mods. Okay. Nö, Leute, an dieser Stelle sei mal Schluss gemacht für heute. Ich werde an unserem Paragon arbeiten, an unserer Defensive. Generell an allem, ne? Aber hey, wir haben Slayer quasi gemacht, Champion quasi gemacht, Champs noch hoch, okay, easy. Echo in Nightmare haben wir schon rumliegen. Könnte man dann auch bald mal versuchen. Da braucht man ein bisschen Zähigkeit, braucht man da. Champs noch höher. Warte mal, haben wir die Conquest gar nicht? Warum fehlt uns der Siegebreaker noch? Okay, Malta hätte Qual 3. Ich habe den Siegebreaker übersehen, Leute. Aber okay. Ist nicht so schlimm. Ist nicht so schlimm. Ich habe einen übersehen, ist passiert. Ich habe die Conquest noch gar nicht. Ich dachte, das war schon die Conquest. Wir haben es nicht in 2 Minuten geschafft. Oh no. Ja, okay. Ich muss noch mehr riften. Hilft alles nichts. Bisschen enttäuscht sind wir jetzt aber. Ja, gut. Wir machen Schluss. Warte, es ist gleich Mitternacht. Ich habe gesagt, wir machen heute vor Mitternacht Schluss. Wir machen vor Mitternacht Schluss. Und zwar jetzt. Danke fürs Zuschauen. War ein längerer Stream heute. Haben viele andere Streams geguckt. Ungewöhnlich. Gibt es nicht so oft bei uns. Morgen machen wir entweder hier weiter. Die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass wir Starfield spielen, weil ich Abwechslung brauche, ist aber gar nicht so niedrig. Es wird dann einfach Lust und Laune relativ spontan entscheiden. Morgen Abend. Was ist morgen für Tag? Morgen ist Freitag. 19 Uhr. Ich verspreche noch nichts, aber peilen wir mal so 19 Uhr an. Als möglicher Start. Und dann muss ich es entscheiden. Entweder D3 oder was ganz anderes. Wo ich schon wieder den Faden verloren habe. Na gut, wir sind in dieser Stadt, ne? Ich habe noch ein paar Dinge heimlich offstream gemacht. Sachen verkauft und so. War eine gute Idee. Ich hätte schon Bock, da ein bisschen zu chillen. Yo, anyway. War ein schöner Stream. Geht's raus. Bye bye. Oh, Musik ist auch aus. Musik ist auch aus. Gleich stoppen. Vergesst es sonst immer. Gut. Ja. Wir machen jetzt auch keine weitere Musik an, sonst gibt es wieder Problemas. Ne, ihr kennt es. So, wir sind gleich raus. Schön. Bye bye. Gute Nacht. Schlaft gut.